Sinclair Sin Vega. If I ever loved you, I'll always love you. That's how I was raised. Drake. I dragged myself into my office and tossed my purse onto the couch in the corner. There was a time when I would walk into this office with my head held high. Why? Because I did all of this. My reputation was pure, and anybody who mentioned wedding planners couldn't mention anything without saying my name. Now, I felt low and dirty when I walked into this office. This woman trusted me to plan her wedding, and in return, I fucked her future husband. Kamaya's approach threw me off. However, she had every right to be upset with me. When I found out about Polite and Kamaya, I should have kept my distance like I did before. Instead, my heart won, and I continued to be with this man. I allowed myself to continue to fall for him. Now I was expecting his baby and had to stay away from him. Did I choose my career over true love? My heart was so conflicted that I hadn't slept for 3 days. All I did was toss and turn while ignoring Polite's 1,000 calls. How could I end things with him when we shared a condo? He paid the bills. Was I supposed to let him sit out in the hall?
I made you some tea. Are you all right? The way you left the housewarming the other day was weird, Sin.
Valerie came into my office. She sat the tea down, then took a seat in one of the chairs. I knew she was going to want to know what was going on. I plopped down in the chair and sighed. I just needed to get out of there before Kamaya arrived, I revealed. She knows about me and Polite. Valerie gasped so hard I thought her teeth were going to fall out of her mouth.
She knows? How?
She went through his phone and found the song we recorded together. Val, I really feel like I'm about to have a heart attack any minute. I could tell Val was processing what I had just said.
What exactly did she say?
In so many words, she said she'll ruin my career. I worked so hard to build my name and reputation. I can't let all of this go downhill because of a man. I started to panic again. The past few days has been hell for me. I understand what I'm doing isn't right, but my career, Val? Valerie started to pace the area while she tapped her chin. I could tell she was trying to find a way to help me out.
Have you told Polite?
I shook my head no.
Well, are you going to tell him?
For what? He'll choose me over her, and it'll make all of this worse. Valerie leaned on the table.
In all due respect, if he was going to choose any one of you, he would have made his decision already. Polite is having his cake and eating it too, and you both are letting him.
Polite had always had a bunch of reasons as to why he couldn't leave Kamaya right now. Sadly, I believed him. Each time there was another excuse, and I was stupid enough to believe him and give him time. I don't think there would have been any perfect time to end their relationship. The more excuses he gave, the more time I allowed, and now we were close to their wedding date. As much as I wanted to tell Polite about this baby and tell him that he needed to make his mind up, my heart knew that I had to choose my career. What good would I be for this baby if I had a failing business and career? Music was second, and although I had a great advance from Raw Records, that money wasn't going to last forever. I couldn't give up everything I built for the sake of love, for a man who wouldn't even put me first. I just couldn't do it.
V.O. Polite Callahan. Now I'm at the turn-up looking lonely. Then they wonder why I'm quiet at the house parties. Brett Fires.
You've been in a real funky mood these past few days. What's wrong with you?
Kamaya smacked her lips and stood with her hands on her hips. I didn't know what the fuck she had been drinking, but lately she's been real into herself, walking around like the world revolved around her. I mean, she always acted like that. It was something different about the way she spoke and walked now. I had been trying to keep the peace with her, and not stress it too much. I knew she had this huge case going on, and I was trying to do my part. Still, Kamaya wasn't making the shit easy when she kept poking at me about stupid shit. It was like she wanted to get a rise out of me or something. Anytime I tried to back out the argument, she would continue to egg me on about the situation. Like now, I came down to make some cereal before getting my day started, and here she was mad about that. How? I've been handling business, nothing more. Why you trying to start some shit? I grabbed the bowl from the cabinet. My mood had been funky. Sin wasn't answering my calls, and when I stopped by the apartment, she wasn't there. It's like we took 5 steps to take 12 back. Between Sin and Kamaya, a nigga was about to lose his mind. It's like I couldn't win with the both of them, and now I had to deal with the pregnant Kamaya. She never brought the pregnancy up as much as I thought she would. I was the one who had to always bring it up. Like the other night, I tried to touch her stomach and she pushed me away. Shit like that had me suspecting that she wasn't pregnant and was playing me because she knew my heart.
This house is quiet unless I speak. Do you even want to get married?
Honest?
Of course you do. Baby, I'm sorry for putting all this on you. I've been stressed about everything and I'm taking it out on you.
She switched her entire attitude.
This baby has my emotions all over the place.
How come you haven't taken me to any appointments, Kamaya? You called me after the one you went to last week. You didn't think I would want to be there? She sighed and sat at the counter.
I figured I could get it done while I was on lunch. I'm just trying to get the hang of this. I'm sorry.
You good?
Well, I was going to surprise you with this information, but my parents are throwing us an engagement party. We've been engaged for a while, but they wanted to do something nice for us.
Oh, yeah? You think we need that right now?
What do you mean? We never had an engagement party and now we're finally going to have one. This is the perfect time for my family and yours to get acquainted. Our parents haven't even met, Vio.
My mother had never been a fan of Kamaya and the way her parents treated me. If I never wanted to be around them, why would my family want to meet them? Kamaya's family was fucking uppity, and my family had class. Still, we weren't snobby like her family was. I guess it's time for them to meet.
You guess? Vio, we're going to be married this month. What do you mean, you guess? How do you think everyone is going to act attending all of our events and they don't know one another? I'm just saying it's time. We're about to be married and have a baby.
Each time she mentioned anything about the wedding or baby, I got this funny-ass feeling in my stomach. How was I going to tell her that I didn't want to be with her? Each time I was about to bring it up, she would wave me off and say she didn't want to talk. I felt like she knew what I wanted to say and was too afraid to hear the truth. If they're throwing us the party, then neither of us have a choice but to attend. Tell them thank you. I finished my bowl of cereal and went to get ready for the day.
We never spoke about what you're going to do about your next album,
she brought up. Since our last argument, we both had avoided bringing the subject up. She knew how I felt and where I stood when it came to my next album. I never said I was going to put another album out. However, I could still work on it. What you want to talk about? I took a seat at the kitchen table.
Look how you get so defensive, Vio. How are we going to be married if we can't discuss things without you becoming irritated?
Look, I know what you want to talk about, and I'm tired of having the same conversation. She sucked her teeth.
Then go ahead and switch your response to it. We have a lot going on, and you spending all your time in the studio isn't going to help.
The fuck? I need to record because that's my career. People want my music, and you want me to stop?
Jay-Z hasn't rapped in how long, and he still has fans. Vio, you're rushing to put out the next album for what?
Because I'm fucking inspired, Kamaya. I have inspiration to work on my next project. Is that so wrong? I ignored a comparison of Jay-Z because it didn't even make sense to explain shit to her. She rolled her eyes and mumbled something under her breath.
All I'm asking is that you make time for us.
She rubbed her stomach. Man, get the fuck out of here with that shit. You be acting like I'm this nigga who don't be around and leave you alone. How about we bring up all the times when you was too busy working late to see me? Did I ever press you about it? She got quiet because she knew the shit was true. No matter how busy she was, I never made her feel bad because of it. If anything, I was the one working around her hectic schedule so we could spend time together. When it came to me, she wanted to make me feel bad about putting my career first. That shit wasn't fair. Kamaya has always made jokes about her first love being her career. Did I trip? Nah. I love that she had something of hers that she was passionate about. Now that it was my turn, she had a problem.
It really doesn't make sense to try and have a conversation with you. You never understand where I'm coming from with things. My career is different. You should know more than anyone.
She had this little smirk on her face. Guess the millions from Raw Records means nothing, huh, Maya? If you feel a way, then feel that way. I'm not pushing shit back, and I'm not going to keep having this conversation with you. I told her and left out the kitchen. It was always something with her. Nothing was ever good enough for Kamaya. Anytime she had something going on, I was there for her. Soon as it was time for me, she had a problem with the shit. It was getting harder to be with her. I quickly showered and got myself together so I could head out. When I came down the stairs, she was whispering on the phone to someone. When she saw me, she ended the call.
My parents want us to come over tonight for dinner before the party this weekend.
As I was about to answer her, I got a call on my phone. Grabbing my phone from my pocket, I answered when I saw Ace's number. What's good, Ace?
Your brother got locked up. I'm heading to court now to get him out. He's been in there since last night. We had to wait until he went to court.
For what? My heart started to pound when I thought about what the fuck Bless got himself into. I knew he wanted to get back into the game because he always mentioned it. Did he get back into the game and didn't tell me?
His old maid said that he fucking raped her. Bless don't even get down like that.
She sighed.
I'm in his car on the way to the courthouse now. His lawyer is meeting me there.
Bet. I'm heading there too. Text me the courthouse.
Will do,
she replied.
Let me guess. You need to run off for somebody else that needs you more than me.
Kamaya stood there with her arms folded across her chest. Bless is locked up.
And from the sounds of it, Ace has it under control. What do you need to be there for?
The fact that she even felt comfortable asking me that told me that she didn't give a fuck about anything I had going on in my life. On the real, you don't give a fuck about anybody but yourself. I'm telling you my brother needs me, and you still find a way to make this about you. I'm done, Kamaya. Call the wedding off. I headed toward the door.
And if you call the wedding off, I'll be forced to let everybody know just how sensational Sin's weddings are.
She giggled.
That bitch been fucking you and you have the nerve to call me selfish? Go ahead and call the wedding off, VO. I'll make sure that bitch's career is called off right along with our wedding. You know I have the power to make it happen.
My fucking heart damn near dropped to the soles of my sneakers when she mentioned Sinclair. How did she know? Was this the reason that she had been ignoring my calls? The fuck you talking about? I tried to play it off. Maybe she was fishing. Kamaya was a lawyer, and she never knew how to turn that shit off.
Don't try and play stupid. You know what the hell I'm talking about. You and Sinclair have been fucking behind my damn back. You even got the hoe pregnant and had the nerve to make a song. I heard it on your fucking phone, VO.
She tossed the plate she was standing next to.
You couldn't keep your dick in your pants? You just had to fuck the wedding planner and make me look stupid, huh?
Why the fuck were you going through my phone? She had me stuck for a minute. Her going through my phone was the only thing that I could mention at the moment.
Nigga, this isn't about your stupid-ass phone right now. Why the fuck were you fucking the wedding planner?
It just happened, Kamaya. The fuck you want me to say? I fucked up. It just happened. I explained the best that I could. What else did she want me to say? Look, I gotta head out. Talk about this later.
Yup, bring your ass straight back here, too. We're still getting married.
She yelled behind me. I didn't give a fuck what she said. I needed to get the hell away from her ass to see what was going on with my brother. I called Sinclair once more, and she sent the call a voicemail. This had to be the reason she was staying the fuck away from me and ignoring my calls. Just hearing what Kamaya said about fucking up her career had me worried. Sinclair had a wedding planning business before I even came into the picture. Kamaya knew a lot of people, so I knew she had the power to destroy Sinclair's business. All she had to do was mention that she fucked the client's future husband, and it was a done deal. I could buy her anything she needed for a business, but I couldn't buy her a new reputation. Once that shit was gone, there was no way to get it back. I called Val's number to see if she had heard from Sinclair.
Hey, Polite, what's up?
Where's Sinclair and why she not answering my calls?
Well, damn. You can say hey back or ask how I'm doing. Let me tell you what I'm doing. I'm cleaning up explosive shit from my sheets. You want to know why?
Val, I don't want to hear that shit. I laughed. My bad. How you doing?
I've been better. Me and your brother aren't on the best terms. He refuses to argue in front of the babies, she sighed.
About what? I know you stormed off the night of the housewarming. What happened?
His little girlfriend called my children bastards, and his ass didn't defend them.
I shook my head. Prayer knew getting back with Reagan was going to be trouble. All that bitch welcome was trouble. That don't sound like Prayer. Have you tried to talk to him about it?
No, I just been keeping up my things in the house. We almost argued over who drank all the apple juice, and he told me that we weren't going to make it a habit to argue in front of the kids. Anyway, what did you want? If it's something about the wedding, you need to wait until tomorrow because I forgot my laptop at the office.
Nah. Have you spoken to Sin lately?
Yep.
She replied, being short. Can you tell me why she's not answering my calls?
Ask your future wife.
She smacked her teeth.
That bitch needs to get her ass kicked. The nerve of her doing that to Sin when she's The nerve.
She caught herself, but it was too late. I had already heard her loud and clear. She pregnant?
You didn't hear that from me, Polite.
Shit. All of this shit is happening too damn fast. Val laughed.
Weren't you the one who told her that you wanted to get her pregnant? How is all of this happening too fast for you? In my opinion, you need to stop playing and make a choice. You're stringing both these women along, and for what? Do you want to be with Kamaya? Because it's sure looking like you do.
Sinclair knows how I feel about her. I want to be with her, but the shit isn't that easy.
How? Love should be enough for you to walk away from that bitch.
Val, if I walk away, she'll fuck up everything that Sinclair's worked for. I can't live with myself knowing that the shit got fucked up because of me. Val sighed into the phone.
I hear you. Still, you need to find a way where Sim won't get hurt again. She's all over the place right now with all that's going on.
This is why I need to see her. I need to talk to her so she can see that I want to be with her. I stressed.
She has a massage at the condo today at 3, so shoot your shot then.
Alright, I'm heading to handle the Bless situation and then I'm gonna head there. I told her before ending the call. Right now, I needed to go make sure shit was straight with my brother. Bishop Bless Callahan. I had nothing to believe in. Double cup leaning. Weekend. While Lachey was still in a dick coma, I was up making sure shit was straight with my condo. Her grandmother and daughter were supposed to arrive soon, and the nigga was nervous. I never gave a shit about meeting families, but with her it was different. After I had a sample of what she had to offer, I knew I had to lock her down. The way she allowed me to take control of her body had me about to get hard. I fucked her so hard that management had to come knock on the door and see if everything was good. It was the beady-eyed manager, so you know I cursed his creepy ass out and told Lachey she better stay away from his ass.
You need me to straighten up your room?
Nah, the bathroom. My girl's asleep, so don't wake her.
Your girl?
Annette damn near snapped her neck when she heard that word leave my mouth. I don't know why she thought me and her would ever be together. I guess it was foreign because I never brought bitches here. I'd get a hotel room, smash and be gone before housekeeping could knock on the door the next morning. I taught Polite and Prayer that fucking dash trick a long time ago. Even more now, because bitches love to leech on because they thought they landed a nigga with money. I know I didn't fucking stutter in that.
I'll clean the bathroom,
she replied, then headed to my room. Her ass kept trying me, and she was going to find herself unemployed. The only reason I kept her around was because she actually knew how to clean, and she was trustworthy. If I fired her, then I would have to go and hire someone else and put them through the same test that I put Annette's ass through. The caterer was cooking in the kitchen, so I went into Prayer's room to see if he was home. I just knew he and Reagan's ass would have gotten into an argument, and he would come home. His room was empty, so I went to go find something to wear for brunch.
Baby, I hate to complain, but the housekeeper is slamming stuff around and talking to herself.
Lachey yawned. I hugged her and kissed her on the lips. Good morning. You slept good?
The best, she smiled. I need coffee.
There's some in the kitchen. Let me handle the housekeeper. She kissed me and then went to the kitchen while I headed to the bedroom. Like she said, I could hear Annette ranting to herself and slamming shit down onto the floor. Didn't I tell you simple buck-toothed ass to be quiet? She damn near jumped out of her skin when she saw me standing there.
I'm sorry. You called me on my day off and expect me to clean after you and your precious princess.
She rolled her eyes. See, you got me fucked up. Did we fuck and I just don't remember? I knew we didn't. If I fucked her, I would have been stupid as shit. Plus, I wasn't a nigga that was needy for pussy.
No.
Why the fuck you acting like we've been in a relationship or something? I'm allowed to have a woman in my bed because I pay the fucking bills. And I pay yours too, right?
Yes.
Clean this fucking bathroom and carry your ass out of my crib, I told her. then left the bathroom. A few days without her would let me know if I wanted to swallow my pride and call her back. I found Lachey out on the patio with my robe on and her phone in her hand. She had a cup of coffee sitting beside her.
You didn't fuck her, did you?
Nah, why?
Don't lie to me, Bishop.
It seemed like every time Lachey asked me that question, my ass always lied. Except for this time, I never fucking touched Annette's ashy ass, and she knew that. I couldn't believe that I was sitting in a damn cell because of her desperate ass. I ain't never had to take some pussy from a bitch, especially a bitch who did my laundry. The shit pissed me off as I sat in this tiny-ass holding cell in the courtroom. Spending 2 nights in this bitch felt like hell. They will finally let me see the judge so I could be granted bail. This shit had my mind all over the place. Rape was some serious shit, and I had a whole company that depended on me. That shit being out there could fuck with Royal Records, and I refused for that shit to happen. Annette's ass knew she was wrong and knew that I didn't try and rape her. If I would have given her dick any times when she cleaned the condo, she would have taken that shit with the quickness. Now she wanted to lie about me raping her stupid ass.
Bishop, your fiancé posted bail for you. I was able to work with the judge to get you bail and avoid having to go before the judge. I know you're very high profile.
My lawyer's nephew told me. I was pissed that my lawyer decided to be out the country with a side piece when all this happened. I wanted every fucking cop's ass on a platter who arrested me. Those niggas was all too happy to arrest me. When the fuck can I get out of here? I leaned on the wall toward the back of the cell. All I wanted to do was shower, eat, and lay the fuck down. It had been 2 days since I'd been in here, and all I wanted was to get back to regular life.
They're processing you right now. My uncle told me not to leave until you were released.
He repeated like some amateur lawyer. I'm sure he was. Man, tell him to hurry the fuck up, I barked. He jumped and went to find out what was taking them so long to process me. I was tired of being in this damn cell with the pile of cheese sandwiches they kept sticking through the bars, like I was going to eat the shit. When Asswipe mentioned my fiancé, I got a small glimmer of hope that me and Lachey could fix what we had. I hadn't told his ass that she was my fiancé, so she must have been the one to mention it. I wanted to make this shit work with us more than anything. I missed Nevaeh and wanted us to all be together again. The situation with Ashley wasn't ideal, but the shit happened way before we were even together.
All right, they posted your bail,
Asswipe said, as he stood back and allowed the officer to open the cell. I walked out and walked past the both of them. The officer at the front handed me over my hoodie and personal belongings after I signed some papers. There wasn't shit for any of us to sit here and discuss. I needed my lawyer to bring his ass back to the States so that we could handle this case. I didn't want people thinking I was a fucking rapist. I never had to pay or take some pussy, so having that reputation had me far beyond pissed. My lawyer's nephew followed behind me like a fucking puppy. When I pushed the door open and saw Lachey leaning on my Maybach, a nigga's dick got hard. She had her hands folded and was leaned on the front of the car. I could tell she was pissed that she had to come here and bail me out. Yo, you need to get your uncle back here. Tell his ass I need him back here this week. I turned and told the wannabe lawyer. The nigga acted like he was fucking nervous. I assumed that he had just graduated from law school and was nervous. He did what he was told and got me out of that holding cell, so I was cool with him, for now.
I'll call him tonight and let him know,
he assured me.
Enjoy the rest of your day,
he added, and headed down the block.
Bishop, I don't even want to know what happened or how you ended up in this situation.
Lachey got on my case as soon as I turned around.
You're all over the news. This is too much.
She walked around the car and got into the driver's side. Before we get into all of that shit, you gonna pull the Maybach out like we're gonna promise some shit? Lachey, niggas get driven around in this shit. I pull this shit out when I'm about to be driven around, I explained to her ass. Your ass better not have scratched my shit driving in the city either. She waved me off.
Whatever, Blast. You need to stop worrying about this damn car and worry about what the hell you're going to do. Your mama called me screaming when they arrested you.
She pulled out into traffic. I watched as she whipped this shit with one hand. Her hair was pulled into a messy bun, and she didn't have any makeup. I could tell she was irritated because she kept biting down on the side of her lip. That was something she did when she was either nervous or irritated. I'm waiting on my lawyer to get back to me, and we're gonna beat this shit. Annette know that I ain't touched her ass. I'm more worried about if you believe me or not. I looked at the side of her face.
You know I believe you. Why would she make this up? Doesn't she still work with you?
She turned and looked at me briefly. Nah, I fired her after the day she came in the bathroom waking you up.
You did?
Yeah. She was trying to make it seem like we fucked around and we never did. I don't play around with shit like that, especially if we're conducting business.
Like Ashley?
She mumbled. I knew the subject of Ashley was going to come up. The shit with Ashley wasn't that deep, and I wasn't about to sit here and continue to argue about it. Whatever, man. I looked out the window. Lachey whipped around the block, and my condominium came into view. She pulled into the parking garage and backed into the spot. I hopped out the car and headed toward the elevator.
You have some nerve to have an attitude with me, Bishop.
Whenever she started using my real name, I knew she was pissed with me. It was crazy how I knew so many small facts about her, and she was so stuck on Ashley and the baby. I don't have a fucking attitude, Lachey. I just got out of jail after being held for 2 days. I'm sorry if I don't want to sit here and chop it up about my baby mama, I replied.
You sat there and proposed to me at Disney World knowing you got her pregnant, then lied to me each time I asked you about it.
I turned and walked toward her. Licking my lips, I looked down at her. Yeah, I fucked up. I should have been real up front. Do I regret that shit? Yeah, I'm all about being real. And when it mattered the most, I couldn't be real with you about Ashley. Am I going to apologize for getting Ash pregnant? Nah, she choked out. You fucking heard me. I'm not about to apologize for something that happened before I was even thinking about your big-headed ass. Did I hold the times you probably fucked your bum-ass ex in Miami that weekend? The way she looked away confirmed what I already knew.
Nobody fucked Nico.
Come on, Lachey. Your fucking tone not even believable. You fucked that bum-ass nigga and I didn't hold that shit against you. I fucked Ash way before me and you got serious. So shut the fuck up with all that hurt shit and put that damn ring on when we get upstairs, I told her. Tears fell down her face. She knew I hated when she cried, and here she was shedding fucking tears. Seeing a woman cry did something to me, especially when it was someone I cared about. Lachey knew how I felt about her when she cried.
I'm just hurt, Bishop. I have a lot going on with Nana, and then I have to deal with this. It's so much,
she sobbed. I sensed this was more than my situation with Ashley. She was crying so hard that she had to stop a few times to take a breath. I knew she had been going through a lot with her grandmother. The shit hadn't been easy, and she had been holding it down by herself. Even if it was a choice, she was still a woman that had a lot going on. Come here, baby. She stepped into my arms and allowed me to swallow her up. Stop fighting to help end my love. Yeah, I fucked up, but you know how much I love you, Nevaeh, and Nana. I kissed her on the lips, tasting her salty tears.
I'm so tired of fighting. When will things become easier for me? I've had to raise Nevaeh alone. Now, Nana, I can't take it if I lose her.
She broke down again. We're going to get her the best help.
How? I make good money, but not good enough to pay for expensive-ass doctors. And for what? The shit has no cure. Spending all that money for what?
I pulled her back into my arms and allowed her to get it all off her chest. All Lachey knew was her Nana, especially after she lost her mother. I understood why she was breaking down and about to lose her shit. Lachey was one of those women who made sure everybody was good before herself. Even when she had a moment to deal with how she felt, she put it off to the side. I watched how she was the man of the house and busted her ass to make sure that her family was good. She had never had a man who showed her that it was all right for her to lay her hair down and let them handle shit. That was what I was trying to be for her. I wanted her to know that no matter how much shit got rough, that I would always be there for her. Come on. I grabbed her hand and pulled her toward the elevator. It made no sense trying to figure out shit in the parking garage. When we walked through the front door of my condo, I kicked my shoes off and headed straight to the bathroom. A nigga needed to shower and deal with his hygiene before even trying to figure shit out. Lachey put her purse down, washed her hands, and went straight into the kitchen. I jumped right into the shower and scrubbed everything 6 times. Once I was done, I brushed my teeth so hard I started bleeding. Being in my bathroom alone felt good. I had only been in the holding cell, but having a piss where I laid my head fucked me up bad. I could admit, I wasn't built for fucking prison. Then again, who the fuck was? Just because I wasn't built for that shit didn't mean that I wouldn't know how to handle myself in that motherfucker. Rubbing my hair dry with the towel, I entered back into the kitchen where Lachey was plating shrimp tacos. She put my plate on the breakfast bar.
I know you're probably hungry.
This is why I made this woman my fiancé and was going to make her my wife. Hell yeah. They tried to give me some fucking cheese sandwich. Shit looked old as shit. I sat on the stool and bit into the first taco. I know I haven't been food shopping in a minute. How'd you make this?
While I was waiting on them to finally put your information up, I went and filled your fridge. I figured with everything going on in the media, you wouldn't want to leave the house for a while.
Why the fuck wouldn't I? I'm going back to the office tomorrow. Lachey sighed.
You need to stay out of the limelight. This may be a joke to you, but sexual assault and rape is serious. Annette did this because you have a target on your back. You're rich, and she knew how to get you.
As much as I wanted to argue, I knew she was right. Annette knew that I was paid out the ass, and this was the only way she could come at me. When it came to paying her, I was on point and had everything noted with my accountant. She knew I didn't touch her ass. I lost my appetite just thinking about this bitch. I don't want my kids to see me on the news with this shit. What is Nevaeh gonna think?
I've been keeping her from watching the news. Between you and Nico, the news is on fire with you both, she sighed. We both know you didn't rape her, but did you fuck her? Be honest with me.
She looked me square in the eyes. I put that on my daughter. I didn't fuck that bitch.
Hey, don't be putting shit on Nevaeh's life.
That's how fucking serious I am. You know me. I would never do that shit. She leaned her head down on the counter.
Bless, this is a fucking mess. What does she want?
Babe, I don't know. I wish I fucking knew because I strangled her ass with it. I got her from the stool and walked around the counter. I need to know now if you're gonna ride with me or not. Lachey, I already gotta go to war with this bitch. I don't need you being indecisive on what you want. It's either you want us or you don't. I love this woman, and it took a lot for me to admit that shit to myself. One thing I promised myself was that I wasn't going to go on some wild-ass ride over a woman. I came with my own problems and I owned that shit. You either accepted them or you walked out of my life the same way you walked in. Lachey wanted me one day. Then the next she had an attitude, and I couldn't keep doing this shit.
What are you saying?
I'm saying that I love you and want to make you my wife. I need to know if I'm wasting my time or not. I wasn't a nigga that liked to get down with hella women to decide if one woman was the one. When I met Shy, I knew she was the one for me by the way she carried herself. She wasn't out here wild like these other bitches. Same with Lachey. She was about something, and I wanted that type of woman on my arm.
How would that work with Ashley in the bed?
I grabbed her ass up and walked into the bedroom. Tossing her on the bed, I whipped off my towel. Her eyes were low, and I could tell she wanted what I was about to give her. I pulled off her leggings and ripped her thongs off. I didn't bother with the shirt. Opening her legs, I climbed between them. Slamming her legs in the opposite direction, I stroked my dick a few times and then placed my fingers in her mouth. Pushing my dick into her, she moaned out and adjusted her body to take the girth of my dick. My shit wasn't just about length. I had dick for days, but when it came to the girth, that was what had women sprung. That was why Annette's ass was mad about never getting to experience this dick. I remember one time when I was in the bathroom, she busted in and saw my dick. I wasn't even hard, and Shorty was stumbling over her words and shit.
Bless,
Lachey hissed. What happened? I kissed her on the neck while I continued to stroke her kitty. She scratched my back while I pushed up her right leg to the headboard. I stared down into her face while she licked her lips, then bit down on them.
I love you,
she moaned out. It had been a minute since I had hit her with some dick, so her ass was acting up. Lachey knew that she wanted to be with me. She just needed some reassurance. I love you too, Ma. I bent down and kissed her sloppily while she moaned out. Pulling out, I pushed back into her harder than the first few times. Flipping over on my back, I positioned her on top of me. Lowering herself down, she moaned. Shorty wasn't even on the dick all the way and she was moaning out and jerking. Reaching up, I grabbed her around the neck and looked her in the eyes. Ride my dick. Make me nut, I told her. She took the challenge like a G. She held onto my chest to get balanced, then put her hands up over her head and started to rotate her hips. I watched as she removed her hair from the bun, and the hair fell down her face and back. It was nearly impossible to get me to nut first on the first round. Lachey was the one always tapping out. The way she was riding the fuck out of me, I was about to nut all up in her ass today. She leaned down and kissed me on her lips before she turned and flopped her big ass on my dick and started riding me backwards. I held on to her waist, and she leaned forward and started dropping that ass on my dick like a hammer did a nail. I slapped her ass a few times. A nigga nearly lost his mind when she started making her ass jump. Where the fuck did this porn star come from? Shit, Lachey, chill. I held on to her hips. She slowed down and then started squeezing her pussy muscles, which had me about to roll my eyes in the back of my fucking head.
Bishop, you love me?
She asked as she continued to do it. Shit, yeah, you know that, I moaned out. She had me right on the edge, about to come, and she was asking dumbass questions. She bounced her ass one good time and then started twerking on my dick.
You promise not to lie to me anymore?
Yeah.
Tell me you promise.
I had a death grip on her hips while she continued to twerk her ass like she worked in Magic City on the weekends. I promise I'm gonna keep it real with you, baby. Now finish riding my dick.
And about Ash?
Ma, who I'm fucking and who got my ring? She stopped.
Me?
Then there's no need to worry about Ash. All we have in common is my son. I assured her. It was the truth, too. Me and Ashley needed to worry about our son and her job at the record label. She started bouncing the shit on me and harder each time she came down. Her words were cut off because I flipped her ass on her stomach and entered her from the back, shoving my dick so far, I prayed she could taste the body wash I used. Now it's my turn. You gonna stop with all that bullshit? I held onto her hips while she cried out in pleasure.
Yes.
You gonna put that ring back on, right?
Yes, baby. I'm gonna put the ring on.
She screamed out and then collapsed on the bed. Pulling her back up, I continued to fuck the shit out of her while giving my list of demands. When I was done, I emptied myself right inside of her. And I hope I knocked your ass up. I kissed her on the lips while she was sprawled across the bed. Lachey couldn't handle the dick. She was about to cuddle up and be asleep for a few hours.
Hell no. You got a baby on the way already. I'm good.
You wasn't just saying that a minute ago. Stop playing. You want to have my baby. I laughed. She rolled her eyes and turned over. See, I already knew that.
Whatever, Bishop.
She yawned and pulled the cover over her head. As much as I wanted to be cuddled up beside her, I had work to do. Annette was playing a dangerous game, and I needed to figure out a way to beat this bitch like she stole something.
Valerie Val Terrence. She has choices she should make. I think she's choosing it right now. Drake. I bit into my apple while I flipped through a wedding magazine. This particular bride wanted a reception that was straight out of a bridal magazine. Problem was, she and her future husband didn't have bridal magazine money. They paid the invoice to work with Sinclair by the skin of their teeth. I've always wondered why people went broke trying to throw a wedding. Working under Sin, I learned that people would put their future children's college fund on the line in order to have an elaborate wedding. Sin always laughed, but cashed the check right away. She always told me that no matter what was going on in the world, there would always be weddings, baby showers, and funerals. I had never thought about wedding planning. Hell, I was focused on feeding my kids and having a roof over my head, so having a career was in the back of my mind. Even with me going to college, I still worked and planned to work until I graduated. When I decided to take time off from school, I never realized just how much school depressed me. I worked hard, made great grades, and for what? It took for me to realize that college wasn't for me, and I wasted money going. "What's up? Where's the kids?" Prayer entered the kitchen. We've been keeping our distance since the housewarming. After reading that text message from his girlfriend, who I had no clue he had no excuse other than why I was going through his phone. I couldn't believe I was dumb enough to believe that he would be a good man for me. When it came to him being a parent, he was the best father to the triplets. They woke every morning and he was the first person they went to find. The only reason I was still living in his house was because I didn't want to take the triplets away from him. We had got into a routine, and I hated to tear them away from something they had gotten used to. Again. Sleeping. Nap time. I flipped the magazine page so hard that I almost tore the page out the book. It was clear that I was irritated with him still. "What you doing today? I thought you were going to interview nannies." I rolled my eyes. Prayer insisted that we got a nanny for the children. It wasn't that I disagreed with him. We did need someone to watch the children when I had to work or he had things to do. As of now, we were both switching off or having his mother come over to watch the kids. She had finally went back home after being with us for a week. I was.
And what changed?
Work. I was being short on purpose with him. He poured himself a bowl of cereal.
We can't keep going on like this. You don't speak unless I speak to you. Then when I want to sit on the couch and watch a movie, you go to your room and leave me with the kids.
Do you want me to take the kids to my room when I leave?
That's not what I'm saying. I want to watch movies together like we used to do.
I laughed. If I would have known how you and your girlfriend felt about my kids before, I wouldn't have been watching any movies with you. Shit, I wouldn't have been living in this house either. I slammed the magazine closed. I'll work on the back patio. It's a beautiful day out today.
I'm always going to defend my seeds. Stop thinking you know the fucking story when you don't.
He raised his voice. Turning around on the heels of my soles, I put my finger in his face. That bitch called our babies bastards, and you never replied back. You didn't say a damn thing to defend them, so miss me with that bullshit.
I didn't fucking respond because I went to her crib and barked on her stupid ass. I'm not the type to argue over text message. I put her in the place she should be in when it comes to my kids. Bet she won't say shit else about my kids, he replied.
Yet you're still with someone who thinks your kids are bastards. I walked out of the kitchen and headed to the patio. Prayer was right behind my ass.
What you want me to do? You was curving a nigga, and she happened to come back into my life.
I don't give a fuck who you want to be with. That's not my decision to make. What I have a problem with is you making me believe we could be more than just parents to the triplets. The hugging, kissing me on the neck, and all of that other shit, Prayer. You made me believe that we could be together, and now look at me. His eyes got kinder, and he walked over to me.
Val, I didn't mean to hurt you. Everything that I said to you, I meant that shit. Reagan and me are toxic together, and
he plopped down on the couch on the patio.
I don't even know why I put up with her. I outgrew women like her years ago, he explained.
Words are just that, words. You're telling me one thing and then telling her another thing. How am I supposed to believe you? My emotions and mind were all over the place. In one breath, he was telling me how he wanted us to be together, give our children what neither of us had growing up, and I was down for it. Scared? Yes. But I was willing to trust that he would hold and protect my heart. Then, on the other hand, he had this girlfriend who he claimed was toxic, yet he was still with her. What did I believe? I just need to be single for now. Maybe it's best for us to focus on the kids and the kids only. I'll stop with my petty attitude, and I'll even watch movies with you. I laughed. Just make sure she keeps my kids out of her mouth, I warned. He looked hurt.
I can respect that. So we gonna watch a movie tonight?
It depends.
On?
If you move and let me finish my work for the day. Sin is letting me work from home, so I need to continue working. He got up from the couch and nodded his head.
Aight. I'm gonna head to the studio real quick. You need to go through those papers the agency sent over for the nanny.
Will do, I replied, not bothering to look up from my laptop. My mind shifted from our issues to how I was going to make a budget to give this woman the wedding of her dreams without breaking her pockets. My mind floated back to Prayer and how he made me feel. He was different from the man I met that night at the club. Peaceful, thoughtful, and funny. Those were some of the words I would use to describe him. He made my heart skip a beat when I saw him in the morning. Prayer wasn't a morning person and didn't speak or smile until he had his first bite of cereal. Yet, if the kids were up, he would smile and play with them, despite him not being a morning person. I loved how he was selfless when it came to the people that he loved and cared about. So when I found out that he had a girlfriend, it hurt that much more. I assumed that we were working on getting to know each other and build on trying to be together. My phone pulled me from my thoughts, so I grabbed it. Wow, is Ace Sofrino actually calling me? I laughed. Ace had been dealing with her own shit, so we didn't touch bases as much as I liked. Besides the day we locked ourselves into Sin's office, we hadn't heard much from Ace. Girl, shut up. I call and text you when I have a minute. She laughed. Even she knew she had been absent. Plus, I just saw you a while back at the housewarming. Doesn't count, I giggled. What's up with you? Being Bless's fiancé again, she snorted. Last I heard you both hated each other. Or should I say, you hated him? I laughed into the phone. Bless said he was going to get his baby one way or another. I did. Well, I tried to. Then he got arrested, and I had to be there for him. She explained what happened with Bless and why he had got arrested. I was hurt for him. Being accused of rape was a serious accusation that could ruin everything that he built. I hated when women lied about being raped, then tried to take back their accusation like that made it better. Men often lost everything just based off one accusation. Bless was rude, but he wasn't the type to try and rape a woman. I mean, why would he? He had the money and women were flocking to him. If one said no, then he had 1,000 lined up right behind her. Does Prayer know? Yeah, he called a meeting with them at the studio today. Why is this woman doing this? Does she care that this could ruin his career and life? How is he taking it? Bless acts like he's all right, but I know he's feeling some type of way. She sighed. We spoke about Ashley and the baby. Oh, yeah? How'd that go? Good. He promised me that Ashley isn't going to come before me in our relationship. It sounds selfish, but I know how women are. You really need to stop worrying about her. The baby isn't here, so what are you worried about? Bless is going to make sure that he handles his business. Ace was so afraid that Bless would end up being like Nico, and he wasn't. Bless had no problem speaking his mind, and I'm sure when it comes to Ashley and his baby that he will do what works best for the both of them. Ace didn't see it. Or maybe she did, but she came off as selfish at times. It's hard when she's giving him something that I'm not. First, I felt like I had to compete with his wife, who is dead, by the way. Now, I feel like I have to compete with his baby mother, who also works with him. How about you stop competing with women who aren't competing with you? I know you're used to doing that because that's what you had to do with Nico, but Bless just wants you. You're right. What have you been up to? Working. Did you work out your issues with Prayer about his girlfriend? Yeah, I think. We've come to a mutual ground. Ace laughed. And what was this? We co-parent while living together. It's much easier than trying to be together. It's less complicated, and my heart remains intact. I understand. Still, you always play it safe when it comes to letting someone in. You've done that since we were teens, too. Playing it safe helps keep your heart in good standing. Men are rough and don't care how they handle our hearts. It's up to me to trust the right one with my heart. And you don't think Prayer would handle your heart with care? I shrugged, as if she could see me. Looking at the baby monitor, I could see Seven was stirring from her sleep. She was always the first one awake, and since they were sharing a room right now, I knew she would wake her brothers. He did lie. And you both can work on that. He lied. Don't mark him as a bad man because he failed to disclose that he was in a relationship. Right now, I'm focused on working and dancing again. I signed up to teach these girls from our neighborhood to dance at the community center. Really? I think that would be good for you. Just dancing and not having to worry about the kids, she responded. I know. It's been so long since I've been able to just be me. As much as I loved my kids and loved being their mother, I often felt like I lost myself when I had them. I didn't know who I was anymore, and that bothered me. Yeah, I'm excited. Well, I need to head home and check on Nana. I won't hold you long, she told me. How is she doing? Good. She has her days. Mostly she's been good, and fussing that somebody has to be home with her when I have to leave. Of course. She's used to doing everything herself. Kiss her for me. What's going on with you and your mother? Have you heard from her? I rolled my eyes because I wanted to avoid having this conversation right now. Me and my mother's issues were a sensitive subject. I couldn't think about it too long because then I'd get emotional. We still haven't spoken. Are you going to make the first move and call her? No. Why? Because she's the parent. She's the one who gave us her ass to kiss over a man. I'm not going to call her and make things right. Ace sighed. Well, I'm here when you want to talk about it. Love you, Val. Love you too, Ace. We ended the conversation, and I went to grab Seven. She was pulling Four's hair and singing. I think she knew I had the cameras in the room, which is why she did these things. My mother was my entire world, and the only family that I did have. Of course, I wanted to fix things between us. I wanted things to go back to the way they were, yet I knew that a lot had been said and done. There was some things I couldn't forgive. If she wanted to work on our relationship and having one with her grandchildren, then she needed to be the one to make the first step if she ever wanted to fix anything between us. Lachey Ace Sofrino. I had nothing to believe in. Double cup leaning. Weekend. Get the hell out my damn house! In my granddaughter's room all in a closet. Get the hell out! I heard Nana screaming and glass breaking when I entered the house. Get the fuck out of here! I quickly rushed to the kitchen, where I found Nevaeh cowered over in the corner in tears, while the aide was trying to reason with Nana. Nana had a glass plate in one hand and her house slipper in the other. Just from her eyes, I could tell that she was afraid. The aide was calm and trying to be reassuring, but Nana wasn't trying to hear any of that. Instead, she launched the plate inches away from the aide's head. I jumped in front of her and looked at my grandmother. She had always been someone so in control of her emotions. All of my years on this earth, I had never saw her raise her voice and threaten to cause bodily harm to someone. Nana, this is the aide I hired to be with you when I'm away, I explained and walked toward her slowly. You can't hurt her. She's here to help you and Nevaeh when I'm away for work. I didn't plan to spend 2 days at Bless's condo. Each time I tried to leave, he laid it down and I was stuck in the bed for hours. Jennifer said that she had everything under control and could stay another day. This morning, I got out the bed before Bless could stop me and headed home. Lord knows I didn't expect to walk into Nana trying to assault the aide with our glass plates. Why the hell she in Nevaeh's closet for? Stay! Jennifer is here to help around the house, Nana. I told you this. Don't you remember? I searched her eyes. From the expression on her face, I could tell that she didn't remember. Morning and nights were the worst for her. During the day, she was her usual self. Then, at night, it seemed like a switch would go off, and she was different. I don't. Lord, I don't remember, Ace. Her hands shook as she touched her face. I wrapped my arms around her. It's all right, Nana. Can Jen get your meds and stuff ready for the morning? She nodded her head. I guess I must have scared her when I was finding Nevaeh something to wear for the day. She had just finished using the bathroom.
I'm sorry for getting her all riled up. Jen apologized. You're fine. Mornings and nights are the worst. Some days she has good days, then others, it's a mess. I walked over to Nevaeh and picked my baby up. This was scary to her. Nana was her entire world, so seeing her like this was scary to her. Baby, I'm sorry that you had to see that. I sat her down on my bed when I made it into my room. Wiping her tears, I looked at her as she tried to register what just went on. Why is Nana acting crazy, Mommy? How was I going to tell her that over time that Nana wouldn't recognize either of us? That the Nana that used to make us breakfast while singing to Patti LaBelle was never going to be again? That she would just be a shell? Tears welled in my eyes as I looked at my daughter. I was trying this new thing where I didn't lie to Nevaeh. Bless was the one who told me that I needed to be honest with her and stop sugarcoating shit. Nana is sick, baby. Sick how? She has a cold? I wiped my tears. Nana is sick in the mind, Nevaeh. Her sickness causes her to forget stuff. Like this morning, she forgot about Jen being here to help you guys. Nevaeh looked down. Like at Disney, when she didn't know who I was for a few seconds? Yes, just like that. We just have to love on her more and take care of her. Like she took care of us. I looked at her and kissed her on the cheek. Yes, just like that, baby. We have to be there for her and give her extra help and love. No matter what, it's just the three of us. And Daddy B, too. Can't forget about him. Nevaeh called Bless Daddy B. I thought it was the cutest thing in the world. Yep, I don't think his big mouth would let us forget about him. We both giggled. Having this conversation with her was hard. I needed to talk to her about Nico, but I didn't think either of us were ready to have that conversation. I love you, Mommy. I love you too, Nugget. Now, go find something to wear today, I told her, and patted her on the butt as she ran out of the bedroom. Once Nevaeh was out the room, I broke down and started crying. All of this was so hard. Seeing Nana like that hurt me more than it probably hurt her. She was so afraid and confused that it pained me seeing her like that. The worst part was when she finally remembered and she was embarrassed. Part of me felt like I owed my grandmother my life. She gave up everything when my mother passed away. I'm sure she dated, but nothing serious because she didn't believe in bringing men around me. Her entire life revolved around me. Then when Nevaeh came, it revolved around her too. There wasn't a damn thing that my Nana wouldn't do for us. So with her going through everything that she was, I'd be damned if I stuck her into a home to rot. Hey, you're going to have rough days like today, and good ones too. Jen knocked softly, then entered when she saw me crying. She sat down beside me and rubbed my back. It's just hard seeing her like that. I want to fix the issue so bad, but I can't. Jen sighed. My mother had this same disease. It's an ugly disease. You watch the people you once knew transition into people you hardly recognize. I will tell you this. Cherish the time you have with her while she remembers. I worked so much that I didn't get time with my mother. When I finally did take the time to spend with her, she didn't know who I was. Cherish the time you have with her now. Thank you for helping out. You could have left this morning and gave up the case. I laughed while wiping my tears. It's going to take more than a few broken plates to get me out of here. She hugged me. Now, stop crying and go ahead and wash your face. I nodded my head and went and did what she told me to do. When I was done, I went in and checked on Nana. She was fast asleep in her bed,
Jen was sitting by her bed watching some show on Netflix.
She's wiped out. I don't think she has much energy to do much today.
I bet. While she's resting, I'm going to take Nevaeh over to my best friend's house. Let me know when she wakes.
Will do,
she winked. While Bless was asleep, I took his Mercedes and drove home. I didn't feel like catching a cab or taking the train home. Scooping Nevaeh, I got her secured in the car, then headed to Sin's house. It had been a little while since we had spent some time together. When Sinclair was quiet, that meant there was a world of trouble brewing, and she was trying to face it alone. Even with all that I had going on in my own life, I could tell that my best friend was silently screaming out for me to be there for her. Since Polite moved Sin to the city, it took us a little while with traffic to make it to her condominium. I found parking a block away, and we walked the rest of the way to her condo, even stopping for a hot dog and peanuts on the way.
"This is my first time coming to see Godmom's new place,"
Nevaeh said while taking a bite of her hot dog. "It looks real nice." We both examined the lobby and made our way to her floor. When we found her door, I allowed Nevaeh to knock on the door. It took a while before the door opened, and Sin was standing with a shocked expression on her face.
Nevaeh,
she reached down and hugged her.
I missed you so much.
"Me too. Mommy said we needed to come check on you and your new place."
Nevaeh shoved past her and went inside.
This visit is unexpected. What brings your ass by?
She hugged and kissed me on the cheek.
Oh, you smell good.
I sprayed some of Bless's cologne while rushing out earlier. I closed the door behind me. What's up with you?
Girl, too much.
She walked over to the couch and plopped down, tossed her throw across her legs, and closed the case to her Kindle. Like?
"Godmommy, can I please play in your makeup?"
Nope, but I saved your makeup box from my old house. It's under the counter in the bathroom,
she told Nevaeh, and she ran to go find it. Nevaeh loved makeup and didn't care who was giving it to her, long as she got it. I sat down on the opposite couch. I like this. It fits you.
Thanks.
How often does Polite stay with you?
Why are you really here, Ace? Stop acting like you're here to check on me when you're just here to throw everything in my face. I'm sure Val told you already.
I looked at her, confused. Huh? What are you talking about? Sin had this expression on her face that told me that she had told on herself.
Nothing.
Wow. I didn't think it would come a time when we would keep secrets from each other. Honestly, Sin, I have enough going on, and I don't need to play the guessing game with my best friend. I stood up.
Kamaya found out about me and Polite. She threatened to ruin sensational weddings if we continued to mess around.
She broke down in a loud sob.
I love him so much, Ace,
she continued. I scooted over to her couch and pulled her into my arms. It seemed like everything and everyone around me was crying today. Well, are you going to leave him alone?
I can't. I've found out that I'm pregnant.
I sighed because this was messier than I thought. What are you going to do? Sin shook her head and continued to cry.
I don't know. We're having a baby together, and I have no clue what I'm going to do.
I leaned back on the couch because all of this was so heavy. Sin had worked hard to build her business where it was today. Would she be willing to give that all up for Polite? In my opinion, I didn't think she should. Polite hadn't made a decision about who he really wanted to be with. While he was filling Sin's ear with what he wanted with her, he was doing the same thing to Kamaya. Why else would she come and threaten Sin the way she did? Last I checked, the wedding is still happening. Bless was talking about finding something to wear to their engagement party, which makes no sense. Why the hell are they having it now? I could tell Sin was hurt. If you don't want me to go, I won't.
Go. This isn't your problem,
she assured me. We've been friends for how long? Your problems are my problems, I told her. Sin always felt like she had to battle everything on her own. She never liked help and loved to keep things to herself. When I was going through things, of course I liked having my own space to figure things out, but I also needed my friend to help me. Sin was different. She handled things on her own, and it worried me.
I'm not dragging you into this. It's bad enough she has already threatened my business. I really don't need her doing the same to you, too.
Listen, I'm not scared of Kamaya. You let me decide if this is too much. I'll go to the engagement party just to be nosy. I had plans on going with Bless, but I really wanted to go so I could slap Polite upside his head. What was his damn problem? Couldn't he see that Sinclair was putting everything on the line for him?
Deal. We can laugh about her terrible choice in clothes, 'cause that dress she picked out is awful.
Sin laughed. When we met at the housewarming, she seemed so damn snobby. All she did was stay under Polite the entire time, even when I tried to make small talk with her.
Can I share something with you?
Of course.
When I found out that I was pregnant again, I got scared. Me and Kamaya had just finished talking, and then everything with Polite is so up in the air. One minute he wants to be with me, then the next he's planning a wedding. I'm so confused when it comes to him and what he wants. But when I sit here and think about my baby, I get so excited at the thought of being somebody's mother. Someone who would depend on me and never leave me. Well, besides you and Nevaeh, she added.
Motherhood is the best hood you'll ever visit. I love being Nevaeh's mother.
Is it hard?
Hell yeah. A few times a week I find myself drowning my frustrations with a bottle of wine. Then the next morning, she'll come and wake me with a huge kiss and hug and makes it worth it. I smiled to myself. Nevaeh was made with love. Despite what was going on with me and her father now, I knew we made her with love. The Nico back then wasn't the Nico I knew now. I couldn't recognize this man because he wasn't the man I loved and would do anything for. He had changed, and I guess I should have thanked God for removing me from his life. Lord knows I didn't need the issues that he now had.
I'm so excited to experience everything, yet I'm scared to do it alone.
Polite is 1 foot in, and I keep telling myself that I can do it alone, but then I feel like I need him. No, I want him.
I want us to be a family.
Sinclair hadn't felt like this in a long time. Since her ex, she hadn't revealed feelings about a man. In her mind, she didn't need a nigga because all they were good for was letting her down. Seeing how open and vulnerable she was about her feelings for Polite let me know that she really did love him. This was beyond great sex. This was love. Just know that whether he's here or not, I'm going to be here like you were for Nevaeh. You always got us, no matter what.
I know, and that's why I love you.
She hugged me tightly.
How is Nana?
I've been praying for her, she asked. I sighed. Anytime someone brought Nana up, I always got sad. It was hard dealing with what was happening to Nana, having to deal with the fact that she'll never go back to herself and that there wasn't a cure for her disease. She has her days. Like today, she tried to attack Jen because she didn't recognize her. Sinclair shook her head.
I'm sorry, Ace. This can't be easy on you.
It's not. Then again, it wasn't easy for Nana to raise me after losing her daughter. I'm riding with her until the wheels fall off.
Of course. If you need me to help, I'm always here. Don't try and handle all of this on your own."
I laughed because she was giving me advice on the same exact thing that she did. "That's funny coming from you."
"Yeah, well, I don't always follow my own advice," she giggled. "I'm gonna order us some Chinese, and we can find something to watch on Netflix," she offered. Kicking my sneakers off and grabbing a throw blanket from the couch, I cuddled on the couch and got comfortable. Spending time with my bestie was exactly what was needed. We spent the majority of yesterday at Sin's house. She needed our energy with all she had going on. Plus, it had been a while since we hung out together. With us both having our own lives, it was hard for us to hang out like we used to. Sitting on her couch while Nevaeh modeled her makeup was just like old times. It was early, and since I couldn't sleep much, I got up early and headed to the office. I had a few blog posts that I needed to write and needed to update Raw Records' blog as well. Polite sent me an email about holding off on Imani's interview. He said things were still too fresh, and he wanted to wait a while so her fans didn't think her suicide attempt was some publicity stunt. I was glad he told me to hold off, because her interview was boring. She spent so much time trying to be this perfect artist when she wasn't even close to it. If she was more transparent and showed her struggles, she wouldn't have all the issues that she did. I was deep into writing a blog post about what had been going on the past few months when my phone caused me to jump out of my skin. It was 5 a.m, and nobody had made it to the office yet. I pressed the green icon and put the phone on speaker. When I heard the Department of Corrections automation play, I sucked my teeth, knowing that it had to be no one other than Nico's ass. Yeah, I accept. Why I accepted, I had no clue. Part of me felt like I needed to hear his side of things. Nico had never been violent towards me, so seeing that he beat the hell out of Imani surprised me.
Ace?
Yep. Good. He paused.
I was hoping that you still had the same number.
He let out a light chuckle. Same number.
How is my daughter?
Good, I replied. Nico, why the hell are you calling me? He sighed into the phone.
I fucked up. I really fucked up, Ace.
The Nico that had been around for the past few months was arrogant and didn't give a damn how anyone felt. This Nico on the phone was being humbled. Maybe because he needed me, or because he truly understood how much trouble he was in.
Ace, I know I haven't been there for you and Nevaeh like I should have. Got caught up in the life, you know?
I don't know. It's hard to be caught into the life when I have a child. It killed me that he could admit to being caught into the life. How? We had a child, and we've always had a child. Sadly, Nico had never been interested in being a parent. He wanted to be a parent when it was convenient for him.
All I'm saying is, can you help me out? I got some money in my safe in the condo. Can you go there and get it out? I don't trust nobody but you.
I leaned back in the chair and thought about what he was asking me. Whenever it was convenient for him, that was when he came around. How many times did I need him and he was never there for me? Nico had dropped the ball as a father and a partner so many times. Now he needed me to be there for him. Nico, let me think about this. I'm not sure I want to get involved with whatever is going on with you and Imani.
Look, I need to get the hell out of here. I can't stay here another damn night,
he pleaded with me. I'll see what I can do. Call me a little later, I told him, still unsure with what I wanted to do when it came to posting bail for him.
Aight. Thank you, Ace.
He thanked me. Uh-huh, I added and ended the call. I placed the phone down and leaned back in the chair.
Go ahead and bail that nigga out if you want, Lachey,
Bless said from behind me.
I damn near jumped out my damn skin. What are you doing here?
I was asleep in my fucking office and heard you holding a conversation with my daughter's sperm donor.
When I came in, I never checked anyone's office because I assumed everyone was gone and home. When did you start listening to my conversations? I turned around in the chair.
When you got the nigga on speaker and talking all loud, I had no choice but to listen to your damn conversation. Lachey, you better not help that nigga, he warned.
I didn't like being told what to do, especially when we were still working on us after breaking up. I helped you post bond.
I didn't fucking kill a pregnant woman.
He caught himself. Nico didn't kill Imani. I actually heard she's working on her new album now, I replied. Bless tossed his arms in the air and walked back to his office. He wasn't about to start shit and then walk away like he was done with the conversation. I closed my laptop and followed behind him. He was pacing his office and talking to himself. I had never saw Bless so upset about something. You can't do that. It's not fair. He stopped pacing.
What don't you want me to do, Lachey? I mean, I should know since it's your world and I'm just living in it.
You're not being fair.
I've been nothing but fair. Do that shit for that nigga and I'm done with you.
I rolled my eyes. What about Nevaeh?
I said you. I never said my daughter, he clarified.
I went and sat on the couch while he continued to pace back and forth. Why are you so bothered by Nico? What is the beef you both have?
I bet.
He rolled his pants up and bent down, so he was staring me right in the face.
You sure you want to know?
I'm asking, right? I shot back. He stood up and walked over to the window.
Nico snitched on Polite and got him sent to prison. When I was on to his shit, he killed Shy to take my focus off who set Polite up.
His voice was shaky. Bless wasn't an emotional man, but what he just revealed to me was something that hurt. I walked next to him and put my hand on his shoulder. When did you find this out?
A few months ago. As much as it hurts that the nigga took my wife and unborn from me, I care about you and Nevaeh. Killing him and having to look you both in the face was too much for me. Being responsible for taking Nevaeh's dad away from her pulled at my heartstrings.
Bless lied about shit that he should have been honest about. However, there wasn't any doubt in my mind that this man was telling the truth. I could tell from the way he spoke and how his voice shook while he explained everything to me. I'm sorry. I had no clue.
You don't know a lot about that nigga. That tattoo shop is funded with drug money. If you care about me, Lachey, you wouldn't bail that nigga out. If you do, then you're telling me that you want me to do what I've been dreaming about since I found out he killed Shy.
His eyes and words were both chilling. I could tell that he was serious about what he told me.
I gotta go.
He turned and tried to leave his office. Quickly grabbing his arm, I walked closer to him. Stay and talk to me, Bishop. You want to marry me, but don't want to communicate.
I've done the communicate, Lachey. It's been you who has run each time shit got too real for you.
He waved free from my grip and headed out of his office. It seemed like whenever we were good, it never lasted too long. I guess I couldn't blame him because he was right. When things became hard, I was always first to walk away. It was easier than facing things head on. Plopping down on the couch, I pulled my phone out and sent Jennifer a text to check on Nana. Life had a way of throwing curveballs that knocked the wind out of you. When it came to Bless, I knew that he loved me. This man showed me so much love that often I felt like I wasn't worthy of his love.
It scared me how much he loved and wanted to do right by me. I guess I had been so used to a man that loved me when it was convenient for him. So having a man who knew what he wanted and went after it was different for me. What pissed me off about Bless was the fact that he lied to me. When I asked him about he and Ashley sleeping together, he lied to me. I could have lived with him telling me they fucked before we got together. I was still fucking with Nico, so how could I be upset? What I hated was that he lied to me and then continued to lie to me. When I found out that he and Ashley were having a baby, it hit me like a sack of bricks. Mainly because I was the last to know, and my fiancé had lied to me twice. Even with him finally telling me the truth, I was still uncertain. With this baby coming, would he always be real with me? Or would he hide things from me? I closed his office, went back to my desk, and continued to write my blog. Deciding to draft my current blog post, I drafted up another one. Is lying a deal breaker in your relationship? I had always been open with my audience, so typing this blog post was coming from the heart. As a blogger, I had mastered being open with my audience, but private at the same time. Bless know that you in the office before it opens? Ashley asked. I pulled my earbud out of my ear and looked at her. She was sure showing, and her hand rested on her stomach while she looked down at me. Yep. I liked Ashley. She was so cool and down to earth when we first met. It seemed like the closer that I got with Bless, the more attitude and shade she tossed my way. At this point, even if she wanted to make amends, I wasn't interested. Well, you need to get written notice from HR or Bless before coming to the office early. Last I checked, Polite told me that I could use the office whenever I wanted. I even had a key card that worked at all hours. Is there anything that I can help you with? Frankly, she was standing over me telling me shit that didn't apply to me. Yes, you're not supposed to be here before work hours or after, she repeated herself. Ashley, you have shit to do, I'm sure, that doesn't include minding my business. I turned and continued to write the blog. It had been a while since I had been able to write a blog in one sitting. Usually it took me a few days to complete one blog post. I was nearly done with this post, and here she came bothering me. Honestly, I don't see why they hired you. Getting exposure from your blog with I closed my laptop and looked at her in the eyes. You don't even need to finish your sentence. What you said is key. Getting exposure from my blog. I chuckled and packed my things up. The office had been an escape for me, but being that Ashley was back working up until she took her maternity leave, I knew I needed to find my own space to work from. I understand you're Bless's girl. Bloop, there you go again saying the wrong information. I'm Bless's fiancé, soon-to-be wife. If I wanted to work from his office, then I could. Stop worrying about my business and my title when it comes to Bless and do what he pays you to do. She was so stunned by my words that she scoffed and walked off toward her office. Ashley was going to make trying to be nice difficult. How was I supposed to be the perfect fiancé who supported her man when he was having a baby with the devil herself? I was tired of being in the office, so I continued to gather my things and ended up going home. I felt like everyone was trying me today, and before I said things I would later regret, I needed to take a step back and go ghost for a while. Between me and Bless's argument and Ashley coming into the office, I needed to lay in bed while binge-watching something to take my mind off all of this. Hell, I might even add 3 glasses of wine. A drink and bed was just what the doctor ordered from me. I planned to also finish this blog post because I was excited to launch this one. Plenty of women were going to feel where I was coming from with this one. Bless read my blogs, so I knew he would feel some type of way about it. This was sitting on my heart, and as a blogger, I needed to get it out.
Kamaya Maya Givens. I must confess, I'm a mess for you. Brandy. My feet ached as I walked around the courtroom having brief meetings with different lawyers or district attorneys. I wanted to sit down and rest, but the quicker I finished here, the quicker I could go home and enjoy the next 3 weeks that I had off. Our client won the case, and I couldn't have been more proud. My boss was so happy that I had been able to get our client off that he granted me 3 weeks paid vacation so that I could prep for my upcoming wedding. I couldn't believe that I was going to come back to work as Mrs. Callaghan. Staring at my engagement ring, I smiled. Me and Polite hadn't been on the same page since I told him that he needed to end things with Sinclair. Did I want to be the reason behind a black woman losing her reputation and business? No. However, if my hand was forced, then I had no other choice but to do what needed to be done. Nobody was checking for Vio when he was rotting around in that cell. It was me who worked on getting him released sooner. None of the fancy lawyers that Bless had hired were able to do that. It was me who spent long nights looking over his case and finding loopholes. So why should Sinclair strut her ass into his life and steal him away from me? It was me who worked hard so that we could have a life together. Nobody else.
Kamaya, I've been looking everywhere for you.
One of my colleagues caught up to me.
Man, you sure know how to walk in those heels.
I had no time for small talk. Rick and I had been friends for a while, so I put up with his small conversations in between court. Except today wasn't the day for this. I was trying to finish and leave so I could go home and try and plan something for my fiancé. Hey, Rick. I'm sorry. I've been trying to be done with everything. I switched my briefcase to my other hand. What's up?
I haven't had the chance to congratulate you since you've become partner at the firm.
He congratulated me. Oh, I giggled. Well, thank you. I've been working so much, I haven't had much time to really take it in.
Well, you deserve this title more than anyone I know.
He gently tapped me on the shoulder.
Judge Oron wants you in his chambers.
Just when I thought I was on my way out of here, I chuckled. Thanks, Rick. I waved and headed in the opposite direction I was originally going to. Judge Oron had it out for me. Whenever I was in his courtroom, he never made it easy on me. He shot me down each time, and it bothered the hell out of me. Like today, he handed me my ass in court, then smiled once he was done. I did a light jog and made it to his chambers. Knocking before I entered, I closed the door behind me. I was grabbed and tossed against the door gently.
Damn, I missed you today,
Luke Oron said. Luke, you can't keep doing that to me in court. How do you think that makes me feel? I rolled my eyes while he kissed me on the neck. Seriously, Luke?
How would it look if I went easy on you? I can't play favorites, and you know that.
He kissed me on the lips and went over to his desk. I followed behind him, sitting my briefcase in the chairs situated in front of the huge mahogany desk. Nobody knows we've been sleeping together, Luke. I think you like making me look like a fool in front of you. You know I'm better than half the attorneys that you see each day.
Might be true,
he countered, and pulled a file to the top of the rest of the files on his desk.
I heard that I won't be able to see you for a few weeks in court. I booked us some tickets to Aruba for one of those weeks.
You do know I'm about to get married, right? I can't just pick up and go out the country.
According to you, he might not even notice.
Luke, I stressed.
Kamaya, I've been quiet for 2 years. We've done everything your way. I'm asking for a week on the beach with you. Is that so hard?
I sighed because he was right. Everything was on my terms, so I had to give in to his one demand. Send me over the itinerary and I'll make up an excuse. Luke came around the desk and pulled me into his arms.
This is why I love you, babe.
Judge Ora... I'm sorry. I can come back a little later. Mrs. Vega came into his chambers. I removed myself from Luke's arms and fixed my skirt. You're fine. I was just about to leave, I replied, and walked out of the office, leaving Mrs. Vega to handle whatever business that seemed to be so important. It didn't take long to make it home. It was something about making your home a peaceful escape from the world. The smell of warmed vanilla always greeted my nostrils before I could even step across the threshold. Tossing my purse on the counter, I grabbed a bottle of water. Mrs. Vega usually minded her business. This wasn't the first time she walked in on me and Luke kissing. I grabbed the prenatal pill from the counter and popped it into my mouth. My prenatal pill always made me feel nauseous in the morning, so I waited until I got home to take it. This pregnancy had been going good, besides the morning sickness. No one at the office knew I was pregnant, and I planned to keep it like that. Luke didn't even know I was pregnant. The only reason I told Polite was because of word vomit. He left out the house and didn't give me a chance to voice my side of things. In his eyes, I could tell that he had fallen out of love with me, and it was a moment of weakness before he called everything off. I couldn't do that. I couldn't allow him to end things with me. Polite was going to be the man that I married, so he was the child's father. It didn't matter that I didn't know who my baby's father was. All that mattered was that I was going to be Mrs. Callaghan in a few weeks. Kicking my heels off, I headed upstairs to my bedroom. As much as I wanted to blame Sinclair for this rift between me and Polite, it wasn't all her fault. I had been seeing the disconnect for a while and ignored it. My career mattered, and I was trying so hard to make partner at the firm. It was a personal goal of mine, and I swore that once I reached that goal that I was going to settle down and pay Polite some attention. Sadly, that never came until I noticed him acting different. That's when I decided to play on our engagement. As long as we've been engaged, I hadn't been concerned with planning a wedding. With a wedding band and baby on the way, he wouldn't leave, or it would make it harder for him to walk away. Hi, Valerie. Is Sinclair around? I sat down on the small balcony off my bedroom. Our engagement party was this weekend, and I needed to make sure that the dress I ordered would arrive in time. She is taking some personal time. I'm here. What can I help you with? Personal time, I chuckled. Yep, that's what I said. Kamaya, is there anything that I can help you with? Her tone wasn't her usual bubbly tone. Maybe Sinclair's punk ass told her about our little lunch. Nope. I'll give her a call on her personal phone. I ended the call before she could say anything else. I dialed Sin's cell number. Yes. Valerie? Yes, ma'am. All her calls are forwarded to the office. Now, can I help you, or are you going to keep playing on our phones? I was seething because Sinclair was going to make it nearly impossible to get in contact with her. Well, since you seem to be the only one I can reach, can you tell Sinclair that I'm extending an invitation to my engagement party? When is the party? This weekend, Saturday. One sec. I heard her mouse clicking a dozen times before she came back on the line. She can't make it. She has some other obligations and a few weddings as well. She lied right through her teeth. Well, she won't be going to another wedding again if she doesn't attend my party. Tell her that. She'll know what I'm talking about. I ended the call before her smart ass could say something else. Sinclair needed to be at the engagement party. If the threat wasn't enough, I needed her to see me with the man she was sleeping with. Nothing would hurt more than seeing our families celebrate us and the pregnancy I planned on announcing while I was there. I called Polite, and he sent my call to voicemail. Trying his number again, he answered this time.
What's good, Maya?
We have an engagement party this weekend, and I haven't heard from you. I am carrying your child. Do you even care?
I've been in the studio, finishing up a couple features. I know you're good.
His voice was cold toward me, like he would rather be on the phone with anyone else but me. You're too busy to spend time with me? I cooed into the phone. It was always me being the one to soften everything up.
Like I said, I've been busy.
Wow, Vio. You were the one cheating, and you got the nerve to give me the cold shoulder? He laughed into the phone.
Nah, I'm giving you the cold shoulder because you're trying to ruin Sinclair.
And she doesn't deserve to be ruined? What would have happened if we got married? You both would have still continued to fuck around?
Man, I don't have time for this. I may not even show up to this fake-ass party. We both ain't been happy for a while, but you've been trying to save face for your parents.
If you even think to embarrass me at this party, I'll let everyone know what you and your bitch have done to me. Oh, and she'll be there too. I ended the call. Why was everyone aggravating me? I was cheating on Polite and had been for a while. Judge Luke Oron was the man for me. I wanted to give this man all of his babies and have a fat-ass rock on my ring. Except Luke was once married and now he was divorced. The man never wanted to commit again. As much as he hounded me about going to Aruba, that was all he was good for. Great sex and expensive trips. He loved that I was with Polite and getting married, mostly because that meant that I wouldn't ask him for children and a ring. Me and Luke started after working together for months. The attraction was there, and we both knew it. One late night in his chambers, and that's when we crossed the line. We've been doing it ever since, and I had no regrets. Luke made me feel how Polite should have been. He was the perfect man to bring home to my parents, to have children with and share a life together. Instead of harping on my hurt feelings when it came to Polite and our weird relationship, I decided to shower and dress quickly. Luke was a man of routine, so I knew he would be home by now. Jumping into my new Mercedes, I headed to his townhouse in Queens. When he divorced, he bought the townhouse, and it was his pride and joy. It was the only modern house on the entire block, and Luke could care less. I loved a man that made his own rules. On my way over to Luke's house, my mother called. Pressing the green button, I connected her call through the Bluetooth. Hey, Mama, how are you?
Stressed. I've been running around planning this party. How are you, baby?
I smiled. My parents didn't like Polite at all. Even with how they felt, they were still planning an engagement party to make me happy. I'm good. Just heading over to a friend's house.
Where's that fiancé of yours? I tried calling him to see if he wanted to do a song for the party. You know, about you guys' love story. Lord knows it's an interesting one.
She tried to joke, but I knew she was serious. My career meant a lot to me, and I focused solely on that. I never had time to date because men always let me down. I had high expectations and was pissed each time a man let me down. I never expected to fall in love with Vio at visitation. My parents wanted me to marry a doctor, lawyer, or someone with a great career. When I came home with Vio, they were both disappointed. He wasn't what they expected. It wasn't even the fact that he was a rapper. It was what he chose to rap about. My father despised him. Uh-huh. I nodded and continued driving.
Well, I called to let you know that your aunt wants to have a small bridal party for you. You haven't mentioned anything about planning one.
I didn't have too many friends. The ones I did have didn't ask or offer to plan me one, so I never mentioned it. It didn't come to mind, Mama, I lied.
Well, your aunt wants to do this for you,
she informed me.
Let her do this, or I'll never hear the end of it,
she laughed. All right, Mama. Talk to you later, and thank Daddy again, please, I told her. My mother never called for anything. Instead, she would just ramble on the phone about nothing in particular. My mother was a perfectionist, so I could tell from her tone that planning this party was driving her crazy. We've had plenty of parties over the years, and I knew well enough to know that my mother almost always drove herself crazy trying to make sure our parties were the talk of our family. Me getting married didn't make it any different. The only reason she never asked to help with the wedding was because I quickly hired a wedding planner. The last thing I wanted was arguing with my mother about a day that was supposed to be special for the both of us.
Will do, baby,
she told me, and we ended the call. I pulled into Luke's driveway, and like I expected, his Jaguar was parked right out front. Killing my engine, I headed to the front door and knocked. Luke answered the door with his shirt off.
Kamaya, what are you doing here?
He nervously asked. I didn't want to be alone. Plus, we never finished our conversation earlier. I giggled and tried to push past him. Instead, he was blocking the door like he was protecting the president or something.
Kamaya, you can't just show up unexpected and think I'm going to let you into the house.
I was confused. Anytime I popped over his house, he welcomed me with open arms. Is someone in there? I tried to look over his shoulders, and he gently pushed me back and closed the front door behind him. Luke, are you seeing someone behind my back? I had a lot of nerve, I know. Still, Luke had told me that he enjoyed our arrangement. As far as I knew, he didn't want another woman. I had been enough for him. So this whole act he had going on was telling me that he was seeing someone.
Kamaya, I'm allowed to date.
You've never showed interest in dating before. He put his hands in his gym shorts.
Well, now that you're about to be married off, I figured that I should be looking for a companion. Maybe try this marriage thing one more time.
He shrugged. My eyes widened, and my chest felt like someone punched me right in the middle of it. Now you want to commit? Each time we've spoke about it, you always say you're fine being single.
Kamaya, I'm 35 years old. I come home to this house every night, and I'm lonely. You give me time when you're able, and I'm grateful for it. However, when you get married, where do I fit? Have you had a chance to look over the itinerary for the vacation?
I hadn't.
Exactly. From the look on your face, I could tell you haven't given it a thought since leaving my chambers earlier. We'll talk soon. I have company, and I'm being rude while out here with you.
Tears threatened to fall down my face. However, I would never cry in front of Luke. He wasn't a man for emotions. Yeah, was all I had for a response and went to the car. He went back into the house, and I pulled my phone out my purse to send a text to Polite. I think I'm miscarrying. I'm spotting.
Prayer Callahan. You say I'm closed off. Let's open up and take our clothes off. Division. Val had been doing a little dance team shit, which had been making her happy. I was glad that she found something that brought a peace and a smile to her face. Since we had that brief talk, things around the house had been better. We spoke more, and she didn't hold that stink-ass attitude with me. I knew I was wrong, and I admitted that I was. She should have known about Reagan, and I shouldn't have been trying to get with her, knowing that me and Reagan were together. In my mind, I knew that shit between me and Reagan was about to end soon. I couldn't stand to be around her, and she kept trying to push the idea of letting her stay the night at my house. If Val and my kids didn't live here, then she probably would have already spent the night. Being that Val moved in and I respected her, I wasn't about to allow her to stay the night and make Val uncomfortable in her own crib. Plus, after she called my kids bastards and I choked her ass up, I was cool on letting her get to know my kids. Reagan would always be worried about herself, and that would never change.
You took me out to dinner to be spaced out for most of the meal?
Reagan snapped her fingers in my face. I hated when she did that shit. I was thinking about something. I leaned up in my chair. "How you doing, though?" I questioned. Since the day I went over to her crib and choked her up, we hadn't spoken much. I felt bad because I didn't believe in putting my hands on a woman. Reagan knew how to push my buttons so I could react. My family was right about getting back with her, and I didn't want to listen. Shit, I wanted to believe that she changed and shit between us would be better.
I'm good. Daddy told me that I can get a new place since my building has gotten quite ghetto.
She cut into a steak. I chuckled.
What's so funny? They got rid of the doorman and now they're putting in intercoms. How else am I supposed to get my packages?
Reagan's parents had no clue how much they ruined her as an adult. She had the best of everything growing up, so as an adult, she struggled with simple shit. Go downstairs and pick up your package from the front desk, Ray. What else would you do? I took a drink from my glass.
See, I can't do that. Anyway, I was telling Daddy about us getting together and maybe possibly moving in together.
I choked on my drink.
What? Yeah, we've been together long enough and it's time for us to share a home. So maybe your children's mother can stay at that house and me and you could get our own place?
She was hopeful, which made this even funnier. We don't need to be moving together. You forgot how you called my kids bastards? She leaned over and whispered.
And you forgot how you choked me over that?
I ran my hand down my face because Reagan wasn't going to let this go. Even after it happened, I apologized and sent her flowers. That's more than any nigga did for a spoiled ass. We're not moving in together. Neither of us is there yet.
How? We've been fucking and being a couple in public, but neither of us are ready for that? You just don't want to move in together because of that welfare bitch that's staying at your house.
She pointed a fork at me and laughed. Hey, watch your mouth, I warned her. Val was more hardworking than her spoiled ass. Here she was in her 20s, still dependent on her father. The money she did make went into clothes and shoes to keep up her appearance. Reagan didn't give a damn about having a career. She didn't wake up before noon, and then she was out in the club all night. Her father worked hard to keep up this lifestyle that she was accustomed to. Secretly, I think he thought she would use the tools he taught her about living a life of a celebrity. Instead, she chose to use it to get into clubs free and get press boxes from different products that celebrities launched. Reagan knew the time was near where her father would be ready to cut her off, and she was trying to rush whatever this shit we had going on was.
Always defending her.
I shook my head and continued to eat my meal. Yeah, because you dislike a woman who doesn't care about you. Valerie didn't give a damn about Reagan. She was more concerned about her calling our children bastards and the fact that I lied about being with her.
Whatever, Prayer. I'm getting real sick of this.
This is the first thing you said that actually makes sense since we sat down tonight. I snickered. I'm tired of this shit too. I pushed my chair out and left the table. Reagan wanted to scream so bad, but knew all eyes would be on her. The paparazzi was outside the restaurant while I waited for valet to bring my truck around. All eyes had been on the Callahan man since Bless had been arrested. Everyone wanted to know what was going on and if Bless was going to speak on his recent arrest. The valet handed me my keys and I jumped into my truck, then took off. All I wanted to do was be on a couch watching movies with my kids and Valerie. Tonight, they were watching Trolls for the first time and I wanted to be there. But I knew I needed to talk to Reagan about our relationship. I didn't want to be with her and made a mistake by getting back with her spoiled ass. Even with me leaving dinner tonight, she would still be on my dick. She'd give me a few days, then send some nudes so I could show up to her crib. Usually, it would work, and I'd be at her door ready to give her all this dick. This time, I wasn't about to do that with her. The relationship was toxic and would continue to be since she felt the need to disrespect Valerie each time she was brought up in conversation. When I entered the house, it was dark. Once I entered the kitchen, I could see the light from the TV and hear Valerie laughing. I made my way into the living room and leaned on the pillar. The hell's so funny?
This episode of Martin has me in tears.
She continued to laugh and wipe away her tears. It was the episode where Martin refused to pay the rent increase for his building. Yo, this is my favorite episode. I walked over to the couch and sat beside her. How were the kids after I left?
Upset. I gave them some of my ice cream and we watched Trolls. I think we're going to have to go out and buy them some troll toys. 7 kept screaming Poppy before I put her down.
She giggled. Man, I love them so fucking much, I revealed. My kids meant the world to me. Since they came into my life, shit had been better. I love waking up and hearing them give Val hell in the kitchen every morning.
I know. They love you too, she smiled. How was your date?
The difference between Reagan and Valerie was that Valerie could hold a conversation without throwing shade or talking shit about Reagan. We broke up.
Stop playing,
she nudged me. I'm being dead serious. We were never supposed to get back together. If you weren't playing games, then I wouldn't have got back with her spoiled ass.
Oh, so we're gonna blame this on me?
Hell yeah. I wanted your fine ass and you kept playing me. I laughed. She blushed.
Boy, whatever. I ain't had nothing to do with who you picked to be your girlfriend.
She giggled and ran her fingers through her hair.
You know you're going to be back with her next week.
Nah, I'm for real this time. Reagan's ass has been toxic for years, and I've ignored that shit.
Well, I'm glad that you realized that you deserve better. Plus, that woman was never going to be around my children. Ever.
I laughed. After the comment that Reagan made about the kids, I knew that she would never be able to come around the kids. It wasn't like I wanted her ass to come around the kids either. She had fucked herself over when she decided to speak on my kids. Reagan was the type of person who didn't find anything wrong with her words. Even after I choked her ass, she tried to make light and say her father called her cousin a bastard all the time when they were growing up. I didn't care what type of weird-ass relationship she had with her family. My kids weren't bastards, and I'd be damned if she thought she was going to call my kids that. Yeah, I know.
I give you a lot of shit, but I'm glad that you're my children's father. The way you love them and help me, it means a lot to me.
Have you spoken to your moms yet? She shook her head no.
She hasn't called, so I'm not going to force her to speak to us. If she cared, she would have reached out.
Maybe you should reach out to her. She shook her head no.
I'm always the one who has to reach out when we stop talking. My mother has put men before me my entire life. I just never spoke on it. Each time she finds a man, she allows them to take over her life. I refuse to be the one who is going to reach out this time. I'm the one with 3 kids.
Chill. You getting all riled up and shit. I reached out and rubbed her back. She has to make it right with you. I just want you to know that this is your home too.
No, it's your house. I just appreciate you letting us stay here.
I sighed. Valerie, me and you share kids. We're family. Like I said, this is your house. Even if we never work out, I would never bring a chick through those doors unless you were all right with it. I stared into her eyes.
Thanks, Prayer.
She smiled.
I have dance practice in the morning, so I need to get to bed.
She hugged me and headed upstairs. The sweet smell of pears lingered behind her when she got up from the couch. I watched another episode of Martin and then headed to my room. After a quick shower and smoking a blunt on my balcony, I climbed into bed and turned on ESPN. As I was nodding off, I saw a shadow standing at my door. Lifting my head, I realized that it was Valerie. You good, Val? I leaned up and looked at her. Without saying a word, she walked over to the bed and climbed beside me. I couldn't front like my heart wasn't beating 1,000,000 miles per hour. Val touched the side of my face and kissed me on the lips, then pulled back slowly.
I'm honestly scared of what loving you could do to me,
she admitted as she stared into my eyes. I could tell Valerie was scared to get into something with me. Reagan aside, I could tell I made her nervous. She had been hurt and wasn't sure if she could trust me. I put this on my life. I would never hurt you, Val. You gave me purpose with those kids. I would never hurt you, I told her. It was true. I lied about Reagan because I didn't want to hurt her, but I wanted to go all in with her. Life was short, and I wanted to show her how a nigga like me got down when he was in love. Valerie was worthy of seeing that side of me. I wanted her to see that I could hold her heart and never break it.
I wanted her to see that I could love her until she thought she couldn't be loved anymore. She was a queen, and I wanted to treat her like one. My kids deserve to see their mother in love and happy. I pushed my lips onto hers and laid her back onto the bed. Pulling up her nightgown, my fingers found their way to her pussy, which was soaking wet. A small moan escaped her lips as she tossed her legs open and allowed me to gently shove my fingers into her. Taking them out, I licked my fingers and replaced my fingers with my mouth. Soon as my tongue touched her second set of lips, her body jerked. Holding her down in place, I dived inside of her wetness like she was a pool. I smirked while watching her squirm, scream, and moan while I ate her until she creamed into my mouth. Licking her once more, I stood up and took the basketball shorts off. With one swift movement, I was able to hoist her legs up and slide right in between her legs. "Breh," she moaned out and rubbed my chest. Sliding into her, I kissed her on the lips as I tried hard not to whimper like a little bitch. The inside of Valerie felt like heaven on earth. I was sure that if I opened her legs, golden hues would come from between them. I bit my lip trying to hold in a moan that threatened to escape from my lips. Pussy had been thrown at me since I became sexually active, but I had never had pussy like what Val had. Shit, I couldn't remember when me and Val had sex the first time, but if I could remember, I would have been chasing her ass down around the state. "Val, you about to make me lose control," I whispered and kissed her ear. She held on to me while I continued to fuck the shit out of her. Val didn't know what she did when she came into my room. She opened the door for us to be something. If it wasn't clear before, Valerie was my girl, and I'd be damned if I was going to let her go. Our kids deserve to have both of their parents in love and in the same house. I flipped her on top of me and she took control. Valerie's breast bounced up and down each time she pounced down on me. She leaned over and kissed me on the lips and then went back to making my dick happy. My damn toes were about to be curled up under my legs with the way she was riding me. I could tell she hadn't had sex in a minute because she was in her own zone as she fucked me. I put my hand behind my head and let her do her. She closed her eyes, rotated her hips and moaned while holding on to my chest. She bounced up and then scratched my chest while she screamed out. Val had me worried that she was about to wake the damn kids the way she was screaming. She squeezed her pussy muscles and I held onto her hips tightly because that shit was driving me crazy. Closing my eyes, I matched her movements while pinching her hips. All it took was for her to bounce on me once, and we both exploded. She collapsed behind me and tried to catch her breath. "Damn, you fucked the shit out of me." I laughed and got up to get her a warm cloth. When I came back, she was snoring lightly. Cleaning her up, I climbed into bed beside her and pulled her into my arms. Kissing Val on her forehead, I pulled the covers over us, and we fell asleep.
V.O. Polite Callahan. I don't shed tears anymore, 'cause love don't live here anymore. Rod Wave. Sinclair had basically became a fucking ghost and the shit was starting to piss me off. I tried to stop by the office, the condo, and any other place where I knew she would be. When I stopped by the office, Valerie always rushed me out of the door. I understood she was scared, and shit, with the way Kamaya was acting, I didn't blame her. She had to know that I would never let anything happen to her, our baby, or her career she worked so hard to build. Kamaya was doing this because she knew I didn't want this relationship anymore. She had bragged so hard in her relationship that she couldn't take the loss. Kamaya cared what everyone thought, and if she called the wedding off, she knew everyone would question why. "Here's some soup. I'm about to head to the studio for a couple hours." I handed her the tray with the soup, crackers, and ginger ale.
You're always in the studio. How about being here with me? I'm high risk, and your first thought is to run to the studio,
she snapped. When I got the call that Kamaya was heading to the hospital because she was bleeding, I prayed that she lost the baby. It's a fucked up thought, but I didn't want to have a kid with her. Kamaya had everyone thinking she was some good-ass woman, but she was secretly blackmailing another woman into continuing to plan a wedding, or she would ruin her career and business. Why the fuck would I want to be with someone like that? I know it was my fault because I should have ended things with Maya as soon as I started to develop deeper feelings for Sinclair. Still, I continued to have my cake and eat it too. Now I was in some shit and being forced to marry this bitch, or else she would fuck up everything with sin and everything she worked hard to achieve. I wouldn't be able to forgive myself if I called Kamaya's bluff and she still decided to go through with it. Maya, I have to work. You're acting like this wedding is free. Every day you've added something that costs bread, I reminded her. Money wasn't a problem, and the wedding was already paid for. I just needed to get the fuck away from her, and the studio was where I found peace.
Well, blame me because I want us to have a wedding that we'll remember for the rest of our lives,
she snapped.
I really can't believe you have the nerve to get mad at me when you cheated.
I cheated and look at you still trying to marry me. Save all that shit, Kamaya. She wiped the fake-ass tears that came from her eyes.
If the wedding is the issue, I will make Sin refund us all the money, and we'll still have the wedding. She'll do it.
I looked down at her with disgust. Do you hear yourself? What in the hell, Kamaya? She shrugged and those fake-ass tears were long gone.
Look at how much you care about her. Where is that for me? We used to be so in love. Then she came along and fucked up our relationship.
I laughed. Of course you would think all of this was Sin's fault. Our relationship had been fucked up before Sin entered my life. Kamaya cared about her work and elevating to the next level. I never minded because she had a goal. But when it came to our relationship, she had hidden the fact that we were together every step of the way. She allowed her parents to speak any way about me, and she always had something to say about my music. The Kamaya I knew when I was locked up was different from the one I witnessed as soon as I was free. Sometimes I think she liked when I was locked up. I was her secret away from the real world. As much as she likes to take credit for getting me out early, I had to beg her to look over my case. She kept telling me that she didn't want to mix business and pleasure. Enjoy your soup, and I'll be back later tonight. I lied.
Whatever.
She rolled her eyes and turned her attention to the TV.
You better make sure you're at the engagement party tomorrow night.
She reminded me as I left out the door. Kamaya knew damn well I wasn't coming back to her crib tonight. With the engagement party tomorrow, I was trying my best to get the fuck away from Kamaya. Tomorrow, I would have to sit there and act like I'm so happy, and I'm not.
Lachey Ace Sofrino. I promise to never let you down. Jaheim. Nana was napping, so I was in the kitchen trying to write my next blog post. The office had been my small escape, but Ashley was making it damn near impossible to work at the office. She knew where my cubicle was, so she made sure to make conversation with the nosy bitches that had cubicles near me. She would pull out sonograms and all other type of shit. Ashley knew what she was doing because she spoke extra loud and laughed louder. Bless never caught any of it because he was rarely at the office. He had been on this duck chase to prove his innocence, so he had been on a bunch of interviews and shows speaking about everything that had gone down. I sat at the kitchen island and continued writing my heart out. It seemed like since all of this drama started to surround my life, I couldn't seem to get my thoughts out. Each time I sat down and tried to blog, nothing would come up. "Hi, baby. What you in here doing?" Nana came into the kitchen. I smiled when I saw my Nana. She was the strongest person I knew. It was hard because she had her good days, then she had really bad days. It pained me when she struggled to remember the smallest things. It was like she knew it but couldn't get it out. What bothered me was how blind I had been. Had I really been in my own world? My grandmother was struggling silently, and I had been so busy worrying about my own life. Maybe there could have been something that I could have done. Just trying to blog. It's been a while, and I'm finally able to get some words together, I explained. You hungry? Yes. I'm going to make me some of that chicken salad from last night. She went into the fridge and grabbed everything out. You don't need to worry about me. I'm glad you sent that aide home, she fussed like she normally did. Jennifer helps out a lot when I have to work, Nana. Why don't you like her? I laughed. She treats me like I'm a damn baby. I know how to handle my business. She snapped at me, which had become a normal occurrence. You know when I work, I need someone here to keep an eye over things for me, I reminded her. You and Nevaeh are my priorities. Damn it, I'm tired of you both acting like I'm not a grown woman.
I raised you.
She was becoming irritated, so I knew we needed to switch the conversation. Nana, can you make me some too? I figured if I asked her to do something for me, then she wouldn't be so irritated about everything. All of this had been an adjustment. What scared me the most was the steps in the middle of the night. Nana liked to night walk, and unless I heard her, I had no clue that she was night walking. The thought of her falling down the steps worried me through the night. I hadn't got a good night's sleep since she had come home from the hospital. Yes, I can, baby. She smiled, then turned back around to make the chicken salad sandwiches. I continued to write on this blog that had been taking over my entire life. Tonight was the engagement party, and I was trying to mentally prep myself to go. Kamaya was lucky that I was even attending after the shit she pulled with Sin. This was more for Polite than it was for her. I wanted to pull him to the side and knock some sense into his head because this whole situation had turned into a mess. Sin was carrying his baby, and now she had to worry about if her business would be torn down. I knew she was worried that everything she worked for would be ruined because one bitch couldn't accept the fact that her man didn't want her anymore.
Baby, where you at?
I heard Bless's voice. Things had been tense between us since he revealed that Nico murdered Shy. How did you respond to news like that? I was once in love with a man who had the heart to murder a pregnant woman. It hurt my heart because I knew that Nevaeh would never be able to have a relationship with her father. If he could kill a pregnant woman, then who knew what he could do? Having my daughter around him wasn't good for my anxiety, and I knew Bless wouldn't want her around him either. Kitchen, I called back and closed my laptop. He came into the kitchen and his face lit up when he saw Nana.
There goes my favorite lady. How are you, gorgeous?
He kissed Nana on the cheek. I'm good, baby. Can you tell them to stop acting like I'm a child? She told him. Bless laughed. He knew everything that had been going on with Nana and how she tried to take Jennifer's head off every other day.
Nana, you gotta cooperate. Jennifer is here to help you out. Yeah, I know the shit is whack, but you need to be kept safe. Feel me?
She touched his cheek and smiled. All right, baby. Want some chicken salad?
Yeah, hook me some up,
he told her, and then headed over to me. Bending down, he kissed me on the lips a few times.
Damn, I missed you. Come upstairs with me.
I knew what he was hinting out. I'm on my period.
A period doesn't stop shit but a sentence.
He kissed me again.
You lying, though. You wouldn't have those short pajama shorts on if you had your period.
He called me out.
When you on your period, you be walking around here all bundled up with like 6 pair of leggings on. Knock it off.
He called me out. I rolled my eyes because he knew me like the back of his hand. Why are you over here anyway?
Kamaya's dumbass just moved the wedding up. It's happening next Saturday.
The wedding wasn't for a couple weeks, so why was her sneaky ass moving the wedding up? What? Is Polite seriously going to go through with this? Bless shrugged his shoulders.
I don't know. Prayer just called me because Kamaya just called Valerie telling her that she needed to make some shit happen,
he explained. I grabbed my phone and dialed Valerie's number. What's up, Ace? She moved up the wedding. Why? Girl, you don't know the panic that is going on at this office. She moved up the wedding, and none of her vendors can accommodate her, so she wants to plan a smaller event. Sinclair's Lord knows where, and I'm handling all of this alone. Do you need me to come to the office? She sighed into the phone. No, I'm fine. I'm going to figure out something for sure. Can't believe Polite is even going through with this. I said the same thing. She's moving the wedding up for a reason, and I want to know why. You and me both.
Guess she trying to rush his ass down that aisle before someone foils her plan. You know she damn near forcing him to marry her.
Right? Are you coming to the engagement party?
Yep. The hoe had the nerve to text me an invite. The only reason I'm going is to be by Sinclair's side, since she's forcing her to attend.
That bitch needs to get her ass beat, because the shit she's been doing is too much.
Tell me about it. Let me get off this phone, running my mouth. I have to now find a venue and other shit for this bitch.
Val sucked her teeth. Let me know if you need me, I told her before we ended the call. Bless kissed on my neck, and I could feel his dick pressing against my side. How are you even allowing him to marry her?
Unlike your nosy ass, I mind my business. Polite is a grown-ass man who can make his own decisions,
Bless replied. I know, but you should talk to him. You and I both know that he loves Sinclair, and now that she's having his baby, he shouldn't be marrying Kamaya's evil ass.
My brother hasn't come to me about his problems, so I'm not getting involved. If he wanted me involved, he would tell me what's going on. Stop minding everybody's damn business.
He kissed me once more.
Where's my daughter?
In school. I rolled my eyes. Where else would she be? Nana sat our plates in front of us and then went into the living room to eat hers. She can't stand me these days, I sulked.
Ma, you knew this was going to be hard. Would you rather her not stand you or be hurt because you didn't hire the right people? Stop beating yourself up because you're doing what should be done.
You're right. He bit into his sandwich.
I know I'm right.
It's a lot, trying to be there for Nevaeh and now Nana. I'm used to her always helping me pick up the slack, you know? There has never been a time where I couldn't count on Nana to come through and help me. We had been a team all these years, and wherever I lacked, she picked up the slack and helped me out. While Nico wanted to talk about being a father, he wasn't. Nana was the one who picked up his role and made sure not only Nevaeh, but I was also taken care of too. It hurt to know that I couldn't depend on her like that any longer, that we wouldn't be the team we had always been. I also knew that I would rather die than give up on Nana. She didn't deserve that, and I refused to allow that to happen. Hey, y'all. Give me a second to make sure her medicine is right, and I'll start pulling out stuff for snack for Nevaeh, Jennifer said, as she put her bags onto the counter. No rush. Nevaeh claims she's not a baby, so she doesn't need after-school snacks. I laughed. My baby girl was growing right before my eyes. She didn't want to wear pigtails anymore, and now she wanted her hair hanging down her back. When I did pick her up, she didn't want to kiss me in front of her friends, and she always referred to all the things she used to like as baby items. Well, I bet she'll be licking the bowl when I get done with this oxtail soup. She winked at me. The reason I loved Jennifer was because she helped with everything. Her job was supposed to be to keep watch for my Nana, but she didn't mind helping out with everything.
Oxtail soup? Yeah, I'm staying the night tonight.
Bless finished his sandwich.
I'm about to take Ace somewhere real quick. You got Nevaeh?
I'll be sure to make enough, she chuckled. Yes, I have to head to the grocery store anyway, so I figured it would be good for Nana to get some fresh air. Let me know if you need me, I told her, while Bless pulled me out of the chair. Seriously, Jen. Jennifer waved me off, like she usually did. Girl, go on and enjoy your man. We'll be here when you get back, she told me. Bless made me quickly get dressed before we headed out of the house. He leaned back in his chair as we cruised the highway. Where are we going?
You see,
he replied. Instead of trying to get the answer out of him, I decided to switch the subject. As much as I tried to ignore Ashley, something needed to be done. I was tired of her doing petty shit when all I wanted to do was my job and go home. We need to talk
about Ashley.
Oh, God. What now, Lachey?
I sucked my teeth. See your tone? Never mind. He touched my leg.
My bad. What happened?
Never mind.
Lachey, stop fucking playing with me. What you wanted to talk about?
I turned to look at the side of his face. She's been doing petty shit to me at the office. The way his jaw tightened, I knew he was tired of hearing about me and Ash arguing.
Do you both realize how childish y'all sound?
So she has complained about me?
She mentioned you a few times, just like you're mentioning her to me.
As much as I loved Bless, there were things like this that made me scared to marry him. Did I really want to deal with Ashley for the next 18 years? Ashley was making it be known that she and her child would always come first. It was something that worried me. Each time her name was mentioned, Bless got defensive and then we started fighting. She's always doing some petty shit at the office. I'm not doing anything other than what you're paying me to do, I explained, and watched as he pulled off the highway.
What do you want me to do, babe? You want me to go and curse her out in front of everybody?
Well, since you... He laughed.
Lachey, stop with the shit. I'm not saying that you have to deal with her shit, but continue to ignore her. The only reason she's doing shit is because she knows you have the upper hand.
How do I have the upper hand? She's the one carrying your child, and she makes sure everybody in the office knows it. I rolled my eyes just thinking about her bragging. All she did was talk about that damn baby, and I was sick of hearing about it. He pulled over and put the car in park.
Lachey, you're the one about to carry my last name, and you're the one who owns this fly-ass crib.
I know I'm going to be with you. What crib? I finally caught on to what he said. He nodded his head, and I looked at us parked in front of the security gates of this huge beige and brick home. Wait, you bought this house? He smirked.
Yeah, the papers were finalized this morning. This shit with Annette is more serious than I thought. They're talking about plea deals and shit, and if shit goes left, I want to know that you and my daughter are taken care of.
He stared at me in the eyes. I could tell he was serious about everything that he was saying. Babe, you're innocent. They're not going to send you to prison for something that you didn't do. I was confident that he was going to win this case.
Lachey, how many niggas are sitting in a cell because of some shit they didn't do? I want to make sure y'all are straight if I have to sit up for a minute.
The thought of Bless going to prison scared the shit out of me. Having to drive to see him and bringing Nevaeh to see him behind bars was a thought that sent chills down my back. I know how much my baby loved Bless, so not seeing him wouldn't be an option for her. Seeing how serious he was and how he wasn't confident that he would beat this case worried me. I know, but isn't it some way to settle with her out of court?
Fuck out of here. You might as well have spit in my damn face. I'm not about to pay her for some shit that I didn't do. I'd rather sit up in prison than do that shit.
At this moment, the shit with Ashley seemed so childish. Here we were bickering back and forth, and Bless had bigger fish to fry. I'm sorry.
You just looking for solutions.
No, about the whole Ashley thing. I'm sorry, babe. It is childish, and I shouldn't be coming to you about it. It's stupid, I admitted. He pulled my face close to his and kissed me on the lips.
The only thing me and Ash have in common is my son. She knows this, and that's why she's doing this childish shit with you. I bought this house for you because I want to raise our daughter and my son in this house. Plus, I want you to give me more babies.
He spoke as he continued to hold on to my cheek. I kissed him on the lips and held on to the side of his face. We're going to get through this together. Whatever the outcome, we're going to do this together, I told him.
Don't tell me shit because it feels good in the moment. I need to know despite anything, you gonna ride for me.
Nigga, didn't I tell you that I was gonna be here?
Shit, I'm rubbing off on you.
We both laughed.
On the real, I want to take on the load and help you with Nana. This crib has 2 guest suites on the main floor. We can talk to Jennifer about possibly being a live-in aide. She can take 1 suite and then Nana take the other.
I loved listening to him plan our future out. Nothing scared this man. I had a bunch of trust and commitment issues, along with a daughter and an aging grandmother, and nothing scared him away. If anything, it made him run at me full force. I love listening to you talk about our future, Bishop. He kissed me on the lips.
I love you, and whatever life throws at you is my problem too,
he replied.
Nana is going to be good because she has us. We're getting her the best care, and that's it.
Okay, I agreed and kissed him once more. I love you.
Shit, Lachey, you don't know how much I love your ass.
We both chuckled.
Damn, babe, you can smile in the damn pictures,
Bless whispered as we walked into the venue. This engagement party was way over the top. There was a red carpet with photographers who took a bunch of pictures. Then, when you came in, there was a table with name cards on them. Bless had to find ours because I stormed right on by the stupid-ass table. The last place I wanted to be was here, and Bless knew it. I complained right up until valet came and took the car. While Bless was cool with taking pictures, I made sure not to smile. I wanted her to look through pictures and know that I didn't fuck with her, and I was here by force. Whatever. The quicker you see your brother, the faster we can leave, I told him as we entered the ballroom. Everything was blush and pearl. The event was beautiful. No matter how much I didn't want to be here, I couldn't lie and say that this event wasn't nice, because it was.
I don't think Polite is here. We need to find the table and sit and wait. Sinclair coming tonight?
I rolled my eyes at his dumbass question and walked ahead to find our table. When we found the table, I wanted to scream. Not only did we have to attend this bullshit, but she sat us with her hoe-ass friends. Soon as they saw Bless, they started licking their lips and trying to fix themselves up. We sat down and got drinks while checking everything out. Kamaya sure had a lot of family, and they asses were all stuck up too. You could feel the energy in the room. Their attitudes and facial expressions sucked the air right out of the room. I held on to Bless's hand as we ordered another round of drinks. One of Kamaya's friends finally got the courage to come over to our side of the table and talk. I don't think we've ever met before. Chantel. She extended her hand out to Bless. He shook her hand. Bitch didn't even bother to shake my hand. All her attention and energy was toward Bless.
Bishop Callaghan,
he replied. What a strong name for a strong man. She blushed. I know exactly who you are. If you need someone to represent you with all you're going through, you call me. She handed him her business card, then walked away. I snatched the card. A publicist. Bitch damn near was fucking you with her eyes, I muttered. Bless took the card back, then tucked it into his suit jacket. Why are you keeping that?
With all that I have going on, I need a good one.
How the hell do you know that she's a good one? Bless finished his drink, then decided to answer my question.
That watch she has on costs over $100,000. The python clutch she has on is double that. She must be good because she wouldn't be wearing shit like that if she wasn't.
Bless, she was damn near flirting with you in front of me. Was he this blind, or did he not care about how I felt?
The only person you need to trust is me. I'm not interested in her ass, and you shouldn't be either. If she can help save my reputation and the reputation of the company, then I need her on my team," he explained.
Although I didn't agree with her hoe ass working with my man, I knew he was doing this to protect everything he and his brothers have built. I spotted Sinclair and Val enter, and Sinclair's face matched mine. "Babe, I see Sin," I told him, and quickly jumped up from the chair and headed over to them. Soon as Sin saw me, she smiled hard.
"I'm so happy you're here too."
"We got your back."
Look, we don't even need to stay long either. See Kamaya, and then we can have a girls' night," Val suggested. "Prayer has the kids tonight, so I'm free."
"I'm down, long as I don't have to be here,"
Sin said, then pulled us over to the bathrooms. Kamaya has been cheating on Polite, way before me and him started messing around, she revealed.
"I know you fucking lying,"
Val blurted. "Wait, how do you know?" Sin did a whole rundown on how she found out and how her mama put her onto the tea. By the time she was done, my mouth was on the floor. "So, this bitch has some nerve to try and fuck up your business when she out here fucking judges." Val put her hand over my mouth.
"Girl, quiet your mouth. So what's your plan?"
"I'm going to sit back and let her think that she got it."
"Are you going to tell Polite?"
"Nope. I want him to be a man and call off the wedding. As much as he complains to Val and how Kamaya is blackmailing him, I want to see him react under pressure."
"Lord, that man gonna marry that bitch because he thinks he's saving you."
Polite didn't get where he is now by being stupid. He knows how to get what he wants. We all stood over by the bathroom watching this dramatic entrance that Kamaya and Polite were doing. She had on this long blush dress and kept twirling around. When they kissed, I wanted to vomit in my own mouth.
"You can't do that to him. He'll marry her thinking he's protecting you,"
Val added. Polite was in the fucking streets. He knows how to get what he wants, and Kamaya is something light compared to the dudes he had to handle in the streets, or even behind bars. I could tell that Sin was over this whole situation with Kamaya. She wanted her away from her, and I couldn't blame her. Kamaya was basking in the glow of her soon-to-be marriage. Meanwhile, she had threatened to ruin another woman, and her marriage was forced. We all joined Bless back at the table, since she seated us all together.
"Babe, you need to come down the aisle at our wedding like that,"
Bless joked. I hit him in the chest. "Boy, you better quit. I'm not coming down the damn aisle like that." We all started laughing. After Polite finished making his rounds, he walked over to our table.
"Some entrance, huh?"
Bless smirked.
"Fuck up. Where's Prayer?"
"He got the babies. We couldn't find a sitter, so he volunteered to stay with them,"
Val explained.
"And Mama? Nigga, you already knew she wasn't gonna come. She knows this is fake, and she's not about to support this shit."
Bless kept it real with his brother. I could tell Polite wasn't happy, and it showed when he walked in with Kamaya. Any man that was about to marry the woman of his dreams would wear a smile. He looked like they had just had an argument prior to arriving at the venue. Knowing them, they probably did.
"What's up, Sinclair?"
He turned his attention to Sin. From the way he stared at her, you could tell he loved the hell out of Sinclair Vega.
"I've been trying to get up with you."
"This isn't the place, Polite. Your fiancé wouldn't appreciate us talking at this event," Sin replied. "I'm trying to respect her wishes and keep my business in the same breath."
"Baby, let me make this up to you. You know that I want to be with you."
He pleaded his case. All of Kamaya's friends had got up from the table and crowded around her. "Prove it to me."
"How?"
"You know what you need and want to do, Polite," she replied, and walked off with Valerie right before Kamaya came over.
"Hey, Bless and Ace."
She smiled and hugged Polite around the waist.
We're so happy that you guys are here. I can't wait to attend your wedding. Have you started planning it yet? Bless pinched me under the table.
Not right now. We're in the process of moving soon, so we're dealing with that first. Then we'll plan a wedding.
Bless kissed me on the cheek. See, babe, I keep telling you that we need to move to a place before this baby comes. She rubbed her stomach. Did this bitch just rub her stomach? You're pregnant? I blurted. She motioned for me to lower my tone. Nobody knows yet. We're hoping to announce it after the wedding. That's the reason I pushed it up. My doctor wants me on bed rest, so after the wedding, you guys won't be seeing much of us.
Bless laughed. I'll be seeing my brother. I don't know about you, but I'm going to see my brother. He has a bunch of appearances across the country.
Kamaya giggled. Vio needs to be here with me. I'm high risk, and I don't need him across the country if something happens. It was now my turn to pinch Bless under the table, except he didn't listen to my ass. He leaned up in his chair while staring right at Kamaya.
Like you have a career, he has one too. You think he's supposed to sit back for months and not handle business?
I could tell the pressure that Bless was applying to her made her nervous. Look, we're not getting into this right now. My pregnancy and marriage come first. Right, babe?
Yeah,
he dryly replied. I'm going to speak with my parents. Finish up with your brother and meet me over by the photographer. He wants us to take pictures near the cupcakes. Kamaya turned and headed across the room with the quickness. I couldn't wait until she was out of hearing distance because Polite had me pissed. She's pregnant? Does Sinclair know? He pulled the chair out and sat down.
Nah, I haven't told her yet. The shit hasn't processed with me.
Do you know how crushed she's going to be? What's wrong with you niggas not protecting yourselves? I snapped at both of them.
Don't start with that bullshit.
Bless guzzled down another drink and tuned out me and Polite's conversation. I'm just saying, you got Ashley pregnant and now you with Kamaya. This is going to break Sin, and you know it.
Ace, the fuck you want me to do? The shit is already done, and there's no erasing the shit. I don't need you getting on my case each time I see you.
Getting on your case? Maybe if you stopped being a pussy and picked who you want to be with. You've had your cake and got to taste that shit too. Sin has tossed her morals out the window when it came to you. Shit, she has risked her career, and you're in here playing happy couple.
I'm doing this to fucking save her business and career.
Just because you tell me it's curry doesn't mean that it's not shit. Bless laughed.
Babe, what the fuck you trying to say?
I was irritated that he had the nerve to be in his feelings when he caused all of this. When he first approached Sinclair in Miami, he knew he had a fiancé at home. Even after she found out about Kamaya, he continued to approach her and confess his love to her. They're both to blame for being in this mess, but I mainly blame Polite because he's allowing one bitch to control the show. What I'm trying to say is that I want to go home, I told Bless, then stormed off toward Valerie and Sinclair. Sinclair Sin Vega. Lonely hearts won't break. Jojo. Whenever I was going through something, I always kept to myself. I tried to handle everything by myself, and I guess I can admit that it's my toxic trait. This time was different. With this pregnancy, I wanted to be around my parents. Both of my parents weren't perfect by far. However, the love they shared for me was perfectly imperfect. My parents' marriage was theirs and had been for years. They didn't have an open marriage, but they both had lovers. My dad had some woman who had been playing second for years, and my mother had her man who she went on vacations with, while acting like she was going away with her girls. I never paid any of them attention because they were just my parents. Whatever they chose to do as adults was their own business, not mine. Last night I couldn't sleep, and I ended up pulling into my parents' driveway and going up to my old bedroom. Within 10 minutes of being in the full-size bed, I fell asleep and felt like all my problems had somehow vanished. It was like someone waved a wand, and I was that teenager who only had to worry about getting to school early and getting good grades. It was something different for me to run back to my parents when I was going through it, but I think this baby growing in my stomach was trying to tell me something. "Sin, is everything all right?" My mother rushed into the room. "I saw your car out front and got worried." She came and sat on the edge of my bed. Her black hair with a few gray strands was pushed up into a bun, while she was decked out in a pantsuit. "I'm fine, Mom. I just missed home and came home last night." She looked at me like I had 6 heads. "You missing home? What the hell happened to you?" She was still in mom panic mode. My parents raised me to be independent. Being the only child, I had to learn how to entertain myself, especially with 2 parents with demanding careers. "Nothing, I promise." I laughed and sat up in the bed. "All right. I just want to make sure you're fine. You never come home, and you damn sure don't come spend the night." I looked at my mom. I could tell she was still worried, and the thought of her worrying about me brought tears to my eyes. "Mom, I fucked up," I sobbed. She moved closer on the bed and pulled me into her arms. "Tell me what happened and what we need to do to get you out of this." She kissed me on the head as I sobbed into her arms like a child. "I slept with one of my client's fiancé, and I'm pregnant by him." I figured I'd leave the condo out of the conversation. Everything I had said was already too damn much. She sighed. I leaned up and looked at my mother. She didn't judge me or have any look of disappointment on her face. "Is he going to leave her?" I nodded my head. "I don't think so." "Does she know?" "She does, and she threatened to tell all my clients if I didn't leave him alone. I'm leaving him alone, but I love him. I don't want to raise this baby alone." I was independent and knew that I could raise this baby alone, except I didn't want to raise this baby alone. I didn't make this baby alone, so why should I be the one to do this alone? My mother sighed. "You've worked hard to build your business and clientele, Sinclair. Maybe you both can settle out of court. Have her sign a non-disclosure agreement. I can draw one up when I get to the office." "Why are you heading to the office on a Saturday?" "I have some loose ends to tie up with a case. Your father left last night to head to Atlantic City with his boys." She gave a look like she knew he was going to meet up with that woman. "Mama, you know he's going to be with that woman. Does it not bother you?" She shook her head no. "Me and your father have been married for years, raised a successful daughter and own a beautiful home. It's normal to fall out of love with your spouse romantically. We've been doing this since you've been a teen. Long as we do our dirt outside of this house, we're both fine." Wow. Your father and I are like best friends. Why move out and get our own place? We have this house together. If we didn't have this house, where would you have gone last night? What if you get serious with your guy? I'm not looking for serious, baby. All I need is a man to tune up under my roof while enjoying a beautiful vacation. He goes back to his life, and I go back to mine when we land at the airport. She chuckled. Now, what we need to be worried about is that woman destroying your business. Plus, we'll talk about my grandbaby you're carrying. I smiled. Despite all that was going on, I was excited about my baby. This was the one good thing that was happening in my life. I'm so excited and scared at the same time. That's motherhood and pregnancy all wrapped into one. I'll get to the office and work on that disclosure agreement. You come up with the sum that will make her ass happy. She stood and pointed to me. Nothing will make Kamaya happy, I muttered. My mother turned around. Kamaya? There's a lawyer that I work with from time to time. Her name is Kamaya, too. She chuckled. The Kamaya I'm talking about is a lawyer, too. Kamaya Givens? Yep. My mother laughed so hard and then sat back down on the edge of the bed. Baby, we don't need to write a damn thing. That heifer has been sleeping with the judge for the past few years. I've walked in on them more than a few times. She continued to laugh. I sat up and leaned over to look at her. Mom, are you serious? I'm very serious. I just ran into the both of them a couple days ago. Kamaya thinks they're discreet, and they're so far from that. She laughed. I don't even need to write out this agreement. Kamaya gives a fuck about her career more than ruining your business. You mention her little affair, and I'm sure she'll back off, especially if it has to do with a man who doesn't even want her to begin with. She stood back up. I don't know what to say. There were rare moments when I was speechless, and this was one of them. I couldn't believe that Kamaya had been cheating on Polite, then had the nerve to still have this wedding. Promise that you'll come around more and spend time with your parents. You wouldn't have been stressing if you came home often and spoke to us. We want to know what's going on with you, too. Right now was a good time to reveal my music to them. Mom, I do actually have to talk to you about something. All right. I'm pursuing music again. I signed a contract and everything. My mother's face looked remorseful. Music has been your life since you were a child. You love singing about any and everything. I'm sorry we pushed you into a safe career, Sinclair. She apologized. Having a safe career was something me and your father had to do. We were young parents and had to provide for you. I guess we projected our fear onto you, and that wasn't fair of us. It's all right, Mom. It's not all right, but I'm glad we raised a pretty cool kid. As parents, we aren't perfect, and we've realized that, but we love the hell out of you, she reminded me. I love you both, too. With this baby coming, I want us to all be closer. This baby needs a lot of love. You got that right. This baby needs a ton of love, and it will get that and then some. She looked at her watch. Actually, what were you getting into today? I have to attend this engagement party tonight, so I was going shopping and then to the spa. I would come along, but I have so much work at the office. Can you spend another night here? She looked at me with a smile on her face. Of course, I smiled. She reached down and hugged me before releasing me. Love you, baby. See you later, she told me and headed out of the door. Are you even listening to the argument that we had back there? Ace snapped her fingers in my face. My mind wasn't on Polite, Kamaya, or this party. It was on the moment me and my mother shared earlier. It sounds like you argued and both of them stared at you, Val added. I understood that Ace wanted to help me, but she couldn't. Me and Polite were both grown, and we needed to figure out things for ourselves. We both had a baby on the way, and he needed to decide what he wanted. I refused to come second to he and Kamaya. Polite has made a song about our love. This is the first time that it's going to be played before it takes over the radio, Kamaya raved on stage. She had this huge smile on her face as she swung her curls around. My future husband is so super excited about our union that he couldn't not make a song for the occasion. She giggled as Polite helped her down from the stage. The DJ played the track, and we all stood nodding our head to the beat. I had to admit, the beat was catchy. Polite couldn't stand Imani, and he even had her singing the hook on the song. When I look into your eyes, I'd commit 1,000 sins if that meant that I'll always end up in your arms. Valerie and Ace looked at me. You do know this song is about you, right? Ace asked me. I laughed. It's for his future wife. You know damn well this song isn't for her ass, which is why she just stormed out. Sure enough, Kamaya stormed out with her friends trailing right behind her. Her parents both looked confused about what was going on. Well, my baby just sent me a text that the kids are asleep. Val licked her lips while she looked down at her phone. Baby? Me and Ace both blurted at the same time. Last we heard, both Prayer and Val were co-parenting, nothing more. Every time I brought up the subject of her being with Prayer, she shut down the notion. We're working toward getting together. When the hell did this happen? I thought you were pissed because his girlfriend called the kids a bastard. I reminded her of all the reasons she told me that they would never be together. What happened to you saving up and moving out of his house? I added. She put her phone into her purse. I can admit when I'm wrong. He and his ex-girlfriend broke up. I've always been attracted to Prayer, and you guys both know why I've stayed away from him. Ace hugged her. I'm happy that you both are at least giving it a chance. Having the triplets grow up with both of you being together would be so good for them. Even if you both don't work out, they would be good either way, I made sure to add. Ace loved to push the notion that everybody should be together for the sake of their children. That was the reason she put up with Nico's actions, even after he broke it off with her. All I'm saying is that the triplets would love to see their parents be together. Ace cut her eyes at me. Although we worked through our issues, things were still touch and go between us. And all I'm saying is that single parents could still give their kids a great life, too. My voice cracked. The revelation that I would have to do this alone suddenly hit me hard. Whoa, calm down. You know I know all about being a single parent. Stop putting words in my mouth, Sinclair. All I'm saying is that both of them together is a good look. They have 3 children together. If it doesn't work out, she'll still be blessed because Prayer is a good father. I'm sorry. I apologized. Just thinking about being a single parent to my kid scares me. I didn't expect to be doing this alone, you know? Me and Val hugged her tight. We know. You're never going to do anything alone. You have us by your side. That baby isn't going to want for a damn thing. Ace hugged me tighter. Thanks, y'all. Val, you can go ahead and catch a cab without me. I'm going back to my parents' house tonight. I promised my mom. Val hugged us before she made her swift exit. She never wanted to be here in the first place, but came because of me. Stop stressing about being alone. Ace, I've been alone half of my life, except for when I was with Aaron. I'm scared that I'm going to be a single mother. It worries me. Look at me. She touched my face. With the bullshit that Polite is doing, maybe it's best you be a single mother. Save yourself the headache. Knowing Polite, he's going to be there for you and the baby. Just keep the relationship out of the equation. It was easier said than done. How was I going to avoid being in a relationship with a man that I loved? V. O'Callaghan was the man I saw myself with for the rest of my life. A piece of my heart broke seeing him with Kamaya. I hear you. I'm about to get out of here. I hugged and kissed her. Make sure you leave it alone, Ace. Let us figure out what we're going to do, I reminded her. Ace was pissed about everything, so I knew she wouldn't hesitate on cursing Polite out and making a scene. For once, I needed her to let things play out. Kamaya thought she was winning this battle, but she had no clue what I knew and planned to use against her. All right, babe. I'll leave it alone for now. She smirked, then hugged me. Oh, I'm not going to need the townhouse. Huh? Bless bought a new house and we're moving in together. I leaned onto the bar. Wait, what? A minute ago you were done with him, and now you're moving in with him? Help me understand. Despite all that is going on, I love him, Sin. He wants to do this family thing with me. You know, help with Nana and Nevaeh. I'm finally going to have a team player. I smiled. This was all that she had ever wanted. A man to love, support, and wife her up. Bless was something else, but you could tell he loved the hell out of Ace and Nevaeh. I'm happy for you. I want you to be happy. So if that means moving in and becoming a real family, I'm all for it. I gave her my blessing. Me and Ace spoke for a few minutes before I headed out of the venue. Apparently, Kamaya was throwing a tantrum in the women's bathroom. I ordered my Uber and waited for it to arrive. While it came, I checked my social media and laughed at the stupid memes that kept me up at night laughing. Can we talk? I heard Polite's voice from behind me. I turned to face him. You think right now is the time to really talk? I'll take any second I can with you. We do need to talk, Sinclair. When are you going to stop avoiding me? I took a deep breath. I have a session tomorrow in the studio. Come by tomorrow. I'll text you the time, I replied, then headed to get into my Uber. As much as I would have rather continued to ignore him, I knew that we both needed to sit down and have a conversation. Despite what was going on with us, we were going to be parents. Neither of us knew where this was going, so being great co-parents was a priority. The one good thing about being in love and in pain was that you made good music. Whenever I wasn't busy, I found myself in the studio writing and recording. The label had contacted me about the deadline for my EP, and because I happened to be pregnant by one of the owners, I couldn't use that card. It was time for me to sit down and get all these emotions out of my chest and out for the world to hear. You ready to lay down some fire? Rod, one of the engineers, asked me. I sat my purse onto the couch and smiled. Boy, you have no idea. I've been writing all last night. Aight, sit down. I want you to hear something. I sat down and watched as he pressed a few buttons. My vocals came out of the speakers. If I hadn't recorded this myself, I wouldn't have known who this was. I listened to the pain in my voice and the desperation for love that I wanted. The way I belted out the song and screamed for a man to take the pain away brought tears to my eyes. Rod turned it off and turned to me. I hope those are happy tears. They are, I promise. I laughed through the tears. Hearing it all put together gave me chills. He clapped his hands together. You got the voice and what it takes, Sin. We've been working together, and as soon as you're in the booth, you let loose and become someone else. I'm sure my shit show of a life has a lot to do with it, too. I giggled. Rod looked down at his phone. I'm going to play it from the top so you can listen while I take this call, he told me. Okay. He played it from the top. Love, What does it even mean? I listened as I spoke on the track before singing. When I opened up the song with my vocals, my entire body shook.
Damn, Sin.
I heard Polite's voice from behind me, again. I wiped my tears and turned around in the chair. This song is the one. He sat on the couch across from me.
The label hit me about your EP taking too long, and now I see. This doesn't need to be on an EP. This needs to go on your album.
My eyes lit up. Really? You think so? No matter how angry I was with Polite, his opinion in this industry meant the world to me.
Hell yeah. Sin, you don't hear your voice? Shit got me with tears in my eyes, he admitted. This is all I've wanted for you.
I know, I admitted. Despite how fucked up our love started, Polite had always been in my corner when it came to music. He pushed me to stop hiding and use my gift. I could never thank him enough for allowing me to live out my dream. This was something that I used to dream about, and now I was sitting in a studio recording music.
Where do we go from here? Honestly, I don't even know, Sin.
I could tell in his face that he had been stressing. That had been the one thing about me and Polite. There was never a need for any words. We just understand each other's body language and facial expressions. The ball is in your court. You know what you have to do.
I don't even want to talk about that. How's the baby? How are you?
He asked each question with concern. I knew he had to be worried, since I had been basically ignoring him since everything happened. We're fine. I have an appointment next week. Other than that, I've been good, I replied.
Bet. You mind if I come?
Sure, I don't mind. What good would it do to keep him from coming to the appointments? This was his child, too, and as much as I was irritated with him, I couldn't deny that or keep him from trying to be a part of our baby's life.
Thank you.
No problem.
Sin, I really want to be with you. I want us to be together so we can raise our child together.
I cut my eyes at him.
What's that look for?
You keep telling me this, but you're still going through with this wedding. I understand you're trying to help me because your future wife is a bitch, but you can choose to walk away and choose what you want.
And let her ruin everything that you've worked hard for? Nah. If I have to take a loss, then I'll take it because I got you into this shit.
Honestly, I don't even want to talk about this. I'm a big girl, and I know how to handle Kamaya. If this is what you want to do, then go ahead. As much as he wanted to say he was trying to protect me, Polite knew how to get his way. There was no way in hell that Kamaya had him by the balls.
See, you never want to sit down and talk about shit. You're always trying to walk away.
No, that's me choosing to put myself first. Since the first time we've met, I've been the one taking the L's. You got to sit back with your fiancé and then have your girl, too. The moment that I had someone take interest in me, you couldn't stand that. Do whatever the fuck you want. Just promise that you won't be a shit father like you've been a shit boyfriend. Or whatever this is that we were doing. I grabbed my purse and rushed out of the studio session. I was tired. Tired of always being the one to sit and work things out. I allowed myself to be second twice, and now look where that got me. Polite sat back and was able to do whatever he wanted while having me and Kamaya. I knew Kamaya's secret, but I refused to tell Polite. That would make it all too easy for him to walk away. I needed him to walk away because of me and our child, not because I made it easier for him.
Bishop Bless Callahan. Baby, let me touch you. I'm giving you a taste of heaven. True. Lachey sat in the passenger seat with a damn attitude. Today was Ashley's sonogram appointment to check on my boy, and she was pissed that I was making her come. When it came to Ashley and Lachey, I was tired of the back and forth between the both of them. Ashley was the mother of my son, and Lachey was about to become my wife. All the back and forth shit that the both of them found themselves doing was about to stop. My son was soon going to be born, and I wasn't about to feel like I had to pick a side just so I could see him. Between the both of them, they both needed to knock out the bullshit. I was tired of hearing them go back and forth about stupid shit. If Lachey sneezed, I would hear this shit from Ashley. If Ashley showed a sonogram, I would have to hear Lachey complain about how she was doing the shit on purpose. My ass was tired of both of them bickering like they were fucking teenagers or some shit.
Why are you making me come to this appointment?
She finally broke her silence when she realized I wasn't about to pay her ass no damn attention.
That is between the both of you. It's not like we're going to be a happy family or something.
I arranged for us to have lunch right after the appointment, I replied. I wasn't the type of nigga who thought both Ashley and Lachey were going to become best friends after this lunch. I'm not trying to have a hostile environment when my son is born.
Hostile? You're the main person who is always hostile. You just told the doorman that he better open the door wider next time or you're going to shove your foot in his ass. The man was like 75. You're unbelievable.
That nigga always holding that shit open for everybody else. Soon as he sees me, that's when he want to damn near crack the door.
Whatever, Bishop. I don't think this meeting is going to change anything. She's still going to think she's better because she has your child.
Ma, I'm tired of the back and forth between the both of you. I can't even be excited about my damn son because y'all both beefing. And for what? Y'all both had the dick. So why the fuck y'all bickering for?
That's the exact reason why. She thinks because she fucked you and works with you that she can do or say whatever she wants. I'm not about to let her continue to fucking disrespect me. If I'm going to be your wife, you need to put that shit in a smash now.
I waved her ass off and pulled into the parking spot. You want to sit in the car?
Why the fuck would I want to sit in the damn car? You brought me here to sit in the fucking car?
She crossed her legs. Her thighs were exposed in the mini dress she had on. I love when my baby wore her hair curly and put a cute dress on. Usually, she had on leggings with an oversized hoodie when she was working. Before I told her where we were going, she got dressed up. I'm sure if she originally knew, her ass wouldn't have gotten dressed at all. Leaning over to the passenger side, I pulled her curly head back and placed my lips on hers. With my other hand, I shoved my hand up her dress and inserted my fingers into her already leaking pussy. Why you ain't got no panties on?
Because,
she moaned out. Because what, Lachey? I continued to finger her pussy while she was squirming in the leather seat. The tints in my car were so dark that nobody could see what was happening behind them.
Bless, stop, baby. I'm about to.
Her voice trailed off as I quickened my pace.
Bless.
You about to what? Come? Come on daddy's fingers. I coasted and sucked on her neck. Bam! Bam! Both me and Lachey jumped. I pulled my fingers out of her and turned to see Ashley banging on my windows like she paid for these shits. Kissing Lachey once more. Be good for me, aight?
Okay, baby.
She kissed me back on her lips. I knew she was about to behave when I put it down on her. A nigga didn't even have to give her some dick to behave. Lachey already knew my touch brought her to her knees. Ashley was standing outside my window with her hand on her hips with an attitude. Rolling down the window, I looked at her. Bang on my shit like that again.
Whatever. You're late and have the nerve to be just sitting out here.
I wasn't fucking just sitting out here. Ash, don't fuck my day up. I sucked my fingers, sucking my baby's juices right off. Damn, shit is sweeter and sweeter each time. I mumbled.
Huh?
Nothing. I'm coming now. Go inside. I barked. The hell you out here causing a scene at this uppity-ass doctor's office? I continued and rolled my window back up. Lachey was fixing her hair and dress.
I'm doing this for you and baby boy,
she reminded me, before giving me a kiss. I only had to damn near eat your pussy before you finally got your shit together. I came around the car and opened the door.
Oh, you're going to do that tonight?
Nah, me and Nevaeh having a sleepover at my crib tonight, I reminded her. It had been a minute since me and baby girl had time together. With everything going on with Nana, I needed a minute to get my baby girl's mind right. Seeing her grandmother changing overnight couldn't be easy for her. I'm sure she had a shit ton of questions, even though Lachey had done a good job with keeping her informed. I grabbed my baby's hand and we headed into the doctor's office. Since I had come here before, the medical assistant had waited for us to head back to the room Ash was in. When we entered the room, Ashley was sitting up on the table talking to the doctor. Mr. Callahan, thank you for joining us. The doctor shook my hand. We were just discussing your son and how big he's getting. Is that right? I keep telling Ash that she eats every 10 minutes. Lachey walked over to the chair in the corner.
I can't help it. I'm always hungry.
Ashley giggled.
Hi, Ashley,
she dryly greeted.
Hey.
Lachey sat and crossed her legs. The doctor chuckled. And may I ask who this is? My fiancé, Lachey. I introduced him to Lachey. Okay, blended families. I love it. He clapped his hands. Before we get to looking at baby boy, I wanted to warn you about your recent weight gain. I have no concerns right now, but please try and manage how much you're eating. We don't want any issues like gestational diabetes and other issues, he warned.
It's so hard, but because I'm doing it for baby boy, I'll become better with what I eat.
Perfect. Some cravings are all right to give into. However, eating a burger every day because you're craving it isn't healthy, he schooled her.
Okay.
Now lean back and pull your shirt up so we can go ahead and see how big baby boy has gotten. He washed his hands, put gloves on, and went to the machine. Hit the lights for me, please. I turned the lights off, pulled Lachey out the chair and put her on my lap. Ash mumbled something under her breath, then turned her attention to the screen up on the wall. The doctor pressed and clicked a few buttons before our son came up on the screen. Look at my boy. I love his little ass so much and he's not even here yet, I said out loud, not to anybody in particular. You think Nevaeh is going to be excited to have a little brother?
With the way she asked me to give her a sibling, she sure would. You know that room next to hers in the new house? We should make that his nursery.
Lachey suggested. Word, that would be a good-ass room for him. So this little one already has a sister waiting on him. Me and Lachey smiled. Yes, we hadn't told Nevaeh about the baby yet, but we both agreed she needed to know. How the fuck would we look pulling up with a baby on the weekend? She would be confused as shit.
No, Ashley blurted. My son is the only child.
I wanted to say so much, but I decided to just drop the subject until we went to lunch later. The doctor was confused as hell too, so he just smiled and went back to the sonogram machine. After a few more minutes, he showed us the baby in different positions, then clicked the lights on. All right, baby is growing. I'll have these printed and sent to both of you guys' email. Your next appointment can be scheduled at the front desk. Nice seeing you, Mr. Callahan, and the future Mrs. Callahan. He smiled and made a brisk exit. The fuck was that about, Ash? I asked as soon as he left the room. She wiped her stomach off and pulled her shirt down.
I'm not about to argue with you in this doctor's office. Royal doesn't have a sister. Her daughter and my son aren't related. It's not being shady. It's facts.
I could tell Lachey wanted to say something the way her legs bounced up and down. Aight, if she's my daughter, they don't need to share blood to be called siblings.
Her pussy might be so good that she got you raising children that aren't yours, but I'm not fucking her, so I'm not there. Another thing, why do you think that Royal is going to be spending the night with you?
Ash had me pissed, and my other side was about to come the fuck out, and she wasn't going to like it. Biting my cheek, I looked at her and smirked. I bet. You still coming for lunch?
We don't turn down free food, and I do agree there has to be some things spoken on and agreed on before this baby gets here.
She got down from the table and left the room.
Royal, you agreed to that name?
Nah, she must have agreed on that on her own.
You want me to play nice, and I am. However, she wants you to be in the baby's life, but she runs nothing by you. Shouldn't you have had a hand in picking his name?
Everything that Lachey was saying was right. I came to every appointment and checked in on Ash when I had the time. She was always good when I tried to step in and help her. Still, she never told me she picked the baby name. Hell, there was never a conversation on what the baby's name would be. Come on, when we headed out, Ashley was standing by our car. You gonna meet us at the restaurant?
Yup.
I held the door open for Lachey and then got into the car. Ashley's whole attitude had me ready to slam her head in her steering wheel. If I was a nigga that put his hands on women, her ass would have had a mouthful of fucking leather in her damn teeth.
Babe, she's really trying me. I'm trying to be nice, but the way she's coming at Nevaeh, I don't like it.
I rubbed her hand while I pulled out of the doctor's office. She's pissing me off too. I'm trying to take the mature route, but I think people like when I act an ass. I bit my bottom lip.
Your son has nothing to do with the beef me and Ashley have. I'm trying to do my part and plan for the baby, because just like she keeps making it about her, it's about you too. It seems like she's making everything about her.
Yeah, she tends to do that shit often, I mumbled. Lachey let me ride in silence on our way to the restaurant. I think I needed the silence more than anything. At this lunch, I planned to put everything out on the table with Ashley. I couldn't raise my son this way. She was bugging if she thought I was about to be that parent that sat back and allowed her to make decisions while handing her over all my fucking money. Lachey rubbed my ears like she knew I liked while we continued to the restaurant. A couple minutes later, I pulled next to Ashley's car.
No yelling, babe. As much as I want to go off on Ashley, we need to come at her the right way. This is about your son, and only about him.
Lachey reminded me. I hear you. We held hands as we entered the restaurant. Ashley was already there munching on bread when we sat down at the table.
I'm so hungry. I'm sorry I ate all the damn bread.
Ashley laughed while she sent a bunch of text messages with the other hand. You good. We placed our drink orders, and I looked over at Ashley.
So, since we're all here, I'm thinking that right now is the perfect time to break the news.
And that is? I looked at Ashley.
That we no longer need Ace's blog anymore.
Lachey laughed.
Oh, really? Yes, we're basically paying you near 6 figures because you're dating Bishop. With everything going on with this case that Bishop has going on, we need to worry about cutting unnecessary expenses.
Now it was my turn to fucking laugh. You work in accounting?
No, but
do we hand all tax forms to you during the end of the year? And do I sit on the phone with you for 3 hours every Wednesday to get a rundown on expenses for the company?
Bishop, no, but...
Bad. So where the fuck do you have the nerve to fucking tell my fiancé, the future owner of this company, that her services aren't needed? You know how good she fucks me, Ashley?
What?
I'm asking, do you know how good she fucks me?
Why the fuck would I know that?
Exactly. So why the fuck you assuming that she's being paid because she bouncing my dick and I run up in her raw? Lachey had the menu over her face laughing. Whatever the fuck, she's being paid because she works hard as fuck. Who updates our site? I bet you didn't know that she took that job on too. Or that all her blog posts for all artists averaged about 10 million views. Stop shitting on her because she knows how to do a fucking job.
I'm not doing this anymore. I quit.
I shrugged. Aight.
And I don't know why the fuck you think you and her are gonna play house with my son.
She pointed a freshly manicured hand in my face. It took everything in me not to snatch her fucking finger and bend that shit back.
Ashley, nobody's trying to play house with your child. I think it would be ignorant of us not to prepare for the baby as well. The baby belongs to Bishop too. That's his son. You think you're being mature while sitting down and trying to reason with me about my child? Bishop is the father, not you. I'm not packing my damn baby up and shipping him over to your house on the weekends. Not when he's born and not ever.
I leaned up on the table. I hate that this is even going to come out of my mouth, but you're pushing me more and more to become that nigga that you're not going to like.
Bishop, I'm not the type of bitch that can be controlled by your money. Like I worked my way up the ladder at Raw Records, I can do that somewhere else.
Ash was really on one, and I had let her have her moment. Now it was time for her to meet the nigga she's begging me to bring out. Fuck all that shit. Do you really want to have our son and be in a custody battle? You keep fucking with me, and I'll make sure they push you out the hospital in the wheelchair while holding our son's car seat. Stop fucking with me, Ash. Why you playing me like I'm the type of nigga to be played with? The way she looked into my eyes, she knew I wasn't playing around anymore with her. She knew that if I wanted something done, it would be done when I snapped my fingers.
Real cute. You're threatening to take my kid away from me.
Fuck all of that. I've been nice and you've complained every step of the way. When you're sending me expensive-ass strollers and cribs, then you want my opinion. But when it comes to the name my son will have for the rest of his life, you don't give me the respect to talk to me about it? She grabbed her purse and stood up.
You're so busy under her ass that you never fucking asked. Don't blame me because you've been preoccupied with other shit.
She sobbed, tossed her purse over her arm, and stormed out of the restaurant.
Whew,
Lachey sighed.
Do you want me to go after her?
Nah.
Would you really take the baby from her?
If it meant that I'll be able to raise my son, yeah.
She's pregnant, and her hormones are all over. Give her a few days, and then both of you talk about your son without me. She probably feels like she has to have a wall up because I'm sitting here with you.
You wasn't with her when she decided what my son's name would be. Ashley is full of shit, and since we started fucking around, she's had a fucking attitude.
Hell, I can agree with that. She was once nice to me, And then she turned soon as she found out that we were together. Daddy, do you think I can get a golf cart at the new house?
Nevaeh asked while we ate dinner. I ordered Chinese food and we were sitting at the table talking about her day. After the other day, Lachey said she needed some space to work and think about what happened with Ashley. The whole point of getting them together was to fix the issues that they had, and it seemed like we had more issues than before. Ash had been ignoring my calls and her office was cleared out, so I guess she was serious about quitting. Ashley thought I was about to kiss her ass because she was good at her job. I wasn't about to continue to let her cause personal issues in the workspace. She used to be able to conduct herself professionally, and lately it seemed like she thrived off being petty, just to spite Lachey. I don't see why you can't get one. We gotta talk to Mom about it first, though. You know how she gets. I chuckled. Her cute giggle always cracked me up.
She worries too much.
Only because she loves you a lot.
She worries more about Nana. Mommy never sleeps anymore. She's always on her laptop when I go to pee.
Lachey told me she tossed and turned at night, but never told me that she wasn't sleeping.
That's why she drinks so much coffee.
Grown-ups love coffee. I'll talk to her about getting some more sleep.
Okay,
she agreed and popped a piece of broccoli in her mouth.
Can I go watch TV?
I nodded my head, and she ran off to watch TV. Nevaeh brought this light into my life that I knew was missing. When she called me daddy, my heart skipped a fucking beat. Being around her always made me feel like my problems weren't that big. I always wondered what me and Shao would have been like as parents. The moment that I started to feel depressed about the shit, I thought about Lachey and Nevaeh. They were brought into my life for a reason, and I thank God every day for it. No matter what me and Lachey went through, I knew I wanted to be with her and give her my last name. My mom was on this meeting with Annette's lawyers tomorrow. Her lawyer reached out to mine, so I was hoping they weren't about to come with some fucking bullshit. My mother was coming in the morning to watch Nevaeh for me. She liked to act like she was coming to help me out, but her ass was obsessed with Nevaeh. After I finished eating, I cleaned up our mess and then made sure Nevaeh bathed before we laid in the bed and watched Frozen 2 for the 6th time. When she was finally asleep, I turned the news on and dozed off right after her.
Make sure that heifer hears what you have to say. Ain't no way in hell you would ever rape a woman.
My mother sat at the kitchen island with her coffee. I forgot her ass had a key to my place. By the time I was up and dressed, she was coming through the door with the coffee and donuts for Nevaeh when she woke up. I just need this shit to be over. The publicist I hired has been doing a job in flipping the narrative, but I don't think it's going to be enough. I ended up hiring one of Kamaya's friends. She was good at her job and got right on the job. She was doing more good than some of the people I paid before. Still, that word rape never stuck with people, and I knew how much harm that word would cause.
Yeah, I'm praying all of this is over so you and Ace can focus on your wedding. That new house is beautiful, and you guys need to be focused on the happy stuff, not this.
I know. Between this and Ashley, I don't know where I'm going these days, I admitted. My mother had this way where she could pull shit out of me.
And what's going on with her?
She's tripping over me and Lachey being together. Then she's trying to do everything with the baby alone. I'm not a deadbeat dad. I'm there when she needs me, and she goes and names our son without me.
She's very hormonal right now. Look at it from her side. She's pregnant and having to do it alone. As much as you're there, she's a single woman going through pregnancy alone. All those cute things couples do, she won't be able to experience those things because you both aren't together.
Hearing it from my mother's side, I could understand how Ashley was feeling and why she was lashing out on me. I made a mental note to reach out to her and talk. We both needed to sit down and talk, and like Lachey suggested, without her. I hear you, Ma. I'm going to sit and try to talk to her sometime this week.
Good for you, baby boy. Me and Huncho are going to lunch next week. How about you join us?
She asked me. Since I met my brother, we hadn't hung out too much, mainly because I had shit going on and he was out the country for work. When I made time, I sent him a text to check on his ass. He and my mother had been trying to establish a relationship, and I was happy about that. I knew what my mother did couldn't have been easy, and having to live with it was hard as hell, too. What's going on with Pops? She rolled her eyes.
He wants to work on our marriage and I don't. What he needs to do is move on like I am trying to do.
My step-pops fucked up by fucking another bitch, and I couldn't stand that he did that shit to my moms. He had been the only father figure that I knew. As much as I wanted to put a few cold ones in his ass, I still love this man. I feel you.
Have you reached out to him?
Nah,
Why?
I'm not in a place to hear excuses about what he did. I love him, but I'll love him from a distance.
I can respect that, baby. Go on and head out so you can make your meeting. I have things under control here, she told me.
Okay, see you later, Ma. I kissed her on the forehead and headed out the door. Instead of driving, I caught a cab to my lawyer's office. After the meeting, I planned to walk the few blocks to the office and try to get some work done. As soon as I walked through the office door, my lawyer's receptionist had a coffee waiting for me.
Mr. Callahan, you can go right into the meeting room.
She pointed down the hall. Appreciate it, Christy. She smiled and sat back down and continued whatever the hell she was doing. Christy wanted to fuck me since the first day I walked into this bitch when I first started Raw Records. Each time she saw me, she did something extra so I could pay attention to her frail ass. Baby didn't know that I liked some meat on the bone. When I walked into the office, Annette and her lawyer were on one side, and my lawyer was on the other. Hey, Mr. Callahan, nice to meet you. Annette's lawyer reached his hand out, and I looked at that shit. What's up? Why we here? I plopped down in a chair and looked at my lawyer. They were acting like I was about to sit here and chop it up like this bitch didn't try and end my life with a lie. Annette's lawyer straightened up in his chair. We're willing to drop the case and just settle out of court. We think this will work best for you since you're in the public eye, and my client as well. She has no desire to be in the public's eye. Why the fuck she make up a lie then? I leaned up from the chair. Annette, let's keep it funky. You know damn well you wanted the dick. Shit, you still do. You're mad because I never gave you it and got a girlfriend.
Grow up, Bishop.
She waved me off. We're thinking these numbers are more than fair. The lawyer pushed a piece of paper across the table. I snatched it before my lawyer could even grab the paper. $1.4 million? What the fuck? My lawyer snatched the paper from me. Yeah, this isn't going to work. I'm confident that if we go to trial, my client will be able to clear his name. How about this? Soon as I clear my name, because I know I will, I'm going to sue you for $1.4 million. Remember how you were able to buy your mother that house with how much I paid you? Well, tell her to pack her shit up, because I'm coming for everything. Mr. Callahan has got the cameras from his building each time your client has left his building since she started working for him, as well as the cameras he has in his condos. I even got them shits in the bathroom, too. Whenever you worked, I would put them on so I can watch your ass. I smirked. Look, you can go over and hand those to the detectives today. I'll see the both of you in court. Also, start working on that lawsuit when I win. Hey, make it $1.5 million. I got up and left the office. Annette wanted to play hardball. Well, I was about to show her that she better learn to swim before she tried to swim with the big sharks. I was going to have her ass in so much debt that she was going to beg for me to leave her the fuck alone. I was tired of walking around being spoke about like I was some kind of rapist. I had kids, and I wasn't trying to have that image of me out there. Since I finished with this meeting quicker than I thought, I caught a cab over to Ashley's condo. I was tired of this back and forth with her. It was time for us both to sit down like adults and sort this shit out. We had to co-parent, and I refused to have the toxic shit around my son. He needed to be around positive vibes, and that's all that mattered. She needed to realize that me and her would never be, and that she needed to respect that Lachey was going to be around our son.
What do you want?
She stood at the door with her hands on her hips.
Today isn't a good day, and I'm not in the mood for your shit.
She tried to close the door, but I stuck my foot in the doorway, preventing her from closing the door all the way. I came to fucking check on you, and here you are already giving me an attitude.
Maybe I don't want to be checked on. I saw your calls and I ignored them.
She went and plopped on the couch. You still with this shit? I'm fucking trying, Ash. You're making this shit difficult for no reason. I'm getting married, and Lachey's going to be part of our child's life.
You're getting married, not me. Why do I need to switch my life around because of her? That has nothing to do with me.
She snapped. My son is going to be around her, and he's going to stay at the house too. What you think? Your place is going to be the only place he can stay?
I plan on breastfeeding, and he needs to be with his mother when he's born.
I'm not saying that he doesn't, but if I want to take my son overnight for one night, I should be allowed to. You can pump your breast milk.
I don't want to talk about this right now. Matter of fact, let's talk about letting Imani out of her contract.
The fuck? For what?
Because she's my artist, and she's unhappy at the label.
Oh, she's unhappy now that you've left. I'm not letting her out of shit. Do you know how much we've paid for her? Singing coaches, studio time, and money for all these stupid-ass videos she wants to do? Nah, she's staying here until she completes her album.
Fine. I'll hire a lawyer to find a loophole to allow her out of the contract.
I stood up. Fuck you, Ash. You're letting personal shit get in the way of business. We used to be a good-ass team and you let shit fuck us up. Waste your money getting a lawyer. Do you? I left out of her condo before I said some shit that was going to hurt. At the end of the day, she was carrying my child, and as much as I wanted to hit her where it hurt, I knew I had to walk away. The fact that she was trying to take Amani because she quit was funny to me. We put the money and work into her while she wanted to hide out at home for months. All the money we put into the blog promo to highlight who she really is, and she wanted to talk about letting her out of the contract. The fucking nerve of her. I was trying hard to give her a pass because she was pregnant, but that shit was becoming harder to do.
Valerie Val Terrence. I will never do anything to hurt you. I give all my love to you. And if you need me, baby, I'll come running. Keith Sweat. Dance had always been the center of my entire life. When things were too hard, I would turn to dance. Putting music on and getting lost in movement had centered me. Well, it used to center me. When I had the triplets, there wasn't room for dance anymore. I didn't have money to spend to stay a part of the dance groups I used to dance with. My mother tried to push me back into dance once I had the babies, but my body wasn't the same anymore. It wasn't the same anymore because I had birthed 3 children at one time. My body held 3 kids in my womb, and no matter how much I worked out, the stomach was there. You could lose everything except loose skin. Prayer encouraged me so much when it came to me getting back into dancing. I loved how he would hold the kids down for me to take a night class, or how he would push me to go to dance class even when I didn't feel like it. When I told him how I wanted to start coaching the girls at the community center near my mom's house, he pushed me to do it. I loved seeing those girls dance and have such passion for the art. When the triplets grew older, I prayed that at least one of them were passionate about dance like I once was when I was younger. I wanted my kids to do whatever motivated them to get out of the bed in the morning. Their father was a boxer, and they were going to be given more of an opportunity than I had when I was younger. Growing up in the hood, I had to play the cards that life dealt me. Even before the triplets came along, me and my mother's life was never stable. One minute she would be in love. Then the next we would be moving because it never worked out. My mother put too much trust and love into men. Then when it didn't work out, she was the one packing her shit. Once I grew older, I got tired of being shuffled around from borough to borough, then state to state. I craved some kind of stability for myself. When my mother moved back to New York, she promised that it wouldn't be like before. She promised that she would help me with the triplets and we work on trying to get out the hood. The hood was a stepping stone, and I wanted to use it as such. Instead, the plan changed when she started dating again. My mother never picked good men. She always picked the bottom of the barrel men who deserved nothing from her.
"What's up, baby?"
Prayer came into the kitchen. He kissed me on the lips and went to fix him something to drink.
"The kids are quiet. They're taking a nap?"
"Yeah." Seven kept trying to cut Four's hair. Prayer laughed.
"It's time for us to cut the boy's hair. Baby girl just reminding us. You keep putting it off."
"They're still my babies, and I don't think I'm ready to see them with big boy cuts."
"Gotta cut that cord, babe. They're growing, and Four hates when you brush his hair,"
he reminded me. Four threw such a tantrum when it was time for me to brush his hair in the mornings. I know.
"Work and the kids have been consuming you lately. I know I haven't been home much because I started training again, but I want to make today about you."
"It's cool. They keep me busy, and I enjoy both my job and children. I'm excited that you're ready to get back in the ring."
"When I gained 10 pounds, I knew it was time to get my ass doing something."
He laughed.
"On the real, I know you and your girls haven't kicked it much, so I have a chef setting up outside for y'all to have lunch on the back porch."
A huge smile came across my face when I heard him say that. Prayer was so damn thoughtful that I often felt like I didn't deserve him at times. Getting up from the chair, I walked over and wrapped my arms around him. Seriously? He kissed me on the lips.
Hell yeah. I know the kids are a handful, so my mom's is coming to pick them up for a couple days. They should be on their way over now. You've been mentioning this audition that's happening this week. Go and audition.
My heart sped up. No, I'm not ready. I just got back into dancing again.
So? You dance good as shit, baby. I'll even sit at the audition with you to cheer you, he suggested. I hate I can't spend the day with you, but I have to train until later. I'll make it up to you tonight.
He picked me up and walked with me in his arms toward the front door. Not to the audition. I never bring anyone with me because I like to be focused.
Oh, I caused you to lose focus?
He pecked me on the lips. I giggled. Don't flatter yourself. He put me down onto the floor and pulled me into a hug.
Enjoy your day with the girls. Mom's is coming over in a bit to get the kids.
He leaned in for one last hug before he opened the front door. Soon as the door opened, Ace was about to ring the bell. Thank you, babe. I kissed Frere once more and he exited the house.
What's good, sis?
He nodded to Ace. You like him, Ace started, soon as I closed the door. Ace, please don't start, I laughed. I do like him, but I can't help but to think, when is something going to go wrong? She waved me off as she walked into the kitchen to make some coffee. Long as the both of you continue to be honest, there's no reason for you to be scared. Is it over with him and his ex-girlfriend? He told me it was. When she calls, he asks if I want to answer the phone.
Well, then you know it's over.
Stop worrying about things that don't need to be thought about. The kids are so happy here, and so are you. You have a great job, live in this beautiful home, and have a man who felt you needed a day to relax, so he planned an entire lunch for you and your friends. Ace was right. When you were so used to dealing with men who you knew didn't deserve you, it was hard to adjust to having a man who worshipped the ground you walked on. When I walked into Prair's room that day, I knew nothing would be the same. While I was horny and just wanted to ride his dick, I knew that the feelings that had been developing for him would surface. The truth was that I was scared to love him. I was scared to give him my all because I didn't want his ex-girlfriend to come into the picture and ruin what we were trying to have.
Bitch, I know you live in a nice neighborhood and all, but damn, you just leave your door opened?
Sin laughed as she entered the kitchen. Shut up. I knew your late ass would come strolling in here soon enough. We all laughed. You're forever late for something.
Girl, I was up all night watching some weird show on Hulu. The shit was so good that I didn't realize what time it was when it ended.
She came and hugged both me and Ace. How have you been? Ace asked Sin. Since the engagement party, we had spoken, but not really. Sin had been busy in the studio while I had been planning Polite and Kamaya's quick wedding.
I've been good. In the studio, working on my album. I'm finally excited about making music again.
She wore this big smile. There was no denying how much she loved music. I'm glad you're back making music and all, but you know I've been planning the wedding that is happening this weekend, right? Sin rolled her eyes.
Me and Polite spoke. I'm not keeping him out of the baby's life, but until he can decide what he wants, I want nothing to do with him.
Good for you. Ace rubbed her back. Yeah, good for you. You're worth more than playing second, I added. She sighed.
As much as I love Polite, I don't think I even want to be in a relationship anymore. At first, I was scared as hell to do this alone, but I just need a moment to myself. Between Polite and Nye, they both have ruined the whole relationship fantasy I had.
I handed her a bottle of water. You don't need to be in a relationship just because you both have a baby together. Y'all jumped into your situation quick without giving it time to really date. Do that while being parents, I suggested.
I agree with Val.
Polite doesn't need to be jumping right into a new relationship anyway. That man needed to deal with his need to always have a woman. He needs to get acquainted with being alone. I think because he spent time in prison and he was alone, he feels like he has the need to be with someone, Sin responded. It makes sense. You both love each other. There's no denying that. Still, you both need to take time to heal and get prepared for this baby. It's not like this baby was an accident like the first one. You both planned this, and yeah, it happened quicker than normal. You still have to get prepared for this child, mentally and physically, Ace advised her. I did it with 3 and alone as hell. You have friends and a baby father who is going to be there to help you. Stop worrying over nothing. All right. You guys got me feeling like I can really do this, Sin laughed. Because you can, bitch, Ace laughed. Sin took a couple sips of her water. Have you guys started moving into the new house? Not yet. Y'all know Freedom, right? Ghost's wife, right? Uh-huh. She's going to do the house, so I'm just waiting on her to come by and look at the house. We're in no rush, especially after the lunch we had with Ashley. Sin snapped her fingers. That's right. You did do lunch. I'm taking that it didn't go well, huh? Nope. She is really emotional and is making decisions without Bless. It's evident that she's not happy that I'm in the picture. She doesn't want the baby coming over to our house, and she decided to name him Royal. The name is very cute. She should have spoken to Bless about it. He has enough going on and then has to deal with her shit. I sighed. Exactly. I'm thinking about just popping over to her house and having a chat with her. I think we both need to sit and talk without Bless around. I want her to understand that I'm not trying to be her son's mother. All I'm trying to do is make this co-parenting thing easy for all of us. You've grown a lot since you first found out. Sure have, I added. I was pissed that he lied about it. Then the thought of another woman having his baby pissed me off too. Mainly that it was Ashley, after he promised he didn't fuck her. I can't change the past, but we can change the future, and I'm not in the mood to argue each time he picks up their son, or she comes and picks up their son. That's mature of you. Thanks. I've also decided to go visit Nico. Damn fool, Sin blurted. Ace rolled her eyes. Nico has been in some shit, and he and Bless have beef because of it. Nico had Bless's wife killed. Me and Sinclair both gasped. Seriously? I always said he was involved in some shady shit. The way he used to spend money when you both got together, or how you never met any of his friends, Sin pointed out. Bless told me some things that I can't ignore. Nevaeh doesn't need to be involved with a man that could kill a pregnant woman. A tear fell down her cheek. I'm going to make him sign papers to terminate his parental rights. All I need is for him to sign the paper and file it with the courts. I called Bless's lawyer and he explained it all to me. What if he tries to fight you on it? He's sitting in jail with no bond right now. His worry should be on his case and not Nevaeh. It's not like he's paid her much attention. True that, Sin said. My baby is happy, and she doesn't ask about her father. Bless is so good with her and shows her the type of love I would have wanted from my own father. When she's older, we can talk about her knowing more about Nico. But with the shit he has going on, I don't want him near me and my daughter. What do you think Bless will say? I questioned. I'm not telling him. Ace. I shook my head. All he's going to do is try and talk me out of it. I'm not trying to deal with that. I have to do what's right for Nevaeh. I held my hands up. All right, but please tell him. You said you hated that he lied to you, so don't lie to him. Sin clapped her hands. Can we go in the back and relax? I smell the food on that grill, and I need a fake drink to act like I'm having drinks with you bitches. Prayer had gave the chef the key to the gate to get into the backyard. Go to the back. Let me check on the kids. I went to check on the kids and went to the back where Ace and Sin were laughing over some social media video. Spending the day with my girls with drinks was just what the hell I needed. Even though I loved my children and job, I didn't realize how stressed that I actually was. When Prayer walked in from training tonight, I planned to fuck the hell out of him for this. No kids meant we could be as loud as we wanted without waking them up. After going back and forth, I decided to finally go and do the audition. Prayer wouldn't stop talking about it, so since I had some free time from the kids and work, I decided to just go through with it. I mean, what could it hurt? Either they liked me or they didn't. Either way, I stepped out my comfort zone and decided to go for it. The audition went better than I expected. There were a bunch of thick chicks there, but I felt so uncomfortable. They were damn near naked in short leather shorts, while I was in leggings, baggy sweatshirt, and sneakers. For once, I thought they would finally see me for my talent and not what I was wearing. One of my old dancing friends told me that they were going with a provocative approach with the choreography, so I practiced for a few days. I felt so out of my comfort zone with these men watching me do my thing. Thoughts of if I was sexy enough, or should I take my shirt off, flooded my mind. I was a mother of 3. What was I even doing here? Once my name was called, I did my thing and left. On the ride back to the community center, I prayed that I got the role as leading lady. Lord knows I put my all into this audition. As much as I shamed myself for being a mother going for this role, I wanted this role more than anything. If I got this role, that meant that I didn't lose every piece of me when I had my kids, that I still had that small piece of me that still existed. When you had children, you lost a part of you. It was like you're a shell of who you used to be, and that's how I felt after I had the kids. I put my all into everything that I did, yet this audition was different. It was the first time that I had done one since becoming a mother, and there were women who could actually dance. So I had to come harder to get what I really wanted, and that was the role. The choreographer at the audition told me she would call me later and tell me if I got the role or not. Secretly, I was preparing myself to take that role. Someone told me you had to speak it into existence, and that's exactly what I was doing. It took me an hour to make it to the community center. Today was the only day we had to practice. The director of the community center had an event happening this week, so she was nice enough to squeeze us in to practice after I begged her ass. I sent Ace and Sin a message in our group text as I walked to the center. When I looked up, Prayer was parked out front and sitting on the hood of his Audi truck. The counselors for the community center were all peering through the window and biting on their fingertips, trying to figure out who he was and why he was sitting in front of the community center. Hey, what are you doing here? I had invited him to the center a few times, but I never thought he would show up. He extended his arms, and I stepped right into them. It was like we were a puzzle and fit perfectly with each other.
Of course I had to come by. I finished business early so I could come check in with you. How was the audition?
Actually, it went really well. I feel good about it. You ready to see my girls in action?
Let's do this.
He clapped his hands and leaned off the truck. You sure you want to leave your truck out here?
I ain't worried. They saw who jumped out of it.
He sounded confident. Soon as I walked in, all of the counselors who were supposed to be watching the kids swarmed me. It was funny how they wanted to speak to me now, but usually they never had more than one word to say to me. In fact, they wanted to get my dance program shut down because they didn't want to pay a dance instructor for the girls. I put in work with the kids and didn't get paid. That was how passionate I was about dance.
Val, you didn't tell me that you knew Prayer Callaghan.
Candace damn near fucked Prayer with her eyes.
"How are you, Mr. Callaghan?"
Her staff shirt was a size small, and her breasts looked as if they wanted to burst through the material.
"What's good? Prayer is fine,"
he replied and shook her hand. "Babe, sign in, and I'll go get your visitor's pass," I instructed, then went down the hall to the office to grab his tag. Candace's ass was right on my damn heels.
"That's your man?"
"Why does it matter, Candace? We don't have a relationship where I would even disclose that information to you."
"You know what?"
Her voice trailed off as she walked out the office. "Here," I handed Prayer the tag. None of the women that worked here cared about the dance class. They used it as their time to smoke weed in the back or be on their phone in the office. Today, I had a feeling that they were going to try and be in the dance room. "Today's practice will be closed, so any kids that want to sit in can't."
"Well, that's fine. I'll come to sit in a little bit."
"Staff either." With that, I turned on my heels and went into the room we used. All of my girls were there and ready to get started.
"Damn, Shorty looked like she wanted to give me head right here and now,"
Prayer whispered in my ear. Bet she would, too, with her thirsty ass. I rolled my eyes.
"Calm down, babe. You already know I only got eyes for your fine ass."
He kissed me on the neck.
"Go do your thing. I'm going to sit over here."
He gently slapped me on the ass. I laughed while ignoring him. I placed my bag down and clapped my hands. "Hey, girls, we have less than 2 weeks before the competition. I know I sent you girls home with forms and slips for donations to get us there. How's everyone doing with that?" Lakeisha stepped forward with her hand on her hip. She was so fresh and had a major attitude problem, but she was an amazing dancer. God was working on her, and I constantly reminded her fresh ass of that. "My mama says she don't have no damn money for a free program. All she said she can offer was her prayers, and that's about it." I had found small competitions to enroll the girls into. However, because the competitions were free didn't mean that transportation and lodging was. I wanted these girls to see things beyond the projects. Paying for a bus for 14 little girls and a hotel wasn't cheap. Not to mention, I had to feed them for 2 days and make sure they had a good time, too. I was making better money, but I wasn't balling where I could take on that type of expense alone. Sin had donated money which took care of the food part. She tried to pay for the entire trip, and I refused. These parents could spare a few dollars to get their daughters to this competition. My fear was if we didn't get the money, we wouldn't be able to go. The girls worked so hard, and it would suck for them to sit back and not be able to compete. "Tell your mama that we appreciate her prayers, Lakeisha. Anybody else?" Ava stepped forward with an envelope. She was the smallest yet the mightiest of the group. Every time she was knocked down, she got back up and fought harder to keep her place on the team. The girls made fun of her because she wasn't from the projects, and her mother drove her here from Long Island. A few of the girls were from different parts of New York. It was a free program, and I opened my doors to anybody that could come. My mama gave me $60. She handed me the envelope. And mine gave me $30. Savannah came behind her. She was the only white little girl with blonde hair and blue eyes. Savannah was a foster child, and her foster mother, Cece, was considering adopting her. After having 4 sons, she was done having kids, and God blessed her with Savannah. She had this little girl in everything, and she was always dressed and kept nice. That's a good start. Now, go ahead and stretch so we can warm up and knock this out. Oh, and meet my friend. I stopped. Mr. Callaghan. He's going to watch you girls. There's going to be a bunch of people at the competition, so we need to get used to a different pair of eyes watching you. My daddy be watching his fights. I know exactly who he is. Lakeisha rolled her neck.
"Thank your father for supporting,"
Prayer replied. Uh-huh. My mama be mad because he used her food money to pay for your fights. She spilled her parents' business. Go stretch and warm up. Lakeisha, save all that sass for somebody else. I'll put you in the back. Try me. When she heard my tone, she understood that I wasn't playing any games with her. While the girls went to stretch, I turned my attention to prayer. Those are my sassy steppers. He laughed and sat down on the bleacher.
I can see how they earned their name. I see I'm your friend.
We never really discussed a title, so you can't be mad.
I'm not mad. I just want to be more than your friend.
I hugged him. So you want to be my boyfriend? He laughed.
I ain't no boy. I'm trying to be your man. The man that makes you happy and continues to keep that smile on your face.
I hear that. Then you can be my man because you keep a smile on my face. I kissed him on the lips. The girls were so busy stretching that they weren't paying us any attention.
Good, 'cause you mine, and I don't plan on giving you up, ever.
I'm glad, I giggled. What do you think?
It's dope what you're doing for these girls. There's not enough people like you that give back to the community.
Tell me about it. I'm just praying we pull enough money together to get to this competition. My last resort would be to use some savings that I had put away for the triplets.
What if I told you that Raw Records wants to sponsor your dance team?
Shaking my head, I replied, No, that's not why I invited you here. This isn't about your money.
I know it's not about my money. Baby, I see you sitting at the kitchen island crunching numbers, trying to figure out how to get these girls to the competition. Allow me to sponsor your team and get y'all to the competition.
Prayer was sweet, and it made my heart flutter. I didn't want him to think that I brought him here to get money from him. You sure? He stared down at his phone.
Yeah.
Thank you, baby.
Ma, you know I want to give you the world. This is nothing. I want to give back to the community.
He looked at his phone again.
Let me get out of here and let y'all practice. I gotta head to the office. Polite needs me.
Handle your business. Talk to you tonight. We hugged and he left out the door. Once he was gone, I went to start practicing with the girls. Kamaya Maya Givens. What we going to have? Dessert or disaster? Kanye West. I couldn't believe I had allowed Sinclair to talk me into having lunch today. With all I had to do today, the last thing I needed to do was sit down having lunch like we were friends. Tomorrow was the wedding, and I had a list of things that needed to be done today. Part of me was curious, which was why I was parking in front of this diner she sent the address to. Things between me and Vio hadn't been the best, but we had been talking, which gave me hope. Tomorrow was the big day, and I couldn't wait to have my family witness our wedding. The original wedding was one to die for, but I couldn't wait anymore. We needed to get this over with so we could start our future. I planned for us to go to therapy and work on our issues. We had a lot of them, and with this baby coming, we needed to get things sorted out. Luke had basically ended things with us without telling me. When I went to his chambers to speak after court, he made sure that he wasn't available. Luke always made time for me, so he was letting me know whatever we had was done. The paternity of my child was still up in the air. I had no clue if it was Luke or Vio's baby. While I tried to busy myself with last-minute wedding preparations, I was worried about whose baby I was carrying. Vio would never forgive me if he found out that he wasn't the father to my child. Honestly, I didn't think I could stomach him not being the father. Luke was great, and we had a good time, but I wanted my future husband to be the father of my child. I fixed my hair before exiting the car. Since Sinclair set this up, she better had been here already. Today, I had no time to wait on anybody. tomorrow I was going to become Mrs. Callaghan, and I wasn't in the mood to wait on any damn body, especially the tramp who was sleeping with my fiancé while planning our dream wedding. "Welcome to Broken Egg Cafe." The host smiled and greeted me. "Would you like to sit at the bar or a booth?" "I'm actually meeting someone here. I'm unsure if she—" "Yes, ma'am, she's here. She told me she was going to have a guest joining her." She pointed to the bar. "You'll find her at the bar." "Perfect. I'm glad I don't have to wait around on anyone." I laughed with the host, then headed over to the bar. "Hi, Sinclair," I greeted and slid up on the stool. She was drinking a water and turned in her chair to face me.
"Hey, Kamaya. Was it any trouble finding this place?"
"Not really. Just wondering why you picked a place all the way in Queens." Sin laughed.
"I love their food here. Are you excited about tomorrow?"
Why was she being so damn nice? "Yep. Can't wait until I'm married to the love of my life. Vio has been talking about this wedding since last week. He's excited." I lied.
"Cool. I'm excited for you both. I pray you both have a happy marriage."
I waved down the bartender and ordered a soda. "Well, that's very mature of you."
"I'm all about growth and taking responsibility for my mistakes. You know, I had no idea that you were engaged to Polite when I met him. There's no excuse, because I should have stopped sleeping with him when I found out."
"Yeah, you should have. It has caused so much drama in our relationship." If she thought by being nice that I was about to let her off the hook with her guilt, she was wrong.
"Absolutely. I'm sorry for the drama that I caused. Here you were being super faithful to him, and he was sleeping with me, dicking me down until I had tears coming down my eyes."
She fanned herself as she reminisced about fucking my man.
"I'm sorry. You have been faithful, right?"
"Of course. Vio has had my heart for years. I would never cheat on him." Did she know something? Why was she fishing the way that she was?
"Exactly. So I'm happy you both have got to a place where you're able to walk down the aisle."
"And you'll still be in attendance, correct?" I raised my eyebrow.
"Wouldn't miss it for the world."
"Perfect. Hey, baby, what are you doing here?" Mrs. Vega walked over, and I looked over at Sinclair, then Mrs. Vega. Why didn't I put all the pieces together before? My stomach felt like I had drank expired milk.
"Mom, what are you doing here?"
Sinclair hugged Mrs. Vega.
"Kamaya, this is my mother. Mom, this is Kamaya. She's one of my clients."
"Kamaya? I can't believe you're using my daughter for your wedding." "Yes, she's one of the best." I bit my bottom lip and tried to hold my composure.
"You should be very proud." "Oh, I am. My baby is amazing at what she does. Well, don't let me keep you both up."
She hugged Sinclair once more and then left us to our drinks. Neither of us moved to order food, although it smelled amazing. "Wow, I've worked with your mother so many times. I never knew she was your mother."
"Yep. She's been practicing law since I was a child."
She took a sip of her drink.
"So, you've been faithful to Polite, even before he cheated?"
"Why the hell do you keep asking me this question?"
"I really want to make sure you both are on the same page. Before getting married, you both should put everything on the table."
"Do you have something to say, Sinclair? Because you're acting like you do." I was tired of this little beating around the bush shit that she was doing. If she had something to say, then she needed to come out with it.
"Look over there."
She pointed across the room. My heart dropped when I saw Luke having lunch with her mother.
"I know for a fact that you were fucking him, and that baby you're carrying might not even be Polite's baby." What? That's ridiculous.
If I went over,
I whispered. What the fuck do you want? Yes, I had a fling with Luke. Does it make me a bad person? No. Vio did his dirt and I did mine.
Here's the thing. You did yours first while he was being faithful. Now you're carrying a baby and don't even know if it's his baby. Unlike me, I'm carrying Polite's baby.
When she revealed she was pregnant, I was shocked. What?
This diner. Me and Polite own this shit too. We bought it from the previous owner together. We both chose our career, so we wanted to invest in something for our baby. Once they're old enough, they'll have a bunch of property. I welcomed you here so you could have a look at it yourself.
All of what she was saying was happening too soon. I felt like the room was spinning. She had snatched the control from me. The ball was now in her court, and she was making sure that I knew it. Not only did you fuck my man, but you had the nerve to get pregnant by him.
Yep.
I'm going to ruin you so bad that you... Sinclair held her finger up.
No, baby, you're not. I fucked your man, and I'm sorry how that happened, but you weren't a saint either. You were fucking on that judge and didn't give a damn about Polite. Do you even love him?
I love him. Why else would I be marrying him tomorrow? Go ahead and tell him. He's still going to marry me so he could save you. She laughed.
He doesn't need to save me. I told him that before. I'm a big girl. I got myself in this, and I'm for sure going to get myself out of this. Tell me when you plan on ruining me, so I can report how you're sleeping with the judge that is on the majority of your cases. Did he rule because it was right to do, or because you were letting him sniff your pussy?
My heart started to pound super hard. I loved my career and worked hard to get where I was. If Sinclair mentioned that to someone on the board, I could lose everything that I had worked so hard for. Just the thought worried me and caused anxiety.
What do you want? You want me to call off the wedding? What? Keep your wedding. Hell, I'll even still come. Leave me and my business the fuck alone. You got your man, for now. So leave me the fuck alone, or I'll be forced to pull cards, and baby, you won't like how the cards will be shuffled.
She finished her drink, got down from the chair, and switched out of the diner. I couldn't bring myself to get up and drive, so I sat here and nursed my soda.
Sinclair Vega showed me that she wasn't a bitch to fuck with, and that she'd protect everything she worked for with all her might.
Vio Polite Callahan. I was never the type of nigga that dreamed about marriage or having one woman for the rest of my life. When I thought about my future, I always saw my career and never the woman. It wasn't until Sinclair entered my life that I started seeing the family part of my dreams. She made me want to become a family man, husband, and provider. When I envisioned what it would be like to get married, this wasn't it. A rush wedding with a woman that I had learned to hate. For Sinclair Vega, I would marry Kamaya. If that meant that Sin wouldn't lose everything that she worked for, I would do it for her. Look at you looking sharp in the white. I see you, boy. Bless came into the room. He wore a navy blue suit, and I had to admit my brother cleaned up nice. Thanks. Damn, you don't sound like you're all too happy to be getting married today. 'Cause his ass doesn't want to get married. Prayer came into the room with my nephews. I picked up 4 and kissed him on the cheek. What's up, man? Where's baby girl? With her mother. The boys always want to roll with daddy. He looked down at Deuce, who couldn't wait for Bless to bend down and pick him up. Back to the subject at hand. You are not happy that you're about to marry Kamaya. Why are you acting like you are? I sighed. I gotta do this. Why? Because I have to. I snapped at my brothers. They didn't understand that I had to do this. Sin told me she could take care of herself, but I refused for her to have to when I was the one who started this shit. And why is that? I sat down and placed my nephew on the couch beside me. Taking a deep breath, I explained to my brothers everything that went down. Their faces remained the same as they stared at me, while I told them everything that was going down. So, you about to let this bitch play you like a pussy? Bless was the first to speak.
Word, the fuck you acting like some lovesick bitch for? She can't destroy shit she didn't build. If you love sin, you wouldn't be trying to marry this bitch to save her.
Prayer added. If she loses her business, I don't know how I'll be able to forgive myself. Look, clearly Shorty knows she can handle herself. Nigga, she gave you a test, and you about to fail that shit. Bless shook his head. What you mean? Nigga, all you need to know is that you shouldn't be marrying Kamaya. You see Mama here? We heard the door knock. Come in, I called out. Huncho and Mando walked into the room. This a wedding or a damn funeral? Huncho asked. Fuck up, nigga. Bless laughed and dapped he and Mando. Once we all got acquainted, I pulled some beers out the mini fridge and we toasted. You about to get married? Nigga, you look sad as fuck, Mando said. Hell yeah. Wink if you're being forced, Huncho added. I laughed. It's complicated. As much as I love Kamaya, I disliked her as a person. As far as our kid, we could co-parent and be friends. Did I want to be in a relationship with her? Nah, I just wanted to raise our kid and have separate lives. With all the drama she caused and the way she blackmailed me to marry her, I was good on her ass. The bitch basically trying to force him to marry her. Bless gave him the rundown. Huncho pulled out his gun. I can make her ass disappear if you want. The fuck? No, nigga. She carrying my seed. I raised my voice. Y'all should really go and take your seats. I'm coming. Bless picked up the boys and everyone followed him out of the room. I finished my beer, then sat down on the couch. The door opened, and I looked up to see my mother standing there. Hey, Mama, I thought you weren't going to come. I stood and hugged my mother. She grabbed my hand and sat down on the couch. I joined her.
I would never miss this day. Despite how I feel, you're my son, and I love you.
Appreciate that, Mama. I really needed to hear that right now.
I'm not here to tell you what you should or shouldn't do. I do know that you've always been my lover boy.
She smiled.
No matter what happened, you'd be there with a smile and some loving for your mama.
We both laughed. I know.
I also know that the love you have for Kamaya isn't the same love you have for Sinclair. Baby, you need to follow your heart. Stop trying to do what's right. I'm sure it will hurt Kamaya, but you need to choose your happiness.
I hear you, Mama.
Well, I hope that you do. I want to see you happy, no matter who you're with. Everyone deserves to be happy.
My mother's advice was always at the right time. I think in times when I was struggling with things, I tried to avoid her. I remember sitting on the phone with her in prison and listening to her pray over me. That shit brought tears to my eyes a few times. I hated to disappoint her, and being in prison, I felt like I had let her down. Even though she wasn't happy about me getting locked up, she never made me feel bad about it. Anytime I needed someone to talk to, she was there. She was truly my angel on earth. Thanks, Mama. She kissed me on the cheek.
I'm going to take my seat.
She left the room. I got up and went to go find Kamaya. I'd be crazy to go through with this wedding. This wasn't the life I wanted, and I had to let her know. Running up the steps, I found the room she was in. Knocking softly, I waited for her to answer the door. When she answered the door, she had tears in her eyes. What happened? She sniffled and let the door go. I closed the door and followed her further into our suite for the night.
I can't do this, Fio. I really can't go through with this.
She sobbed. All the bricks that I had been carrying on my back faded away instantly. Me either. She turned to me with bloodshot eyes.
I know. You never wanted to get married to me, and I pushed you every step of the way.
I sat down on the couch. What are we doing? Neither of us have been happy for a while. We grew apart and tried to make this work.
I agree. We both had become so used to having our own lives that trying to make it into one was never going to work.
She sniffled.
I haven't been the best person in our relationship. I've cheated on you, and I'm sorry.
Damn. Hearing her admit that she cheated on me bugged me out. This whole time she was going on about how I cheated on her with Sinclair, and she was out there cheating on me.
I'm so sorry, Vio.
Is that baby even mine? She nodded her head and sobbed.
I don't know who this baby belongs to. I feel so lost about everything going on. It's not like I can talk to my mother about it. She'll judge me before I can even get the words out.
Damn, she caused all this hell, and this baby might not even be mine. Kamaya knew she fucked up, which is why she was trying to come to me all humbled.
Can you say something?
The fuck you want me to say?
Anything.
You may have caused me to lose out on the greatest love that I have known, and you want me to compose some words?
I'm sorry. As much as it pains me to allow Sin to have you, I know you both love each other.
The wedding is off. I sent Bless a text message. It was clear that there wasn't a wedding happening here today, and I thank God for that. Yeah, fuck all of that. You tried to ruin a woman's business when you were out here living foul. Thank God I dodged the bullet.
You dodged the bullet? No, I dodged one with you. Sin may have your heart, but another cute girl with a voice will come along and you'll be head over heels for her too.
I stood up from the couch and laughed. Yeah, whatever. Unlike you, Sinclair has my fucking heart. I headed toward the door. On the real, take some time to get your shit together.
You do the same, asshole.
She yelled and flung a pillow toward me. I dodged the pillow and left the suite. Unlike Kamaya, I wasn't scared to go and tell everyone there wouldn't be a wedding here today. Hell, I couldn't wait to let everyone know that we broke up and there wouldn't be a wedding here today. Especially her parents. Those stuck-up bitches never liked me from the jump. Soon as they met me, they judged everything about me and never tried to get to know me. When I entered the ballroom, Bless was holding the microphone. Look, there's going to be a wedding here today, but not the one you came to see. If you ain't trying to see the wedding, get the hell on. Who the hell do you think you are? Kamaya's father jumped out of his seat. Today, my daughter is getting married. My brother may have respect, but I damn sure don't. I'll knock the white out your bed, you keep fucking with me, he said, and her father quickly sat down. When you met Bless, it didn't take long for you to discover that this man didn't have no damn sense. Baby, we can fill out the other shit later. Will you marry me today? Ace looked at my brother like he was crazy, but then you saw the love she held for him in her eyes.
Are you crazy?
Hell yeah. I'm crazy for you, Lachey Sofrino. He stared into her eyes while he held his hand out for her. You going to marry me today? She smiled.
Yes.
I sat down in the back and watched as he held her hand and brought her up to the altar. I saw how much Bless had changed since Ace came into his life. He used to be so reckless with no regard for life. He didn't give a damn about anything. When Sha died, it was like he died on the inside too. He stopped living his life, and the shit worried our family. We didn't know how to help him, especially because he became so closed off. Brad said even living with him, he couldn't get through to him. When you saw a member of your family suffering and you couldn't do anything to help him, you felt so helpless. None of the money we had meant shit. All the clothes and cars in the garage didn't mean shit, because he had lost someone who was worth all of that. I didn't think he would or could love again. Then, Ace came along, and she didn't even have to try. He fell in love with her because she was real. She didn't try and be someone that she wasn't. What you saw with Ace was what you got. She was real, the real that Bless needed. If Ace wasn't enough, then Nevaeh completed the puzzle. Bless was a man of a few words, but with Nevaeh, he was the most chatty person in the room. I watched this man who used to bust guns paint this girl's toes, wear a crown, and all that girly shit. The love he had for that little girl was incredible. You would have assumed he was a biological father the way he acted with her. The love Ace and Bless shared was the love I wanted with Sinclair. I saw her sitting with Val and wanted to pull her out the room. I wanted her to know that I loved her and that I would never put her second again. Our baby and her meant the world to me. And yeah, it took me a while to understand that, but I wanted to spend the rest of our lives making it up to her. Sin turned and our eyes locked. She turned back and focused on Ace and Bless. Do the couples have their own vows written down? Nah, I do have some though, Bless said. He took Ace's hand into his. Lachey, you already know how the fuck we rockin', baby. If I'm rockin', then you rollin'. All I want to do is spend the rest of my life making your fine ass happy and keeping you barefoot, blogging, and pregnant. Everyone laughed. When I met you, God gave me a second chance to do shit the right way. You and my daughter are the right way. Ace wiped tears that fell down her cheeks.
Bishop, you get on my nerves like no other. Man, you stress me out so much. Then you'll do something that makes me thank God he placed you right in my life. I love you so much and want to be your wife. I promise that I'll honor, love, and protect you, just like I know you'll do the same for me.
Bless wiped the small tears that fell from his eyes. Seeing him getting emotional made my ass emotional. Everyone was wiping tears, including Kamaya's parents. I now pronounce Mr. and Mrs. Bishop Callahan, the pastor announced. Everyone stood up and clapped while Ace walked down the aisle. Appreciate the wedding. He winked and headed out the ballroom. All the money we lost from the weddings didn't bother me the least. I didn't give a fuck about none of that when it came to being happy. I got up and walked over to Sinclair. She was still wiping tears with Valerie. We next, baby. Prayer kissed Val on the lips.
Where's the ring? Talk is cheap.
She kissed her back and they both laughed. Sin, can I talk to you? She nodded and followed me into the hall. We walked down away from everybody.
Was it hard?
She asked as soon as we were alone. Nah, when I thought about you and our child, the decision was easy to make. If Kamaya could ruin everything you had, I knew we could build that shit back.
Kamaya can never ruin anything. She has her own dirt that I won't get into right now. I needed you to make the decision that you wanted us, that you wanted your family. The door has always been open, Polite. We just needed to know if you chose us.
She touched her stomach. I pulled her into my arms and broke down crying. Sin rubbed my back. I love you so fucking much, Sinclair. I sniffled. I love you and our baby so much that it keeps me up at night. I revealed.
I thought that I could just co-parent and not be with you. Well, I forced myself to believe that I could do it. No man has ever made me feel the way you have. It's deeper than our physical connection, VO. You never allow me to be mediocre. Every time you're around, you push me to be the best of the best. I love you for that.
We stood in the hall holding each other and crying. A love like the one me and Sinclair shared was rare. Not too many people could say they met their soulmate. I thank God that she had come into my life when she did. Did I regret the way things went between us? Nah, because if all those things never happened, then we wouldn't have been right here at this moment in time. I love you, baby. I kissed her ears.
We love you too, Daddy.
She hugged me around the neck tighter. The sweet smell of her pear-scented perfume reminded me of our condo. Can I come home?
You've always been invited to come home. It was always up to you when you wanted to call it your home.
I picked her up and carried her to the front desk. We needed a room soon because I wanted to spend the rest of the night showing her just how much I loved and missed her.
Baby, what are you doing? Sinclair, I'm glad you got what you always wanted.
Kamaya had thick black shades on. Her eyes were probably more red than before. Sin kissed me on the lips.
I did, thanks.
There was no need to continue talking with Kamaya. Soon as the baby was born, I was going to request a DNA test. I thought I would have been crushed that she cheated on me, but I felt nothing. Maybe relief that she had fucked up too. But anger? No. Kamaya's parents came out of the ballroom with smiles on their faces. Then they rushed over to their daughter. Baby, what? Their voices trailed off when they saw me holding Sinclair in my arms. Is this the reason there's no wedding? You were cheating on my damn daughter?
Daddy, stop. That's not the reason.
Kamaya stood in front of me. Her father seemed like he didn't listen until a nigga came outside himself. Except, this time, I was about to break this nigga's jaw, like I had been wanting to do since Kamaya introduced me to him.
Then what the hell is going on?
Her mother questioned.
Mama, sometimes people outgrow each other. I wish him well, and I need to catch my plane. Plane? Yes, I promise I'll call you when I make it where I'm going.
She rushed out, nearly in tears again. Give me the key card to the suite we booked. Since she was leaving, I was about to lock me and sit in that suite until next week if I had to.
Lachey Ace Callaghan.
That stupid-ass bitch dropped the charges,
Bless revealed while we sat at the table having breakfast. Thankfully, Nevaeh was in school. It had been a month since we had went to the court and did everything officially. We were officially married, and Nevaeh was so happy.
Once we settled in the house, we planned to have a bigger wedding. Right now, neither of our minds were on planning a huge wedding. I knew she was. When the media released your defense team you hired, she knew her and that TV lawyer had no chance at a case. Are you still going to serve her papers for a lawsuit?
Oh, hell yeah. That bitch fucked up when she tried to come to my neck with that shit. I want her mama's house and even the crack house her daddy currently uses in.
I laughed because Bless had no damn common sense. You're crazy, babe.
About your fine ass. Still can't believe you're my wife.
Me either. Nana is so happy about the wedding next year. I'm sad because by then she may not remember who we are. I sighed.
Don't go getting yourself down about her condition. Let's just take that she's happy and excited.
Okay.
What you plan for the day? I gotta head to the office. Then I'm picking Nevaeh up from school.
I'm going to check on Nana and blog some. May do some shopping or something. I shrugged, knowing I was going to visit Nico today at Rikers Island.
You need one of the cars?
Yes, babe.
We need to go and get you a car.
For what? You have more than enough cars. I don't need my own.
Yeah,
He got up from the table. I watched as he came over to me and kissed me on the lips.
I love you. Have a good day. Kiss Nana for me, too.
I will. Love you more, I yelled behind him.
Impossible.
He winked and headed out of the door. I finished breakfast, cleared the table, and then got ready for the day. I hated to lie to my husband about where I was going, but Bless would flip out if I told him that I was going to visit Nico. Pushing that out of my head, I continued to get ready for the day. For the life of me, I couldn't understand how men continued to come in and out of jail. One time should have been the lesson. The way they treated the visitors was enough for me to never come back to this place again. However, for Nevaeh, I was going to bite my tongue and get this over. Nico had to know that I never wanted him around our daughter. It wasn't like he was around often before, but now that I knew the truth about him and the life that he lived, I wanted nothing to do with his ass. I prayed they locked his ass away for some time and tossed the key away. I entered the door and went to sit at the plastic tables. The prisoners weren't out yet, so I leaned back and looked around. The gloomy visitation room was enough to make you depressed, especially the little kid area they had for children. I refused to ever bring Nevaeh here. The gates made a sound, and different prisoners entered through the gates. When I spotted Nico, he looked like he had been through hell. When he saw me, a small sparkle of hope flashed in his eyes.
Hey, Ace. When I saw your name, I thought it was some dumbass joke.
He chuckled, then sat down. Nope, I'm here.
How you been doing?
I'm good. You? Considering? He sighed.
I'm just trying to get the fuck out of here. Nobody wants to post my bond, and then the money I do have I need to use for lawyer fees. The shop is closed because I couldn't afford to pay the lease on it. Shit isn't going good right now.
I listened to all his issues, and for the first time, I didn't give a fuck. Usually when listening to his issues, I would be mentally trying to help him solve them. Now, I was just staring at a man that I had sacrificed so much for. It was funny how all the people he put before Nevaeh weren't here to help him out. Dang, sorry.
If you could just...
I'm not here for that, Nico. I pulled the papers from my lap and sat them onto the table.
The fuck is this?
His entire attitude switched real fast. Nico had always been that way. When things didn't go his way, he was quick to act like a baby. Like now, because I wasn't interested in his sob story, his mood switched real quick. The truth was that I wasn't interested in his sob story, because I had been invested in every sob story he's told me since we met. When has he been invested in something about me? Never. He never listened to me vent. It was because he didn't give a damn. I had conditioned myself to lie and forget about the times he had put his hands on me. Bless never knew, and I'm sure if he had found out, Nico wouldn't have been sitting here across from me. When Imani told me that he hit her, I remembered the times he had got too mad, or how he apologized when he calmed down. I lied to her. Was it because I was ashamed? Or was it because I had been mind-fucked into protecting Nico like I always had? All he cared about was himself, and even sitting in khakis, he was still the same. I want you to sign these papers so I can terminate your parental rights. He chuckled. 'Cause you with Bless, you think you can act like I'm not Nevaeh's father? I'm not signing that shit, because when I'm out, I plan to get shared custody. Oh, really? Hell yeah. You think you're about to build that life you've always spoke about with the next nigga? I think the fuck not. There was so much malice in his words. This has nothing to do with Bless and everything to do with you. You're the one who has come up short every time with Nevaeh. Anything she has going on, it never seems like it's a priority to you. She deserves to have a man who will put her first, every time. Do you even know about that nigga's life? I do. I also know about yours. I know that I can walk into any DA's office and tell them about a pregnant woman who died in a car accident, and let them know I have information along with proof from a private detective. Bless didn't just talk shit. He showed me all the proof he had and let the detective explain everything to me. All the blood drained from Nico's face when he heard me mention the accident, which proved that he did it. I don't even know what you're talking about. With the case you have now, if you plead guilty, you're looking at least a year. If I start talking, then you're looking at the rest of your life. How do I know you won't go there after I sign these papers? Unlike you, I've always kept my word in our relationship. You never did. If you sign these papers, you won't ever hear from me and Nevaeh again. This is your fresh start. Start new and be a better man. He leaned back in his chair. I love my daughter. Despite what you think, Nevaeh is my heart. I don't doubt that you love her, but in order to be a parent, you have to put your child first. Each time I've given you the chance, you always fail. Shit, he mumbled, and then ran his hands through his hair. Give me the pen. I handed him the pen, and he looked at the paper, then signed the documents. Thank you. Tell her that I love her, Ace. Please. I nodded, stood up, and left the visitation room. There was no need for me to stay and lift his spirits. He spent years stomping mine out, so I was only returning the favor this time. I still had to make it across the city to Ashley's condo so we could talk. She and Bless still weren't on speaking terms, so if I could try and help while trying to make our relationship better, I needed to try. It didn't take me long to make it to Ashley's condo. After finding parking, I walked the block back to her condo. I lightly tapped at her door and waited for her to answer. I prayed that our conversation went well today. We both needed to come together and try to be cordial adults. As much as she didn't like me, she still had to respect me like I had to respect her. She acted like I was so thrilled to have her be pregnant by my husband. Hell, if anything, I wish the entire thing never happened. Yet, it had happened, and we needed to make the best out of a shitty situation. She opened the door and looked at me weird. What are you doing here? I wanted to talk to you. Drama, here we come. She rolled her eyes and opened the door wider for me to come in. Her apartment was so cozy with nice earth tones and smelled like tea. I promise I'm not here for drama. It's the last thing I need in my life. She chuckled. Same here. You can sit on the couch.
Do you want something to drink? Tea, water, soda? I'll take some water. She handed me a bottle of water, sat on the couch across from me, and stared at me. So, the last time we talked, it was a mess. Sure was. I think we both have been heated about each other for a while, and it all just came out. I agree. This baby is Bless's baby, and it's a part of me. Bless treats my daughter like she's his own child. The love I see him give her, my daughter's own father has never shown that kind of love. All I want is to show your son the same love. The same love I give my daughter, I want to give your son. I'm not trying to be his mother or trying to take him away. All I'm trying to do is give you some comfort knowing that I'm there when he's over at our home. She kept squirming the entire time I spoke. You all right? Yes, I'm fine. I hear where you're coming from. When you were planning his nursery, it felt like you both were trying to take my baby from me. Bless has the money and the power to do that. She rubbed her stomach and winced this time. I can see where that seemed like that. We don't mind if you come and help us with it. We're a team in the... Ashley wasn't paying me any mind. Ashley, are you sure you're all right? No, I haven't felt the baby move since last night, and I have this intense pain down here. She pointed to the lower part of her stomach. All right, so we need to get you to the emergency room. Go slip on some clothes and I'll take you. She winced as she got up, so I helped her to the room. We grabbed some sweats and a long shirt for her to put on. While we walked downstairs to hail a cab, I called Bless and got his voicemail. After a few more calls, he finally answered.
What's good, baby? I just got Nevaeh.
Babe, I'm about to take Ashley to the hospital. She thinks something is wrong with the baby.
Aight. I'm about to drop Nevaeh to the crib and meet you there. Text me the address, he told me.
Soon as we got into the cab, I sent him the address to the new hospital. We arrived at the hospital in under 10 minutes. It seemed like her pain became more unbearable as we drove in the cab. I grabbed a wheelchair from out front and wheeled her through the hospital until I found labor and delivery. She's 7 months pregnant and having pain, I told the first nurse that I saw. She jumped right into action and pushed Ashley into one of the rooms. When we helped her out of the wheelchair, I noticed that she had blood on the back of her pants. She's bleeding. All right, we're going to see the position of the baby. This much blood isn't good. She helped her up on the stretcher while getting the machine ready. Is my baby all right? Ash started to panic. Hell, I was panicking because I didn't want anything to happen to the baby. The nurse ignored her. Page the doctor and get an OR ready. This baby has to come out. The heart monitor she had attached to the baby was going lower and lower. Is my fucking baby all right? She screamed into the nurse's face. Still, she ignored her while talking to the other nurse and giving her demands. Are we fucking invisible? She asked you what's going on with the fucking baby, and you're chatting with what this bitch needs to do. My husband is Bishop Callaghan, and he'll have every bitch's head on our dinner table if something goes wrong with her and the baby. The baby's cord is around the neck. We need to get in and get the baby out immediately. We're going to do a C-section, she finally explained. Is he alive? Yes. His vitals are crashing, so the quicker we can get him out, the better. Her ass was explaining more now. Will you be going into the operation room with her? Ash was scared. She trembled with fear as she looked at me. Yes, my husband isn't here yet. Suit up. We're heading there now. Just as I was about to put the clothes on, Bless walked into the room.
What's going on with my son?
Tears fell down my face like I was the one about to have surgery. I rushed into my husband's arms and sobbed. The baby's cord is around the neck, sir. We're taking her to surgery now to remove the baby. Please suit up if you're going to be in the OR. Julia will show you down to the OR. We're going to get her ready. 2 men came in and removed Ash out of the room. She was scared to death, and I could tell from the way her hands were trembling while she held onto the side of the hospital bed. Bless put his outfit on, and Julia brought us down to the seating area. I could only wait here, but once he had to go in the room, I couldn't go past the double doors. We held hands, and I tried to calm myself down. "She's strong. The baby's strong," I chanted. Bless raised my hand to his lips and kissed it a few times.
It's going to be all... The fuck is this, Lachey?
He looked at the visitor band I forgot to remove when I left Rikers this morning. "Mr. Callaghan, we're ready." "Babe, it's not what..."
Yo, I told you not to go there, and you went anyway. I'm not doing this with you right now.
"Babe..."
Enough, Lachey.
He shut me down and jogged through the double doors. I went to the family's waiting area and cried. My heart was beating so fast because I was worried about Ash and the baby. I sent Sinclair and Valerie a text to let them know what was going on. "On the way."
"Coming now."
They both sent in the group text. I needed them more than ever right now.
Bishop Bless Callahan. Soon as they pulled my son out and unwrapped the cord from around his neck, and I heard him take his first breath, was the happiest day of my entire life. I rubbed Ash's hair. Damn, he got so much hair. She hadn't stopped crying since they started to open her up.
I want to see him.
They have the NICU in here. He's premature, so they have to rush and get everything attached to him, I informed her. Since there was no time to check to see if his lungs were developed, they wanted to rush him right to the NICU. I walked over and watched how the nurses cleaned him off and took his footprints before wrapping him up and putting him in the incubator. "We're going to stop this bleeding, then we're going to stitch you up so that you can see that beautiful baby boy of yours," the doctor spoke to her. I wanted to go after my son, but didn't want to leave her alone. My mother's words popped in my head, and I took her hand into mine. "I'm here, Ash." The machine started going crazy.
Her BP is crashing,
the nurse yelled. The doctors yelled all these things that I had no clue what they were talking about. "She's hemorrhaging," one of the doctors yelled out. "Hold on, Ash. You're good." I squeezed her hand. During the entire delivery, when I squeezed her hand, she squeezed back. "Ash." I rubbed her hair. I shook her gently and she didn't react still. The doctors continued to talk in a panic as I shook Ash. "She's coding! She's coding!" They pulled out the machine and everyone removed their hands from her body. "Charge!" He pressed the machine onto her chest, and her body shook. Nothing. I looked further, and she was laying there with her eyes wide open, her hand laying off the table, like she was trying to reach for me. "Baby, come on. Wake up, baby girl." I shook her. The doctors finally stopped their banter and looked at me. "Call the time," one of the doctors in the room said. "The fuck you mean? Help her. Save her fucking life." I started to cry. This shit had my chest burning with the way these doctors acted. "If she was fucking another race, you would have fucking saved her life." I barked with spit flying from my mouth. Ash had confided in me that she was afraid to give birth a while ago. She told me how some doctors didn't take black women serious, and because of that, there was a spike in deaths during birth. "Sir, we did everything that we could do." The doctor tried to lay a hand on me, and I slapped the shit out of him.
"Baby, please come with me."
An older white nurse touched me gently. I could hear the southern accent in her voice.
"Come on."
She gently grabbed my hand and pulled me into the hallway. When I got into the hall, I picked up the chair and tossed it around the hall. My son's mother fucking passes away trying to give him life. She did everything right during her pregnancy. This shit wasn't fair. Ashley didn't deserve that shit. She wanted our son so bad. The nurse allowed me to get my anger out. When security came, she waved them off and leaned onto the wall. Her eyes were red from crying too. When I finished fucking up the hallway, I slid onto the floor and broke down in tears. I heard sneakers squeaking and saw Lachey running down the hall.
"No, please tell me no,"
she screamed. "We lost her, Ma. We lost her." I sobbed like I never had before. "She died, Lachey. She fucking died." I continued to break down while she pulled me into her small arms. Like a child, I laid on the floor in my wife's arms as I broke down. At this moment, I wasn't blessed. I was a father who had lost the mother of his child. I had lost her before we could even make up.
"I'm so sorry, baby. I'm so sorry."
Lachey sobbed while rocking me in her arms. I told her I hated her the last time we spoke. Now she's fucking dead. I cried so hard that I couldn't even see anymore. My head, heart, and soul was broke. My heart broke because my son would never get to know the beautiful, hard-working, and smart person his mother was. He would never get to hear the corny laugh she did, that I hated, but would give my soul to hear right now. I don't know how long we sat in the hallway, but I cried until my voice was hoarse. How was I going to tell her family about this? When I finally got myself together, I stood up. My eyes were so swollen and red, but I didn't give a damn. Lachey sat on the floor.
Where you going, baby?
I have to tell her family. I gotta be a man and tell them that shit to their face. I walked down the hall and headed to Ash's mother's house. She wasn't that close to her family, but I knew that I had to let them know. When I walked through the doors into the waiting room, I saw my mother and broke down to my knees. She rushed over and like a little boy again, I held her around the stomach and cried. Her shirt was probably soaking wet with my tears. I didn't give a fuck who was in this waiting room. The moment I saw my mother, I couldn't help but to turn into the little boy that she cared for. The one she used to kiss my cuts when I fell outside playing. My brothers got up and came over to us. They kneeled down and put their arms around me. They had tears in their eyes as they embraced me. We're so sorry about Ashley, Polite cried. He and Ash were close too. Even with us going through our bickering, he would go and check up on her. That was how I found out if she was all right when she didn't answer the phone. I love you, Bishop. I'm here for you. Prayer cried out and hugged me tighter.
Baby, go and call her family. Bishop can't form a sentence right now.
My mother told one of my brothers.
Babe, come on. Come here.
I heard Sin's voice. Then I heard Polite break out in a loud wail. This loss was one we couldn't take on the chin. As much as me and Ash bickered, she was always there when it mattered. Whenever we needed her, she was there. The reason Raw Records was successful was because of her. She was the reason that we got this shit off the ground. No matter what went on, she never switched up on us. She had always been there no matter what.
God, please heal my boys. Please give them the strength to pick themselves up and be the role model that my grandson is going to need. Please, God, wrap your arms around Ashley's family as they deal with having to bury their daughter, sister, cousin, niece, and friend. Please cover us. In your name, we pray.
My mother prayed while she hugged my head tightly.
You're a warrior, baby boy. You've made champagne from milk, you hear me? It's going to be hard, but you're going to pick yourself up and raise that baby. He's going to know so much about his mother, the good woman that she was, and how much she loved him. You hear me?
I sniffled. Yeah, I hear you, Mama. She continued to rock back and forth in the middle of the waiting room.
I know you do. I know you do, baby.
She hummed while rocking me in her arms as I continued to cry. 2 months later, my son Royal Ash Callahan was a fighter. He was born early, but he was doing well. Because Ashley ate everything and anything, he was born weighing a good weight already. They wanted him to stay in the NICU for a bit longer when he was born, but he was about to come home this week. I loved my son more than words could describe. He looked so much like his mother that it was crazy. He had her crazy nose and her thick curly hair. Staring at him, I saw flashes of her. When he briefly smiled, I saw her smile all in him. I never left the NICU. I fed him every time he had a feeding, and I made sure my son knew that he was loved and that he had a home waiting for him. We sent Ashley off in style. Her casket was blush, her favorite color. I spared no expense sending her away the way a queen would be sent off. Her family was devastated when they learned that she passed away. They still hadn't made it up here to visit Royal, and it had been 2 months. Ash always said her family was funny acting, so I wasn't surprised. My son had enough family, and if they didn't want to be apart, then that was on them, not my son. Some days I could get up and get going. Then some days it felt like I had somebody on my back, forcing me to want to stay in bed all day. Lachey was doing her best with trying to be there for me, but I didn't want to be bothered. Losing Ashley really broke something inside of me that I never knew existed. It was going to take a while for me to heal from losing her. I didn't think I would ever heal. Any little milestone with Royal, I was going to think about his mother and how she was missing all of this. With my wife, daughter and son by my side, I knew that things would get better. They had to get better. Sinclair and Polite officially moved into their condo together. They were working on getting prepared for their daughter that was coming soon. Sim was so excited, but scared like hell to give birth. She suffered from anxiety attacks just thinking about going into labor. Everyone was afraid, and because of how hard it hit us all, I didn't think the feeling and emotion would go away anytime soon. Sinclair's album was complete, and as soon as she dropped the baby, we planned on releasing it so she could go on to tour. The single she dropped had already gone platinum, and everyone was anticipating her album to drop. That woman's voice was soothing and commanded attention when she sang her heart out. Polite was working on his album, and I knew he was releasing a lot of pain on this new work. The first month after Ash passed, he was drinking, smoking, and back in the club every night. It took for Sin to break down for him to realize that he couldn't stress her, especially with her carrying their daughter. Kamaya was having a little girl, and she did a DNA test before the baby was born. Polite wasn't the father, and her judge side nigga doesn't want children. Her ass got the worst kind of karma. Every now and then, she would call Polite begging for him to take her back. Shorty knew she fucked up, and now she regretted that shit. Prayer and Val were still going strong. They were raising their kids while fucking like they were going for a fourth baby. Valerie didn't end up getting that audition, but the director of the video loved her so much, he brought her on as lead choreographer for all his projects. The girls made it to their competition because Prayer dropped a big-ass check off at the center. He planned on sending all the kids in the center to Disney this summer. I love seeing my brother happy and in love. He loved the shit out of Val, and I could tell it's more than money for her. Val and her mother started speaking after running into each other while she was coming from the center. Knowing how much pain her mother caused her, she's hesitant about letting the triplets see her. Either way, they're working toward a relationship or trying to build the shitty one they had. Prayer was planning on popping a question when they went out of town next month. It was Val's birthday, and he wanted her to be his wife. My little brother was ready to become my husband. I mean, shit, he should with all the damn kids that he had. His stupid-ass ex-bitch got engaged to some Hollywood actor. I knew her ass was going to find the next nigga she knew she could leech off. She was never about making her own moves, and Val is. That woman gets up every morning to head to work 2 jobs and teach girls at the center. Tell me who the fuck does that? Val's 10-job-having ass. That's who. We still hadn't moved into the house. Both of us weren't in the rush, so we all moved into my condo. My baby finally was sleeping, knowing there were no stairs for Nana to fall down. The condo across from me had just went on the market, so I was thinking of buying it and knocking the wall out to have the entire floor. I tried the house shit, and I wasn't trying to have that shit again. My condo was home, and it was home for my little family, too. Royal's nursery was all set up because Lachey had obsessed with it the month after Ash passed. She kept trying to design it how Ash would. We were all mentally fucked up, but doing the best that we could, considering the circumstances. Nevaeh didn't know what happened, and we refused to tell her. It was hard enough having this shit on my heart. I didn't want to do this to her. I loved my daughter so much that I prayed she never knew the evil things that I've done, like getting her pops killed in the showers in Rikers Island. Shy had to die because this nigga wasn't solid, so he had to die because I couldn't forgive a rat. He took a woman's life to save his own ass, and I couldn't forget that. Lachey told me why she went to visit him, and I decided to let it go. When I married her, I knew her ass was hard-headed and independent. We were filing the papers so I could legally adopt Nevaeh. We needed to make it official and change that last name to Callahan. Nana was doing good. She had her days, but the days were usually good. I had a chef come by 3 times a week to cook with her, so she didn't feel helpless. It kept her mind sharp. At night, she did crossword puzzles that I bought her. I saw all this doing research, so whatever we could do to help her, we were going to do it. Jennifer came every morning and stayed over twice a week. With the amount of money I was paying her ass, I knew she wasn't about to let this case go.
Baby, I think you need to come in here now.
Ace yelled from the bathroom. I put the newspaper down and went into the bathroom. She was sitting on the edge of our new marble tub. What's up, babe? She pulled the pregnancy test from behind her back.
So, I was feeling sick for the past month and took a test. I'm pregnant,
she whispered. Damn, I did tell you that I was going to bust a baby up in your guts. I laughed. Why are you looking all sad for?
Royal is still a newborn. Is this too much right now?
I pulled her into my arms. You're my wife, Lachey. If it's too much, we'll handle it together. 'Cause if I'm rocking,
then I'm rolling.
She kissed me on the lips while I hugged her. The end.
To all the thugs I loved that didn't love me back,